Welcome everybody to another episode of Haunted Vermont. It may go into beyond. It all depends on this conversation, especially for what we're about to really dive into. But to help me dive into this weird topic anyway, because let's be honest, when you start talking about it, you can start opening up every type of rabbit hole you can think of. But without further ado, please welcome author, investigator, and everything else paranormal. Please welcome Ronald Murphy Jr. Ronald, thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you, my friend, for having me on your show. It's quite an honor, and you are definitely correct about opening up some rabbit holes. I truly believe over these next 60 minutes we're going to be doing some deep dives down places we weren't expecting to go.
Oh, totally. I feel like even with my notes, it's just not going to do it justice. So we may have to have you come on for a part 2 or something. But anyway, without further ado, Ronald, just to kind of start things off, just tell the listener that may not know who you are per se and your work, like, who is Ronald?
Okay, well, I am in western Pennsylvania. I'm right outside of Pittsburgh, and I lived here for the majority of my life. I was educated in Pittsburgh at the University of Pittsburgh, where I got my bachelor's degree, and I have my master's degree from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. And I studied literature, and I studied folklore, and I studied archaeology. And I've always been fascinated with the paranormal ever since I've been a kid. My mother, would tell me stories about Bigfoot, and we would read together, and we would watch programs about Bigfoot. So it was a great time to be a kid back in the 1970s. And I kind of carried that love for the unknown with me up into my adult life. And now, as an educated person, I like to explore the paranormal and things that go bump in the night through different lenses. Sociology, psychology, religion, and all these other different types of perspectives that allow us to get a clear view of what we're seeking out there. I kind of like to look at my approach to the paranormal as whenever you go to an ophthalmologist and they have the different lenses and they say, is this better or is this better? And, as you can continue to focus in on that which may never be truly brought into focus, but it allows us to understand a little bit of the cultural context in which these creatures and these kind of phenomenon enter into our reality.
That's a good way to look at it, for sure. So when you started this, Ron, do you mind Ron or Ronald?
Oh, no, that's Ron's fine. No problem.
All right. So I'll just use that moving forward. But so Ron, so basically, at the beginning of this, I guess, for the journey of life, as we know it, kind of thing, before you got into the paranormal, was it stories? Did you have your own experiences? What exactly would you say was the pushover to make you wanting to learn more?
Oh, great. Yeah. So, I grew up in the foothills of the Chestnut Ridge, right? And this has been a hot spot since, the 1960s for, UFO activity. The Roswell crash in 1965 happened in Kaczmarek, Pennsylvania, which was not very far from where I was living. And then we had 1975 up through 1977, we had a huge rash of Bigfoot sightings, UFO sightings. And Stan Gordon, who was like the grandfather of the paranormal over here in western Pennsylvania, he would come onto the radio a couple times a month and talk about the strange things that were going on. And you can imagine as a boy, 7 years old, 10 years old, you start getting this spark in you, that is there really something out there like a Bigfoot, and are there extraterrestrials visiting my humble little town? All these kind of thoughts were instilled within me, and it was kind of like discovering a pirate treasure or something, and you were trying to map it out and find out where the great stuff is buried. And that's the way I always looked at the woods. The woods were a place where I could go in there and enter another realm And if I was lucky enough or unlucky enough, whichever way you look at it, I might be able to encounter something that very few people have uncovered before. And I've never had an experience with a Bigfoot or with a UFO. But as I've progressed as an investigator, I've started to have some very interesting sightings and experiences with things that simply make no scientific sense. I don't believe in some of the things that have happened to me, but it happens. So, I mean, how am I supposed to, make sense of this? Because what is going on is beyond our physics. It's beyond our understanding. What is going on now in the world of the paranormal is borderline, supernatural. We simply don't have the words or the physics to describe what's going on. And I have been lucky enough to get close to these things to the point that I, can write about them and share them about my experiences with other people. And the more we talk about it, the more we have forums like your show, we can have some sort of discussion about what may be going out there, and if enough people get together and we talk about it, we might be closer to the truth.
That last part that you just said, man, I couldn't have even said that better than myself, because, I mean, that's true. I mean, so just to give you a little backstory here, I started this podcast like sorry, let me rephrase this. I started, this whole Haunted Vermont thing literally like August 26th, 2012. So almost 13 years as of this recording, which is August 10th for the listeners. But so basically, one of the slogans, I guess you could say, that I adapted back in the day, and I'm trying to, bring it back, which is together we can learn, because like you just said, the type of form we got, and whether it be podcasting, in person conferences, whatever, like the more we can discuss it, even if we share our own experiences, especially with somebody who, like me, like when it comes to like this topic that we're getting into, which is, for the record, we're going to be talking about like phantom lights or spook lights for those that may want to know what the hell we're talking about. But anyway, like I know a little bit about it, but I never really fully dived into it because, like I mentioned in the beginning, there's so many rabbit holes. But I feel like if we can come together as a community and grow within the knowledge, then yeah, like you said, we'll be coming closer to the truth. And I couldn't agree with that anymore.
Yeah, right. That's the whole thing. When we talk about things, about like earth lights and phantom lights and things like that, very few people are talking about this stuff, right? Because it isn't like you're looking for a Bigfoot or something definitive, right? We're looking for something that is so obscure and so tenuous that there's really no way to discuss it as, we're going to go out and hunt these things, or we're going to try to find evidence, because whenever you go out there, you're not necessarily going to find them all the time. It's almost as if they find you. So very few people talk about this subject, and I'm glad that you're doing this.
Well, I appreciate it, because I personally want to learn more because of all the stuff that you hear about it anyway. And I think, that's why I wanted to reach out to you to begin with, because like for the record, because I kind of set it off the air, so let's make it on the record now. So you did a book with Small Town Monsters. It's called Lights in the Mist, and first it started as a book, and then like last year, 2024, they did like they call it a short video, I guess, like a short, I guess. But anyway, that is called Phantom Lights. So, and you were part of that. So once again, that made me want to contact you again. But I think what happened too, from what I gathered as well, is Phantom Lights kind of became its own separate entity, because it looks like some of the footage that we see in Phantom Lights anyway is actually from their series called Sasquatch Unearthed the Ridge, which I'm assuming the ridge meant like the Chestnut Ridge, I'm assuming.
You're correct, sir. That is right. That's right. And that was really the genesis behind this. I had experienced earthlights before, but never to this degree and never to the point that it was captured and recorded on video, right? And that was the odd thing about this, that we were doing a special. We were doing a web series on Sasquatch in the Chestnut Ridge area of western Pennsylvania. And as we were there searching for the elusive Sasquatch, we started experiencing an earthlight phenomenon. And it was to such a degree that it impacted me in such a way that I needed to start writing down ideas and journaling about what I experienced, because I really wanted to make sense of what was going on. So a few months later, I had accumulated enough information to put a book together, and Small Town Monsters thought that this was a good stepping off point to do the Phantom Lights, the UAPs of the forest. And Tyler Hall, who is an essential part of Small Town Monsters, he really took this assignment on and made it his own. So as much as my Lights in the Mist fed into the project, the Phantom Lights became something standalone all by itself, and it really is kind of like a pay-on to the activity that happens in the Appalachian part of America. So yeah, I was honored to be involved in not only writing a book that was published by Small Town Monsters, but also being part of this event that became the Phantom Lights.
Right. Yeah, I've actually tried to reach out to Tyler Hall to see if he would be interested to talk about it, because they're at one part in the documentary, and I don't know, Ron, if you can answer it as well, but I know he mentioned something to the effect of like he originally went out there and tried to record, but as nature would have it with technology, all his footage and stuff was corrupted. So I guess I'm just wondering, were you there at that initial time frame when Tyler went out there?
No, it's interesting that you brought that up, because I have a family, I have kids, I have a job, so it's very difficult for me to get out there on overnight expeditions. And this is what Tyler did. And I remember that we met over pizza for dinner the evening after this happened, and he was getting a lot of activity, like he was being able to videotape a lot of things that were going on, seeing a lot of light anomalies, and it was almost as if these UAPs had an intelligence to them, and as if they were actually playing with the investigators, and all that evidence that he had obtained was corrupted in the file, as if there was an electrical disturbance. And I think that's what's happening. I really do. I think that when we talk about the manifestation of these lights, we're talking about such energy involved that it can disrupt and compromise equipment, which is the reason why we don't have fantastic footage of any of this stuff.
Right. Now, real quick, Ron, since you have mentioned it a few times now, I think this would be a good way to add the question. So what exactly is a spook light, or in this case, as you kind of said it, I think 3 or 4 times now, is earth light. So how would you describe them?
Right. So that's really the question. I mean, how do you describe them? How do you label them? And I'm still trying to do that. So I think that we can describe them. It's been going on since probably the very beginning of time. I mean, we probably always have experienced these things. If you look at the Australian Aborigines, part of their dream time, part of their cosmology and their theology behind that involves these lights. And we also have this in Hinduism as well. And a lot of these very beginning kind of religions, these shamanic nature religions, we have the idea that there are manifestations of this energy from the earth itself. So, we look at the Middle Ages, we see things called, fairy lights or the will o' the wisp, and we have St. Elmo's fire. So we know that human beings have been interacting with this phenomenon since the very beginning. And now, we're still seeing it. It's still going on. We still have it in the Brown Mountain Lights. And, in Vietnam, we have these lights as well, too, that people attribute to activities of a dragon. So all around the world, Switzerland and Iceland and across America, Australia, South America, even out in the ocean, people are encountering these lights. And it's not just like a light just flashing on, which in and of itself is kind of, uncanny. But we're dealing with an energy that seems to have an intelligence to it that will actually interact with the witness from time to time.
In what way?
Well, in what I've seen firsthand is almost an unspoken communication, if this makes any sense, as if they will alert you to their presence and then attempt to interact with you in some way, as if it's almost as if they are gifting the witness with the experience. That's the way it seems to me. And it also wasn't a frightening experience in any way, right? It was something that was happening, and it seemed very natural. It seemed as if you were interacting with something that was supposed to be there. It was just taking the form of light energy. And it was one of those things where, like I said, I had no fear. I didn't have this fight or fight response in any way. It was just something that was out there that we were witness to. And, that's what I'm still trying to work out to this very day. What is if it does have intelligence, let's say that, what is the intelligence behind it? And that's what, that's why we have to have conversations about this stuff, because what is the intelligence driving these earthlights?
Right. That makes sense. And by interaction too, like, would you go, would you go as far as saying, like, when people sometimes see it, I'm trying to figure out how a good way to do it. So maybe you might have a better example, but, when they appear, right, sometimes you hear, like, it looks almost as big as a flashlight. It looks kind of small, like almost like maybe like a headlamp, and it almost bobbing, like as if somebody was walking either toward them or away from them. Sometimes I think you guys might have mentioned it, but like in the documentary, what I mean is it was almost like it was staying on the side of the wood lines of you or something, or maybe that might have been something else. But then
no, you're right. You're right on the right track. That's absolutely the case. It appears as if there is a cadence to them whenever they move. I mean, sometimes. What's so fascinating about this is if you are a UFO investigator, or if you're a ghost hunter, or if you're looking for Bigfoot or Dogman or all these kind of things, the ghost lights, the earth lights make sense, because it appears as if these lights are moving as if a human being is behind them, right? Sometimes you see them as if they appear to be lights that are being carried by somebody, even though there's nobody there. So I think that's what kind of spurs on the idea of these being ghost lights. And so many people in so many haunting circumstances report orbs of light. And also with UFOs, there are many people that have reported these small craft seen, weaving through the trees and everything. So as an investigator, I'm kind of, tying this all together. And then people also reported seeing Bigfoot and Dogman and other kind of cryptids in these areas. So I'm thinking, is it possible that these lights can also be responsible for the cryptids that are reported? Is it possible that these lights can now affect the very energy that's in our mind? It allows us to see something that is not there, as if it's projecting into us what it wants us to see. And that is the reason why we have very few pictures of Bigfoot or Dogman is because what we are seeing is an energy projected into us by these things that we call the earthlights.
Now, would you say like that's more of like us getting like a hallucination type of effect, or like how like because
Well,
I think in the documentary, I think I overheard Tyler say something like he felt unbalanced.
yes, yes. You feel whatever these things are happening, even though it's very natural, because it is such an experience. You are put kind of off balance by it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. What you see is should not be happening, but it is happening. And as you try to process all this information, you become very unbalanced. It throws off your equilibrium in many ways. Not only philosophically, not only that way, but also in a very real way as well too. It makes you dizzy. It makes you kind of nauseated at times as well. And one of our investigators that was with us as we were as we were filming the Sasquatch unearthed the ridge, his name was Tom Mihok. He actually was approached by one of these lights about the size of a basketball, and it was actually radiating light, so that it was projecting light as it moved along the ground to the point that it was, casting shadows and everything like that. And it approached him, and he got about an arm's length away from it. And as he reached out, the thing vanished. But before that happened, he seems to have been affected by that in some sort of physiological way, because right after that event, he had his retina actually kind of, blow out, for lack of a better word. Pressure built up behind it. So it seems as if that experience that he had, the witnessing of this earthlight and this near interaction, caused him some sort of physical trauma from it as well, as if that experience affected his body as well.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't even remember hearing about that. But then again, I just started that series too, so maybe I haven't gotten to that point or something. I think I'm on episode 3. Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't show up in the video. It doesn't show up. It doesn't show up even in my book. He does appear in my book, and he actually wrote an entry in one of the chapters in my book about his experience. But the physicality of what happened was not after was not after I wrote the book. I should have included it, and maybe I'll come back with a volume 2. But yeah, that's kind of like a first thing here on your show that's being announced. So you have a little bit of a foreknowledge about this stuff.
Wow. Well, that's always good and appreciate it. But yeah, volume 2, man, I would be looking for it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's good, like I said, it's good to have these shows like this because, your listeners are hearing something that other people don't get to hear about, right? So, that's right. So I can say that if you read the book, if you watch the movie, you know that there's some strange things out there that's going on. But I can also tell you from one of the witnesses that his experience seemed to have had some sort of physical kickback within his body as well.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, if you talk about UFOs as well, too, you talk about like abduction cases and everything. Mm-hmm. Even though he was not abducted, he's still having the same kind of reciprocal damage that happens whenever people are discussing being taken aboard an alien spacecraft.
That's interesting. Huh. So, okay. Interesting. Huh. I'll have to make a note of this too. So, where was I going to go with this too? Because you just brought up some interesting stuff. Let's see. Oh, so you said talking about, reaching out and it vanished. Because that was actually how I was going to end what I was saying was there was also reports of like when people see these lights, they happen to like, as they approach them, they disappear. And you just put it with him. the light was like arm's length, and as he reached out, that's when it disappeared. Uh, I'm trying to remember where in the documentary it is, so you'll have to help me out, Ron. Is there was some sort of talk about it was almost to like the environment temperature change. It was like cold or warm or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. So it appeared as if the environment around you, the very air itself, was electrically charged. In this one case that I had, and it seemed as if there was like static electricity in the air, as if the environment was preparing for the entry of these lights. So, there's another way of thinking about this too. Are these lights that we see portals as well? Is this the means by which creatures, entities that we call Bigfoot and such, are able to go in and out of our world? That's something else to think about, right? And again, we have to have discussions about this kind of thing. But whenever I saw this particular Earth light years ago on a completely different case, it appeared as if something not from our world was able to enter our world through this particular Earthlight that we saw.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, before you brought up another thing that I guess we could call it a rabbit hole, but before we go down that rabbit hole, I want to go back a little bit, which is you were talking about the air and like the change in that way. In your study, Ron, I guess, have there been any similarity to like the way the weather is? Like, and what I mean by that is like, is it dry? Is it wet from rain? Like have you seen any type of weird similarity when it comes to the weather?
See, that's a great question. And no, I have not. I've encountered Earth lights in the middle of summer, and I've also encountered them in the fall as well, too. Tyler Hall, who made the film, was encountering them whenever there was still snow on the ground, so in the wintertime. So it seems to be an omnipresent type of phenomenon. And I know whenever we talk about the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, people were reporting seeing this St. Elmo spire, which is this probably more reminiscent of ball lightning, and that usually happens preceding a storm or immediately after a storm. So it does seem that there's consequences to be made whenever there are certain types of weather conditions. But I think that when we talk about that kind of stuff, we talk about these lights appearing under weather conditions. These are explainable phenomena. This has something to do with, like I said, ball lightning or some sort of atmospheric discharge. I think when we talk about what our subject is today and what makes it so overwhelming and eerie and odd is that there is no way to explain these things away from an environmental perspective.
Right. And I think you also gave it the term like an elemental presence as well or something. But real quick, what I was going to say too is, so you just mentioned portals and Bigfoot and stuff like that. So here we go. Here's that rabbit hole where, half of the crowd will tell you that, oh, there's no supernatural aspect behind Bigfoot. And it's like pretty much 100% an actual human. Like there's no like spiritual ability. Whereas you get the other half where they talk about, like, in this sense, they must be stepping in a portal because they follow the tracks out into the middle of the field and all of a sudden they just vanish. But then you hear reports where, like, well, these Bigfoot must be re-stepping in their tracks and going backward that way. So that way they're not, it doesn't act like they are leaving the area. It's almost like they just went straight back in or something like that and then vanished that way, which I find that hard to believe because if it's snow and you're going to re-step back into the same exact trackway that you just literally just put your foot in and lift it up, and then if you're going to re-step in that same exact track and then lift back up, you're going to almost see like that double print effect. Whereas I don't know if people really talk about a double print effect in that way either?
No, I know what you're talking about, sure. So that's our human minds trying to wrap around something that should not happen, right? Tracks should not just appear and disappear. So, and I'm glad you brought up about the idea of the elementals. I'm at my point right now in my research and in my investigations that I think that the realm of the elemental must be discussed, because we have things appearing and disappearing. We have things that are moving without any kind of, without any kind of regard to our known physics. And I think we talk about these things. Sometimes we talk about these Bigfoot sightings and such. They're acting in such a way that it doesn't make sense that they're flesh and blood. So it's coming into my focus that things that we talk about, certain types of alien encounters, ghostly encounters, Bigfoot, Dogman, all this stuff, can relate back to the origin of the elemental. That what we are seeing is related to the realm of the Fae. And a lot of people don't like to talk about this kind of stuff because it seems kind of silly. But I am telling you as a researcher that I do believe that the genesis for the majority of the paranormal activity that we are talking about stems from a realm that can only be defined as the realm of the fairy.
Would that also be considered, this is why I'm asking you, I guess, because I don't know. And would the realm of the fairy, is that similar to what you would call the goblin universe?
Bingo, you've hit the nail on the head, right? There's no other way to describe it, right? It is something beyond our comprehension, but for what it is, it appears to be a realm of being that coincides with our existence. So it's kind of like, I guess, an onion, whenever you peel it. If you peel off a thin enough layer, it's translucent. You can actually see through it. And I think every now and then we get close to this dividing line between our world and their world, and we can not only see through it, but there's also the possibilities that there's pores, portals or whatever you want to call them, that allows this other world to bleed into ours.
That's interesting. Yeah. You kind of hear about that. It's kind of like with the ghost realm with, actually, this would be perfect anyway. But, pretty soon we're going to be getting into the fall, which is, quote, right when the veil of the world is start to get thin, and your beloved ones that are no longer with us have the chance to come back and walk the earth again, which is kind of like the All Hallows Eve and Day of the Dead and stuff. Is it similar to like that, would you think?
Yes. So, if we would go back 2,000 years, whenever Halloween was then known as Samhain, which means summer's end, people wanted their loved ones to visit them because they had, they were on the other side. And in that other world, they would have information that we would not have access to, possibly even be able to divine the future, right? But the problem, my friend, is this, is that whenever that veil is the thinnest, it allows our loved ones to come into our world, but other things also can come on over. And one of the things they feared was the idea of the fairy. Before there was the Judeo-Christian term of demon that was now influencing languages and worldviews, there was the notion of the fairy realm. And fairies were the mostly, ambivalent. They could be very chaotic and insidious, but they could also be beneficial. You just didn't know what the nature of the fairy was, and which was, coming over into our world. So it's okay to have a loved one come on over, but you do not want a fairy to follow you home because all hell could break loose. So people would start dressing in disguise so that fairies would not know who they were, so they couldn't attach themselves to them. So that was probably the genesis of dressing up during Halloween. But yeah, absolutely. So even up through the Renaissance and into early modern times, people would believe that the dead resided in the world of the fairy. They came from that. They go to that same place, and oftentimes people would have fairy encounters, and during this encounter, they would see their dead loved ones there as well. So these kind of mythologies, if you will, would now kind of inform other religions, Anglican Church and all this other kind of stuff. So, even before the development of those kind of religions, we have, during the 1600s, we have people writing about the nature of the fairy, and some people claimed that they were fallen angels. That's what we were seeing. We were seeing those angels that have fallen from grace, and now they assume these kind of nearly human aspects, and now they haunt us as fairies. So King James, King James, before he had, the Bible written, his King James version of the Bible, in which every good Protestant boy and girl has access to, he wrote a treatise called Demonology. And part of his demonology was to describe fairies and to kind of get to the nature of what they are. And he was leading to the aspect that these indeed were fallen angels, and they were closer to demons than anything.
Yeah. I remember going back to your little chat about the disguise and stuff. I remember, when I was reading about like the origins of Halloween and stuff, because I was born in October, so
Nice.
so I'm always like 24/7 representing the Halloween vibe. But anyway,
That's very nice.
yeah. So, but when I remember when I read that, when it did come time for the spirit to walk the earth and to distract the other beings, I will say, they would throw on masks to basically, like you said, disguise themselves, which I thought was very fascinating because I'm trying to remember the word in that I may have read, but it was something to the effect of like it helped protect not just you, but it protected like your deceased loved one or something. Maybe that's what you meant by the whole like not getting attached. But yeah, it was like it threw them off, and that way it like you could like walk them. Oh God, this is where I forget right now, but it was like it threw off that entity so that it allowed them to, I guess, maybe go back. I forgot the lack of term.
No, you do a great job. That's absolutely the case, right? So these entities that come on over with our loved ones, I guess we could say these non-human spirits that come on over with the spirit of our departed ones, right? They come on over to our world, and oftentimes they are represented as points of light, as kind of like living flame. And that's why we have jack-o'-lanterns to this day. Now, before the pumpkin came, from the New World, people over in Ireland, the Druidic peoples, the Celts and the Gauls, they would cut out things they had on hand, like turnips and such, and put a little piece of coal in there that would burn. Right. So if a spirit was moving around and looking for a house to come in to haunt, they would see this light outside, and they would assume that was another spirit that already claimed possession of that house, and then they would move along. So even from 2,000 years ago, before Samhain became Halloween, we have this idea that spirits moved about as forms of living light.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I really dived into the book that I had, but yeah, I was just trying to go off memory. But yeah,
no, you did a great job.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself.
Yes, that's right. Give yourself a pat on the back, my friend.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't know if anybody heard that, but yeah, I would have gave myself a pat on my back. But So I guess this would be one of those like another conversation with you, but real quick, Ron, I guess since we brought up fairies, so I guess it is just for a reminder for me too. But so you mentioned there's good and the bad fairies, stuff like that. So is it the fairy that are said to try to lure you to your doom?
Right, sure. That's right. So, fairy lights was a term that is still used in the British Isles of this day. But the will o' the wisp was these lights that you have to be wary, because if you're outside at night and you see these lights, people naturally like to follow light sources. But oftentimes they would take you into swamps or into moors where you were never seen of from again. So that's the reason why we do, when we see lights, we don't necessarily know what to do about them, because they could be very dangerous or they could be benign. It's just that you don't know until you're in that situation.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah. So I guess I want to go back to something that you mentioned before, but I just have it in my notes right now. But and then we'll move on a little bit. But you were talking about how whites can sometimes appear with Bigfoot and Dogman and any type of really cryptid that you kind of hear about with these whites. Anyway, some of the reports that I've hear from people, and just from even other podcasts where it's podcast that where eyewitnesses share their encounters and stuff like that. But you hear sometimes where these lights appear right before like a Bigfoot incident, or it after the Bigfoot incident had occurred. Now, and I'm only bringing up Bigfoot because unfortunately, like I know Dogman, but I don't know Dogman, if that makes sense. So so in this case, like I would know more about Bigfoot than I would Dogman. But so I guess um I think we kind of brought it up, but just for maybe just in case. But how would you sum up like the light coming with the sort of cryptid? Like, is it them, like you were saying, like manifesting like this portal to step through them? Is it like fairy like guardians of the cryptid? Like how does that work, I guess?
Yeah, well, we simply do not know, right? So what I do is I take folklore from around the world and try to describe it. I do know that in the British Isles, fairies have something that they employ called glamour, which is a term we still use today, which is a form of taking a different shape. So shape-shifting is a fundamental attribute of the fairy realm, right? That these energies can assume different forms and likenesses. Up in Scotland, up in the Highlands, we have something called the Grey Man, which can appear to be anything from fog up to the size of a giant, 12 feet tall, hair-covered giant. And also in the Himalayas, in that part of the world, the Yeti is oftentimes seen in the religious culture as something that's far more spiritual than it is physical. In the same way with the Native Americans and the First Nations people of the United States and Canada. Oftentimes, that which we call the Sasquatch is more of a spiritual type of being that is more, from the other side than it is, some sort of forest-dwelling ape-like creature. So we have to keep that in mind as well too. That these religions and these mythologies from around the world see the idea of fairy as something that can shapeshift, and appear differently than what they really are. But it all comes back to the idea that there's an intelligence energy that's from the earth itself. Now, before we wrap this up, I also want to point out that oftentimes in my encounters that I've had and in listening to other people speak, oftentimes there is sounds that happens right before an experience, whether it's a earthlight experience or a manifestation of a Bigfoot or a Dogman. I was watching Chad Lewis speak in Dallas, Texas a couple years ago at the Dogman Festival down there, and he said that oftentimes before there's the sighting of a Wendigo, there's a terrible crash that breaks the air. So I've experienced the sound of what sounds like tinkling, almost like wind chimes out in the woods. But it also seems, from the more research that I do, that there's other things that are experienced on different types of sound waves as well, which kind of, it's kind of strange because, the more beautiful the sound, the more kind of benign the experience is. But if you have something that's very, out of tune and some sort of cacophony that makes you uneasy, the more uneasy kind of experience you're going to have.
That makes sense. Yeah, and I'm actually kind of glad that you kind of segued right into the sound, because that's actually where I was going to go next, is the sound. And within that documentary, you guys had like a little recording of wind chime that you kind of repeatedly played, and just to kind of see what happened and stuff. And on my notes here, I forgot to rewatch these, but I wrote something down. Well, two things, because I forgot if it was supposed to be separate or if they somehow connected. But I guess that's why you're here, Ron. I have healing and something about earthquake.
Yeah, so absolutely. So if we are to say that these are intelligent energies, right? Energy has waves, it has frequency. And I was honored enough to be a part of the show Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, who took out, thousands of dollars out into the field where I've experienced this sound and these energies before. And you can watch it. It's the Kaczmarek episode, and I'm on the second part of the episode. And they took a lot of gear out into the field, and they found out that the environment was producing a frequency, and whenever the frequency was played back, it sounded like wind chimes. So that not only freaked me out, but it gave me a lot of validation of what I've been researching and experiencing was indeed true. So, again, we're going down a whole other rabbit hole here, but it appears to be that there is some sort of symbolic relationship or some sort of, I really don't know how to explain it, but it seems to be a relationship, a symbiotic relationship, I guess I should say, between the world around us and ourselves, where we feed off of each other, and it comes out to be that it's all frequency based.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. So before I continue about the sound thing, I just want to point out for the listeners and for Ron here. So there's a episode that is out now for everybody to listen to as of this recording, and it's entitled "It Looked Like a Flashlight." It was my coworker's story about a possible spook light or phantom light, because it looked just like a flashlight, as we kind of mentioned throughout this conversation, how these lights look like it's a human being with a flashlight, a headlamp, like, something. I've even heard like something like a lantern even. But anyway, going back to why I'm bringing it up is because I think at the beginning of this, I said Haunted Vermont, not Beyond Haunted Vermont, or it could lead to that. But anyway, the point to this is, Ron was just saying, like, if there's a volume 2, maybe my coworker here can reach out and share her experience too, for if you wanted to start a volume 2 anyway.
Oh, my son, I would absolutely love that. Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. I'll let her know. But yeah, it's a very interesting take, because her experience happened in the area that is known as the Bennington Triangle around Vermont, in the south end of Bennington, where all the weird missing people have gone. There's weird lights and there's weird Bigfoot. And out of this recording too, it's been so crazy that my local friends in the paranormal team have actually went somewhere to a house call, you could say, somewhere around that general area because of a possible Bigfoot uh, activity. And I'm only saying that just because of the video that they have posted out in the public. And that's as far as I'm going to say because I don't know anything else more because they got to be hush hush about it. But it's just interesting because there's also an old story that I've heard before she had told me this her encounter of this light, that one of the stories that I used to got brought up with, especially going into this realm of the unknown, was some of these strange lights have appeared to the hikers one time where it spooked them so bad that they ran back down the mountain, and I think it was because they saw these mysterious lights that were coming towards them, and I think that's what freaked them out. Probably because they noticed that it wasn't like a flashlight and a person walking. Which I actually think you guys actually mentioned that too somewhere. I think it was you. Maybe it was like the actual ridge. I don't know about the phantom lights per se, but I'm pretty sure I heard one of you guys say something like, "Yeah, this light looks like it was supposed to be somebody right here on the trail, but there's nobody."
Yeah. Right, and by bringing up that stuff, by talking about the things that you just did and talking about the things that I just said, it shows how similar these encounters are, and that's what links this all together. Because no matter where you're at, there is some sort of, I guess, framework and context by which these things appear. So it's not like it's happening and it doesn't happen to anybody else. This is a worldwide phenomenon that has similar patterns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. The only thing, though, is going back to your Earthlight phrase. I just want to say you were talking about minerals too, so we could say quartz, limestone, like those type of minerals that give off the energy. So, do you think that is the energy that is producing these lights? I don't think we talked about this yet, so I think that's a good way to look at it. Is so
Right.
like these type of energy, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think whenever we talk about, when we go into like ghost investigations, you say that they need to draw energy from something for manifestation. So, whether it's running water or railroad tracks or batteries, whatever, it seems as if they have to draw something from the environment in order to take shape or in order to interact. Well, I mean, that might be what's going on with this phenomenon as well, that it uses, environmental components as a battery from which to manifest into energy. It's very possible. We look at one of the most famous alien abductions in United States history, which is the Betty and Barney Hill case that took place up there in New Hampshire. Well, gosh darn it, New Hampshire is the granite state. So we have a lot of, geological reasons why these things might happen in those areas. And a lot of hauntings take place in castles that are made up of limestone and other kind of minerals. So it seems as if that's the battery which allows this spark to happen.
Right. Yeah. Once again, as you were saying, like with the Earthlight and the elemental again, so they're the factor right there. And I guess I'll just put a nice little bow on it like that because I don't know how much more we can kind of shine on that. But I do want to go into. I want to go back to the sound real quick. So, and I don't know if you have looked into this, Ron, but it's not. I think this would actually make a great investigation to make a volume 2 of this for you. And that is, I know you guys, going back to the wind chime sounds, I know you guys have played that and stuff, but have anybody actually saw that? Because, I think this might actually be why I have the note healing, now that I think about it. But have anybody tried experimenting with these spook lights or earth lights in your case here? I'll keep it with how you call them, Ron. But has anybody experienced with these earth lights like the singing bowls.
It's a good thing you brought this up because as I've experienced this more and more, I've decided that I'm going to take up Reiki, and as part of the Reiki Reiki involvement, which definitely is, the idea of moving energies around, I'm going to look at Reiki healing through frequency and through sound. So that, my friend, you seem to be rather omniscient about this kind of thing, because as my life is taking me down this path, I'm now going to integrate myself into the idea of using, natural energies out there in the form of healing. So I guess I will have to let you know, and 6 months from now or so, how my path is taking me on that. But yes, I think what you're saying is extremely pertinent, and that is something that I'm going to dive into next.
That's awesome, man. I can't wait. Yeah. Because as I was watching, I was just like, oh, man, this is interesting. And then, I was just like, oh, the singing bowls. Like, because I kind of, I kind of got into them last year a little bit. Like, I knew of them previously, but I guess for me now with this unknown factor is I was invited to a investigation last year with the local team that I know. And we probably had like 2 or 3 singing bowls that night. And it was really, really cool to see what they were doing with the environment, which was inside of the Wilson Castle where we were investigating. And that's why I wanted to bring it up with even these lights too, because it's a really interesting phenomenon for sure, but it's like, in your case, how is it going to react to something like that with the vibrational sound that
Right.
carries and everything else? Yeah.
Well, vibrational frequency. I think that's absolutely the case. And unfortunately, because my time is limited today, I'd be honored to come back on your show. But we'll definitely do a part 2 to this. Like I said, we have very, very more rabbit holes to explore. I definitely don't want to cut this off early. But unfortunately, life gets in the way every now and then. So yeah, we'll have to come back and have a different show on that topic, which is, like I said, another rabbit hole to go down.
For sure, Ron. Well, it's been an honor to talk to you nonetheless. And I mean, yeah, I think that's a great way to just end it for right now. Is let's see where your research takes you from now. So yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it was a great honor to be on with you, my friend. You've been very kind to me, and like I said, anytime we'll have to reschedule, and I'm sorry, we'll have to make another schedule, and we'll do this all over again.
Oh, for sure, man. I love talking to you. But before you go, Ron, if for anybody that is interested in your work, besides like what we were talking about, because you do other stuff too, like Dogman. You did a Dogman book. You did like a haunted cemetery or something. But anyway, where can people just check out your work?
Go to Amazon. That's where everything is at right now. You go to Amazon and look up Ronald L. Murphy Jr., or you go to my website, which is dash. So it's ron-cryptoguru.com. ron-cryptoguru.com, and you can get my books there as well.
Oh, that's awesome, Ron. So again, there you go, everybody. Yeah, like Ron just said, we have a lot more to discuss here, especially later on. So yeah, I can't wait to dive back in. But for everybody else listening, like I always say, keep your eyes open, man, because you just never know what you're gonna see. You're gonna see a spook light, maybe you might see a new AP, which we haven't even dived into fully yet, and that could be on the next one. But until then, everybody, you know what to do. Report back. Welcome everybody to another episode of Haunted Vermont. It might go beyond again. I'm not even sure anymore. But anyway, we have an awesome guest again from, once again, the Small Town Monsters crew. But this time it's awesome because I hope Heather will want to come back on. Anyway, did I mention her name was Heather? Her name was Heather Moser. So none other than Heather. Welcome aboard.
Hi, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Heather, so, I mean, before we get into this topic again of, like, what we had the pleasure with talking with Ronald with, which is Spook once again, just give us a little backstory of who you are. Like, I guess, and what I mean by that term is, like, you know, let's start off with the beginning. So what made you want to even step into this, you know, this weird realm of the universe of the paranormal to begin with, to you hooking up with Small Town Monsters?
Yeah, so it started when I was little. I mean, I remember being a huge fan of Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack, and watching that every week that it came on with my parents. At that point in time, I had the phone number memorized that they would give you at the end if you had any tips or info. So I loved that show. It terrified me, but I couldn't get enough of it. And that's kind of the theme for everything else. Then I remember like growing up, like even in elementary school, the one book at our little school library that you were practically on a waiting list to get a hold of was Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. And the most frightening thing about that, of course, were the illustrations, more so than the stories themselves. And, that was just something that always fascinated me. I also grew up with my mother telling me about the house she grew up in being haunted. So that was, there wasn't a question to me whether ghosts existed. It was just, yeah, I know they exist. My mom grew up in a haunted house. Like, of course, why would mom make that up, And then there were also, of course, people around that had Bigfoot encounters. There was someone actually in my grade whose family had multiple encounters on their property, and the kid rode the same bus as me, so he was just over the hill. It wasn't that far away, and that was another thing that was just, oh yeah, Bigfoot's around kind of thing. When it came to Small Town Monsters, though, what ultimately happened was that despite this lifelong interest in my own delving into the weird on my own, Small Town Monsters came across my radar when Seth put out the first movie, which was the Minerva Monster. And that caught my attention because I live in the town. Well, right now I live in Minerva, actually. But growing up, I was in the town right next to Minerva. So small communities, everybody starts talking. Hey, somebody's making a movie about our area, and it's about Bigfoot. And of course, that was really exciting at the time. I mean, Finding Bigfoot was out, and it had started to gain some traction, and it was just something I was super interested in. So I started to pay attention to what Small Town Monsters did. Oh, kitty! Oh, I have a black kitty too with a purple collar. He's not right next to me, but anyway.
He just, so his name is Ryder. He is trying to eat plastic right now, and that purple collar is that flea tick collar that's good for like 7 months.
Yep, so, same thing on mine. Same thing on mine.
He's just being a little shithead right now.
Yeah, no, that's what kitties do. They have the prerogative to do that. But yeah, so I started following what Small Town Monsters was doing, and started talking with Seth online, went to a few premieres, and then we got to a point where he had announced that they were going to do something on the Bell Witch. And I had already been doing research into cursed objects and the Bell Witch story itself. So I reached out and said, hey, if you ever want a researcher, I'm more than willing to help. And he was like, actually, I think we could utilize that at this stage of the company. So he brought me on as a researcher at first, and then I've worked my way up to be producer and director and a writer, and pretty much everything there is to do for the most part, except editing. I don't do editing, but I've had a chance to try the directing thing and produce a lot, and the research and reaching out to witnesses and experts, and it's been a good time. It's just grown exponentially since then.
No, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, you and Courtney just put out your very first debut there. Oh my God, the Monroe Monster. Yeah.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
yeah. So I guess real quick, so talk to us about that for a minute, though. I mean, that must have been like a little bit of a nerve-wracking thing for both of you because like your first project really like that with directing and stuff. So it's like because maybe we can talk a little bit about it. But I mean, I met you through the Bennington Triangle thing. But anyway, I mean, you must have done a lot of interviews by now. So I guess in this aspect though, like, was there any nerve-wracking parts, I guess?
So for the Monroe Monster, there definitely was for Courtney and I, because it was the first time that we were by ourselves. It was literally just the two of us out filming. Like when you met us, I mean, it was just the two of us when we met you, but we were there with the whole crew. Everybody was just split off and doing other things. So if anything came up, Seth was going to be there. We could ask for Seth's guidance. We had extra people to kind of bounce ideas off of. But when it came to this project, it was literally Courtney and I going on our own to Michigan and interviewing people. And it was nerve-wracking in that aspect that we had to make some decisions that normally just offhandedly you might ask Seth for his input, but he wasn't there, so we had to make the call. But it's actually been pretty freeing in the back half of things. Yeah, because it's kind of, I think, given us both more I can't even think of the word, like more confidence to go forward with other projects potentially in the future that are just ours.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So that's, I'm looking forward to that and feeling more comfortable maybe pitching some ideas that before I wasn't even thinking about it outside of what I was told to do. Like I help on the creative end of things, and I help brainstorm movie ideas and show ideas and things like that. But ultimately the last say is from Seth. You can pitch out all these ideas and then Seth has to approve them, and he would still have to approve anything I pitch now too, but I feel like I've got more leeway at this point to some more freedom to come up with ideas and, prove, hey, we went and did this. So just send us out for a couple days and see what we can bring back.
Right. So does that mean, like, I'm trying to think of an example here. So, like, as you were just saying with Steph and the crew, when I first kind of met you guys, were out doing, like, the B-rolls and stuff like that. So in this case, you and Courtney had to do all the B-rolls and everything then, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We had to do all the interviews and we had to do all the B-roll. Everything else was pretty much the same as normal. I mean, I'm usually with projects the one that's lining up the interviews and things, so that was no different than what I normally do. And I usually do a lot of the interviews, so that wasn't too much of a difference. But the planning the schedule out to integrate B-roll, knowing that there was no one else who was going to get it but us. We couldn't split the crew. We had to be together. So, and it was a tight schedule too. We were gone less than 48 hours to get that filmed. So it was a lot of go.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I what you could like sought out to do and executed it and then presented it, which I bet was probably the most nerve-wracking part too, because it's your baby per se, so it's just like once it's out there, that's it. So but from the way I watched it and stuff, it was just like, wow, like for their first time, I mean, I would say it's a lot better than what I would probably do, but at the same time, right now I'm a one-man crew, so
yeah, and it's tough. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do any of this alone. It just wouldn't be possible. It's too much of a task. There's too many moving pieces for just one person to handle on a larger scale. So yeah, kudos to you for keeping this going, because just by yourself, because that in itself is a task for sure.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I did take a 2-year hiatus from this, and then when I came back, that's when I found Small Town Monsters. I think, like when I was even talking to Alexander Pedikov about this, I was like trying to remember too, because I can't remember if it was because I was doing the other podcasting at the other time, so we were getting like press release stuff from this I forget his name right now, Justin Cook, I think. Anyway, so I don't remember if it was from that or if it was just stumbling upon the documentaries on Prime. It's hard to really remember anyway, but either way, once I found Small Town Monsters, especially from On the Trail of Champ, I was like, oh, what else do they do? Like what else did they talk about? And then I learned like, On the Trail of Champ was literally mainly the last Vermont one anyway. And then like Alec Pedikov told me that he actually did one for his Strange Places, which was the secret UFO base there in oh my god, what is it, East Mountain, and stuff like that. So I was just like, oh, why did I know about this and stuff like that? And so once again, it kind of broadens of like, oh, okay, well, I mean, at least they're around, but then you got to realize, it's Alex, if I may say, is kind of like you, like, he was kind of brought in because he was more of a how did he word it, like an outside creator before coming in, I think. And like it's just it's amazing that like that other people with the creative freedom that Seth allowed you and Courtney to do, like you don't hear that much anymore, and that's amazing. That's what I even tried to do when I even did my short little B movie. It's like I'm here to just not just make a short film based on legend, but we all got to have fun doing it, because if not, then we're all going to hate each other at the end. So
oh yes, absolutely. And that's the thing that keeps us going, is that, I mean, there's no way around it. The job is stressful, and it's stressful mainly because you've got timetables that you have to adhere to. Like you have deadlines. We have deadlines that we have to do. Stuff has to be released. Of course, this is our job. So like we have to make it, or the company folds, right? So that's the stressful part, is keeping things on a steady, consistent schedule, keeping the quality up, I think, is without question. It's just that it's a lot, and it seems like the more we put out, of course, the more we want to put out to keep up with that rhythm. But our crew is not that big. It's a lot. Alex is like he's like a self-contained unit, right? He does pretty much everything on his own. But other than that, we have 4 crew members from Ohio. We've got Alex out in New Hampshire. And then we have Aaron in Texas. That's our crew. Like, that's the crew. And then every once in a while we get a chance to work with other creators. Like we worked with Hellbent Holler, which they did the majority of the work.
Fantastic job, by the way.
Oh, I know, right? I was so excited when I saw that. I was like, yes, they killed it. So we're starting to have some like guest involvement and stuff, but in general, the core group is just the 6 of us, and that can be stressful, because it's a lot. Even for 6 people, it's a lot to keep going. But what keeps us going are these stories and the awesome people you meet. Like, there's fun. It has to be fun. I guess this is what I'm trying to say. Like you said, you've got to have fun, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to deal with this level of stress if I didn't like what I was doing. I just wouldn't do it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, no, I totally feel that 100%. I think that's why I kick my ass sometimes, my own ass anyway, when it comes to the stuff that I want to do, because it's like, again, I'm back to the one-man crew thing. Here's an example that I will throw out there. So recently, this past Friday, actually, so what would that have been? August 8th, I literally, right after work, went, okay, you know what? I'm going to go find Carl. And I did. And what are we, right after work, I grabbed my stuff and I went out to set my sight to find him. And I did. But now, maybe I should have waited another day, because by the time I got there, I had everything that I thought was going to work, because I have plans of how I like to do things now. And so anyway, out of all the stuff that I brought, one camcorder worked. And everything else that I had with me, like my EMF and stuff, because I like to now take a separate camcorder with my EMF and focus on the EMF. So that way, if I'm not looking at it, at least the camera is. So if it goes off and I don't see it, there it is anyway. So I wanted to do that while with Carl, while doing like a little small EVP session, which I have caught in something. I just don't know what the responses are right yet now, which I thought was interesting. So, and then on top of that, I just heard my friends and my fellow paranormal team, they just called out, they just got a house call out in Bennington for a possible Sasquatch activity.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah. So, and then on top of that, we've had a mysterious light show up in my area, which is like a 9-minute walk for me. And I'm trying to figure out, well, is this a drone? Is this like, what is it? Because the first time it happened was August 2nd. And then the second time that it, quote, came back. And I'm only saying that because this time it is the same thing. It's not as bright as it was, and it's smaller than the first time it came around. So again, it's like, well, maybe it's a drone. Hard to say though. But I'm trying to look at every aspect, because during the first time it came, there was like a show in the fairground, because it's right by the fairground. So it was like a truck show. It had some light show apparently, but it also had like cranes that were holding up banners. So I personally thought, well, maybe it's a giant crane holding like a floodlight. But the more you look at the video and you can zoom in, the more you start to realize that can't be a crane that's holding up a floodlight. So what is it? I don't know. I don't want to say UAP yet, but because I'm trying to eliminate all the possibilities first before I just say, yeah, that's a UAP.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But okay. So Heather, let's dive in a little bit to what I wanted to talk about with you anyway, because I'm trying to think where to begin here. Because with Ronald, well, I guess we'll start from the beginning, really, which is really, so you guys set out. You weren't real well. You can answer it better, but this is from me trying to remember too. Is you were out there with the crew. I don't think you were really behind the camera, but you were just there observing, I think would be the best way to put it. And that's for the web series Sasquatch Unearthed the Ridge. So talk to us about that, because I know originally you had this web series, and then all of a sudden last year, 2024, July maybe, I forget, you could correct me, but you guys put out that short from Tyler Hall, The Phantom Light, which you did take some of that footage and kind of had Tyler turn it into that what you guys call short.
Yeah, so we whatever year the series was, Sasquatch Unearthed, it was our first one. We've done different iterations of Sasquatch Unearthed since then, but Sasquatch Unearthed the Ridge was the first one, and we went to the Chestnut Ridge, which is in southwestern Pennsylvania, and we went there because, like as the title, Sasquatch Unearthed, we were looking for Bigfoot, and there has been a lot of activity in Chestnut Ridge of all kinds of weird stuff, not just Bigfoot, obviously, but that's where we were going to start. So we were taken to a location by a couple people who have been investigating that location. It's not something that they are public about putting out there. They don't want people showing up. And honestly, you'd have to go in with the right kind of vehicle anyway, or you're not making it, because the ruts are so deep. It's so steep. It's pretty treacherous. So Anyway, we were there filming, and yes, I don't, except when Courtney and I are by ourselves, I don't hold a camera. I don't run a camera or anything like that. And even when we are by ourselves, it's very limited that I touch the camera. So on these particular shoots, we were out at night and doing like a night investigation. And I was back behind the cameras altogether because I'm not supposed to be in that series. So I can't be seen on camera. Like it's just not it wasn't part of my job at the time. We were focusing on the investigators themselves. So the crew was split up into different groups. I think at that point we had the two different groups. And I was with Ron on my end. Yeah, Ron was there, and Tom Mihok was the other, the guy that comes in like a pivotal piece here in a minute. But anyway, we were doing the typical Bigfoot stuff, somebody like tree knock, howl kind of things between the two groups, even though we were a good distance away from each other. And weird stuff started happening. There was an instance where we heard what sounded like a wind chime, I guess is the best way to describe it. That was the first time that I'd heard anything like that. In this particular location, there is a cemetery just a little ways up the hill, and we thought, well, maybe somebody left a wind chime out of stone. So we went and looked. There's no wind chimes there. So we don't know where that sound came from. But what ended up happening shortly after that is we would see this. This went throughout the evening. I don't even know. I can't recall the exact length of time that all this happened, but there were like two separate instances of these lights. The one that sticks out to me the most is the one where my group, we saw two lights that were about basketball sized, and I would say 3 feet off the ground, probably. And one was red, one was white. And there was a path that they were on each side of the path, and it almost looked like, from a distance, it would almost look like if a car were parked sideways and had like their parking lights on. That's the distance between each other that they were. So, except there wasn't a car between them. There was no vehicle. It was just, and it wouldn't make sense for a car to be parked that way anyway because it's trees on either side. But anyway, the light was bright enough that you could see the reflection in a puddle that was on the ground because it had rained not that far before then, but you could see it reflecting off of the water in the puddle. But the one guy in the group with us, Tom Mihok, decided that he was going to go closer for whatever reason. He went toward the light. I didn't see what happened to them because I couldn't go in the same direction exactly where they were. But I have heard Tom say that the lights came toward each other as he got closer. And then before he could reach out and touch it, they disappeared. But that was the one that really shook me because it was just, I don't know, it was impressive both in the fact that there were two different colors and the size. They were decent size, like basketball size. It was no small feet. And like I said, the reflection off of the puddle, I'm like, okay, so this is clearly emanating light. It's not, I don't know. It kind of blew my mind. And so that was the one thing that happened on that shoot that night. And the other thing that was occurring with lights was that the two teams that were separate, we got to a point where we were kind of going to meet each other and walk down this path. So we were facing one another, but we started to see what looked like a headlamp, like somebody had a headlamp on and they were walking down the road, just the kind of the cadence of that. And it was
not
bright.
To cut you off real quick, Heather,
Yeah.
But when you were seeing this light, would you say you were bobbing? Like you and I were walking with a headlamp?
Yeah, we absolutely thought that somebody was walking with a headlamp on because of the way that it was moving, the same bobbing up and down. And we radioed, because we had walkie-talkies, we radioed the other group and we're like, are you headed this way? You got your light on? And they're like, no, we don't, that's not us, that's you. And we're like, no, we don't have a light. And so they were seeing it from their side, and we were both sides seeing it, I guess is the best way to put it. And we both thought it was the other group, but it wasn't. And that we actually were able to get on camera. That did make the episode. It was something that was able to be picked up, because also there were some things since we've gone back to the ridge, to that location. Other times that lights have shown up, they like flicker, and they're not super bright. They're not really big. Almost like lightning bugs, but different colors. They're just, it's not lightning bugs. I've grown up with lightning bugs. Like, that's not what it is. And those are really hard to pick up.
Yes, and I'm actually really glad that you just brought that up with the lightning bugs and the fireflies, because that is one thing I did not get a chance to ask Ronald, because again, he was on a time restraint. So one of the notes I actually have is, well, how can you tell if it wasn't, a bug, as in this case, a lightning bug, a beetle, or a firefly? And as you kind of just mentioned, well, it's kind of hard to, those are, they don't illuminate bright enough to really catch it. And if anything, they only last, I don't know, like maybe a second and a half, maybe. It all depends, I think.
Yeah. And the thing with like lightning bugs, I mean, when I go outside, because I live in the country now, and this is the time of year for lightning bugs. You go outside, you're going to see them in the tall weeds, and you're going to see them up in the trees too. And there's a very particular way that they flash, and they don't flash necessarily in the same spot because they're flying around and moving, but there's just a particular color to them. There's a particular length of time that they flash, and these things that were happening on the ridge, these happened at different times of the year. So when I was there with Tyler for the Phantom Lights filming, and we saw them, I guess that was warmer weather, if I remember correctly. But when we were there filming for the ridge, it was cold.
Winter, I think.
Yeah, it was like early spring or something, or late spring, late winter. Yeah, anyway, it was cold. That's what I remember. It was cold. But the lights that were in the trees were fainter than a lightning bug. That's how I would put it. They weren't as bright and distinctive as lightning bug, but they were super quick. Almost like you think your eyes are messing with you. Except other people were seeing it. So it wasn't just like other people were describing the exact same thing. And that's a tough thing, I think, when it comes to this particular phenomena as well. I suppose it goes with anything, but I don't know. For me, it's harder. I think it's harder to verify with lights, but it's hard to ask the people with you, like, did you see something? And then if they're like, yeah, I saw a light, and then you're like, what color was the light? Like, you don't want to lead them and be like, yeah, I saw a blue one, or anything like that, because then you're kind of, potentially
you're trying to get that validation. Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was pretty much it. I mean, it everybody saw it, especially when we were doing the ridge, Sasquatch Unearthed the Ridge. And there were even people on the crew that were pretty skeptical. And they're still pretty skeptical, but they were pretty shaken by it. Just because we didn't set out for that anyway. Right. So it caught us off guard for that to occur. But even if we did, what we saw was so clear that I think it would have thrown us for a loop anyway, that we couldn't have asked for a better example of spook lights or ghost lights or whatever you want to call them.
Right. Well, and like Ronald and I were kind of talking, like there are so many rabbit holes you can go down here with these lights, because I mean, you can call them fairy lights, spirit lights. They could be what was it, lost souls or something. Then there's that whole UAP, I think, and there's probably something else, but during your research too, because I guess you could maybe shine into this too. So even though you guys were there for the Sasquatch, and then you see these mysterious lights, which again, it goes back to these reports and eyewitnesses that sometimes even say, like, kind of think of it, right before I saw the Sasquatch or whatever, heard a tree knock or a whoop or whatever, they saw these mysterious lights, or they'll witness the encounter first with the Sasquatch, and then a few days later, that's when they see these lights. Sometimes they don't even see them at all. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, during your research and maybe from all your interviews and stuff, have you come to a conclusion of how you look at that too?
No, absolutely not. I have no idea how they're connected. I don't know if they are. I know that, like you said, there are a lot of people that have had stories where they do coincide in some way, the lights and Sasquatch activity. Even here, we did an entire series here on this property called the Bigfoot Project, because we were having Sasquatch activity here on my farm. And even here, yes, there was Sasquatch activity without a doubt. Also, there were nights that we did see lights in the woods. I don't know if they're related or if there's just a lot of weird stuff happening in one place. I have no idea. And there are people that, I mean, I'm trying to think of people that have had encounters with lights that didn't also have some sort of Sasquatch encounter. I know that it's happened. I just can't think of any off the top of my head.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes, and this is just my opinion, but the way I would almost look at it, and from what I've heard from other podcasts that I listen to and stuff, when you start talking about one type of thing, and then you start mentioning this other thing that either may be connected or may not be connected, like you said, it opens up that can of worms that you don't know what for dinner, basically.
Yeah.
And I guess what I mean is, sometimes, like you just said it, like you weren't out seeking for the lights. It's anything, you were looking for the signs of the creature, the Bigfoot, basically, and then you got this instead. But it almost feels like nobody really wants to even mention the lights. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I've noticed.
Yeah, that's very true. I have also noticed that, aside from places like, obviously, the Brown Mountain lights, people go there to look for the lights. Like, that's a thing. They know they occur, so they go there more so than looking for other things, because it's famous for its lights. But so it wouldn't be weird to be like, yeah, I was out looking for the lights at Brown Mountain and I saw some. But I think, other than that, there's a level of acceptability with certain things right now in our culture, of what you can say you saw and that be accepted. And not a lot of people are really talking about, I saw lights in the woods. Also, when we used to talk about it more, like when it was, I mean, going back to even like old English and Welsh folklore and things like that, it existed. People would talk about will-o'-the-wisp and things like that, but it had a negative connotation. You don't follow it. So, like, they've been around. It's not that it hasn't been in our vernacular in some form. It's just that we don't really talk about it. And so people don't, I mean, it's weird. It's hard enough. It's hard enough to be like, yeah, I was out in the woods and I think I saw a Bigfoot, like I saw this huge hairy thing. And people second guess that, but Bigfoot's everywhere right now. There's TV shows, of course, YouTube. It's all over YouTube. It's in a pop culture right now. And I think that it's becoming more acceptable for people to come forward with their experiences. There isn't really a big movement at this moment in time, anyway, for weird lights. We don't even know how to categorize them, right? Even for people who've experienced it, we don't even know what it is.
Well, I mean, going back to it, I guess, I was trying to ask Ronald about this too, because he brought up the world of the Fae, and then that kind of reminded me, like, well, he also wrote about, and there was another author too that escaped my mind right now, but he wrote a book called The Goblin Universe. So, and I asked Ronald the world of the Fae and the Goblin universe, are they like similar? And he said yes. So I didn't like. I'll probably say this a bunch of times now, but that's one question I didn't get a chance to really ask Ronald yet. But that's why he wanted to come back on. But I guess, Heather, if you don't know this answer, that's fine too. But in your research, have you learned anything about this whole like Goblin universe? Or Goblin universe?
No, not really. Honestly, I've heard the phrase while diving into some research, but in general, it's not a term that's widely used in the arenas that I'm researching right now. Obviously, it's out there, and people have, like you said, put books out there on it. But right now, at least in the research that I'm doing, which is very heavily Bigfoot slanted, even in the Bigfoot realm, the people that talk about Bigfoot being part of the Fae is very tiny. That exists, but the large preponderance of people, it's the debate over whether Bigfoot is a flesh and blood creature versus some sort of paranormal type entity. The Fae kind of get left off in that discussion. It's there, but it's not a large part of the topic. So I honestly haven't come across a lot of people to dive into that question as much. And when it comes to the Fae, that whole like, I know the standard stuff about you don't mess with the Fae, you don't mock the Fae. Like, I understand that. I have heard that for a long time. I don't question that. You know, it's easier to just go along with it than to test the waters, I suppose. But I don't. I've never really dove into it myself.
Right, and you just kind of brought into that fact of, you know, if Sasquatch is just a regular flesh and blood, or they have a supernatural side. And now I guess I'll throw the same question that I sort of did to Ronald, just to see like what you take. And again, for the listeners, this is Heather's opinion. I mean, I have my own opinion on it, and this is Heather's opinion. I mean, let's all be honest with each other. We all don't know what the hell is going on. All right. So anyway, in your opinion, Heather, so you got one half of the Bigfoot world where, like we just mentioned, flesh and blood. There's no ability to them at all. They can't come out of portals or anything. And then you get this other side where you start hearing stuff, start hearing encounters, or I don't even know a good word right now, but basically like this eyewitness of they found the tracks in the middle of winter. I'll just say for the example here, right? Mm-hmm. They follow them out into this big open field, and all of a sudden the track just stop. Why is that? So then there's people that go, well, this is the thing. They walked out there to the field, and then instead of just making more new tracks that look like they're walking back into the wood, they walk backwards into their tracks. Mm. So I kind of asked Ronald, this is the last part, by the way, is if I were to do that, right, or you, in the snow, I'm going to take one step first, one step with my left, let's just say for the example here, one to my right. Okay, now I want to go backward. I'm going to need to step, right or left first. But either way, you're going to make that double print in the snow. So you're going to know that you're going to see, whether you're wearing boots or shoes, you're going to see that double print. And so how do you feel about that whole category, I guess, of the two different sides?
Yeah. Well, I think that it's if something wants to remain elusive, walking out into an open field and then retracing your steps backwards is not your best way to do that, because you're taking twice as long to do something that you should, for what end, I have heard people suggest, and I don't think this would work so much with snow, but when you have prints in like muddy areas, maybe it would. But where people have suggested that the tracks vanish because at some point they get down on all fours and crawl in a way, so that the tracks would look different altogether. So there's that. I, as far as my opinion on things, it's hard for me to be definitive in that it's flesh and blood. And this is going against, it's going against people I've talked to who are out in the field way more than I am. To be fair, I'm not out in the field all the time looking for Bigfoot. On occasion, but I'm not like staying out for days on end like Alex does. People that tend to be out more, it seems like, not all of them, but some of them that are out are like, no, I've been out there, I've seen these creatures, or I've interacted with them in one way or another, and they have to be a physical flesh and blood creature. They found nests. Why would something paranormal go through the effort of making a nest? Like, why would they need to do that? Things like that. Because if there's a nest, they're clearly reproducing, and they need to hide the young, and like, why do that if you're of a paranormal nature? However, I often wonder if we're not necessarily talking about two separate things, in that because my gut tells me that there has to be a paranormal aspect to it. One, because of the sheer number of people I've talked to that have had encounters that are just odd for just an animal. My own experiences have been very odd, and that it's hard to say that's just an animal.
Could you give us an example, Heather?
Well, sorry. No, you're fine. Okay, so if we for Bigfoot project, we were out here filming. We did have the lights in the woods a few times. If they're connected, how is that connected to a flesh and blood creature to just emit light? But in general, if it's an animal, the level of intelligence has to be extremely high, not just because it remains hidden, but because of what it does. I've had interactions where they take things, like this whole gifting thing that can occur. I had crystals out in the woods, which were not there for gifting. They were for something else. It was for like a treasure hunt for my kids. But the crystals, they would get taken, and in their place bones would be left behind. And then a month later, the crystal returns in the exact same place, except it's dirty now, like smeared fingerprints and stuff on it. Like, that level of intelligence to me is more than just a regular animal. Like, that's, I don't know. I don't study apes, so maybe it's not that far off from a regular ape. But also, and this could be something weird, like maybe there's just something weird happening here. Like, we have the lights, we have Sasquatch activity, but we also have other things happening here that are more like ghostly, paranormal things that happen on this property, which leads me to considering, if there is a Sasquatch and it is flesh and blood, maybe those people are right. Maybe then this other aspect that seems otherworldly is more of a trickster type thing, a whole different entity altogether that may manifest in different ways to provoke a fear response or whatever. Maybe that's kind of what's going on. Like, a friend pitched that idea to me at one point a few years ago. She's like, well, what if it's, because I had no question that there was something that was like a trickster-like energy on this property based on all kinds of weird stuff that was happening paranormal wise. And then the Estes method stuff that was coming through on the Estes method, voices that everybody in the family was hearing, like something mimicking our voices, stuff like that. So we always just said there was a trickster here. And weird stuff's also happening outside the house. It's not just in the house. And then my friend's like, well, maybe the trickster's both. And I was like, you know what? Maybe the trickster, maybe part of what's going on is the trickster outside, and we're just attributing that to Bigfoot because that's what makes sense. Like, oh yeah, of course, I don't know. I mean, it makes sense. I should say very loosely, because I don't know how many people that makes sense to unless they're already in this field. But, maybe if there is a trickster type energy, why not manifest as something like Bigfoot to spook people out, to freak them out? And then you could disappear because you're not of this earth anyway, or of this plane, I should say. Right. And then that accounts for what some people are seeing. They're actually seeing something that's more like a trickster type element going on. I don't know. I have no idea. I definitely, I could say that we've had stuff happen here. I've set recorders out. I've heard things walk in on 2 legs into the barn, and mess with stuff. I've got a recording of something walking in and literally messing with things as if it's never seen, like pieces of metal and stuff. Like it's just fidgeting with stuff. Like it doesn't even know what it is. Like, what is this? What is this going to do? Like it was real curious, And to me, that'd be like a juvenile type behavior is what my gut would tell me. A young Bigfoot coming in and being like, oh, hey, what is this? Click, 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 and then tapping on, because where the recorder was, I had it like on the 4-wheeler that was in the barn. You can hear it like tap along the 4-wheeler, like fingers tapping along the 4-wheeler. And so I'm like, okay, that's a physical creature, right? That's no question. But then the level of intelligence too is that like they've come up, like when things have gotten weird, they've come up to the house. Like the kids have been in the living room and something's tapped on the window. I'm guessing just to see what their reaction would be, because then the kids freak out and then they come running to me, and then I, look outside and there's nothing there. But like, I don't know, why would a deer's not going to do that and come up and just tap on the window for your reaction. It's not going to come in and just fidget with stuff. Like, I don't know. And I don't know, maybe my hesitancy as well to say that it's just everything is just a flesh and blood creature is that's terrifying. In one way, I am more at peace with something that's outside of my normal realm existing. I can be like, all right, I get that. You're on a different plane of existence. Ghosts don't scare me, really. Like, okay, I get it. I for some reason, my brain can compartmentalize that just fine. But the idea of a flesh and blood creature that is that smart out there terrifies me to no end. And it's one of those things where, like, we've had stuff here, we've been outside, and it sounded like it's walked right up. We can hear something walking right up the side of the house, just around the corner. Like, it's just right around the corner. And the night that happened, my husband and I were outside, and we were both hearing it walking behind the house, right up to the edge where we are. And I said out loud at that point, I'm like, I am not ready to see you right now. I'm not ready for this. And then, my husband like yelled or let out, like he clapped his hands or something, like a loud noise to try to scare it away. Nothing ran away either. It just didn't pop around the corner. So I don't know what it was doing, but it's also unnerving on another aspect too. When stuff happens, I know I'm getting off topic a little bit, but when stuff happens, like here at your house, mm-hmm. at your home is different. Like we did a whole series Bigfoot project because of activity that was happening here, but it wasn't happening directly at the house. It was we have 300 acres of land here and a hunting cabin on the back end of the acreage. Stuff was happening back there, away from the house. That was cool. That was exciting. Awesome. It's not here at my back door. Stuff that's happened more recently was here. And then it becomes more of an issue of, well, I've got kids that go outside. I mean, not that they don't go up in the woods sometimes too, but for some reason it was just different. Like, okay, but it was literally right outside the window. Like that
nope,
it just becomes
I totally
too much.
No, I totally get it. Yeah, no, it's like, oh man, I forget what the podcast, how they word it, but it's like, it's all fun and games until it followed you back home or something like that. But yeah. But in a way, how did they also put it? It's like, well, you're going into their backyard, so why not have them come into your backyard per se? It's kind of like that I don't even know a good term right now to word it, but it's like, people complain about how, once upon a time the bear just stayed in the wood. But, oh my God, all of a sudden now you start taking the woods away and now the bears are coming into your neighborhood. It's like, it's the same thing, I feel like. You're going into their woods or their backyard, and now they're going to go into their backyard. The only difference is we kill them and ask questions later. We just can't seem to, I don't know, coexist, I guess, would be the way I want to say it. But I want to go back to one of the parts that kind of, I don't know why, but it triggered a memory that I have. But I want to ask, and I already probably know the answer. I still just want to ask anyway. When you talked about it tapped on your window and you said you looked outside. Now, do you mean you stayed in your house to look outside, or did you actually physically go outside?
No, so the way the house is shaped, it's like almost like a U shape, and the kids were in the one half of the U, and my husband and I were in the other. The kids were playing out in the living room here, and they said it sounded like something literally just knock, knock on the window right next to so they ran around and got us. There's a door off the back side of where we are. Mm-hmm. So we immediately, as soon as they said that, because I can, like, right where I'm sitting, I can look and see that side, and the door's right immediately beside me. Mm-hmm. We just went out, flipped the lights on, went out.
Okay.
And nothing was there. And, part of that is, well, for one, my husband's not really afraid of anything, but two, when the kids are freaked out, you can't also be freaked out, or it's going to cause a whole other mess. So you got to be, kind of aggressive, like, well, something outside, because what if it was a person? That's even scarier. Like, as much as I'm scared of an idea of an 8-foot tall ape or whatever knocking on the window, what if it was some weirdo outside? Like, they need to know, there are adults here and they're going to take this seriously. So, we just immediately ran outside and there was nothing there. Now, I don't know of course, by the time they got around to us, something could have just left as soon as they screeched. And it could have got around the house before we would have known what was going on, but there wasn't a person anyway.
Right. So I bring it up because I think it was like winter time. I'm trying to remember all the details of this, but I was still kind of young in school still. But basically, I was sleeping one night. I think I was trying to get ready for school the next day. And all of a sudden, I heard like on my bedroom window. Mm-hmm. So, of course, I'm like shot up and I'm like, like what? So the crazy thing about this is, and I remember this is specifically winter, and my mother's boyfriend went outside to look, and he came back in and said, I don't know, because there's no tracks, there's no footprint, and and I'm talking snow. So what the hell? Yeah. So yeah.
When this happened, there wasn't any snow. It was spring. It was actually, I remember it was just this year. And it was right after the equinox, because what seemed to like kick off a bunch of weird stuff was that around the equinox, there was this, like, I forget what they had called it, but like a super blood moon or something. Like, you go outside and it was a full moon, it was bright red and all this stuff, and it all coincided with the equinox, so it was like a big deal. And like the first weird thing that we noticed is that we went outside to see it. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning when it was like at full. It was an eclipse. That's right. That's why it was red. It was an eclipse. I forgot. Lunar eclipse. Full lunar eclipse. That's why it was a big deal. And it was like 2-ish, something like that, when it was at totality. So we had all gone to bed and set an alarm, got up, and came out to check it out. And my youngest daughter, and I were the first ones out. We're out there no less than 2 minutes, probably. And a howl goes off in the distance. Unlike anything I'd really heard before. Just the weirdest howl. And it lasted like 8 to 10 seconds. It was long and drawn out. And then it was quiet. And my daughter looks at me and she goes, "What was that?" And I was like, "I don't know, but I'm hitting record on my phone and I'm going to catch it if I can." And, held my phone up and it went off again. This went on like, I forget, I don't know right now. It wasn't quiet more than a couple minutes before it would go off again. But it wasn't like a siren or anything. It never got closer. It was the same distance the whole time. And that was the same night that we heard something walking up by the house and everything else. But I don't know. The point is that it was in the spring. It was like March, I think mid-March-ish. So there was no snow on the ground at that point anyway. And the weather was like unseasonably warm. Not that night. It was pretty cold that night because I remember coming in and my fingers were like frozen. But I was able to sit outside for a few weeks after that, and I would work because I work from home. So I just take my computer on the back patio and work, and there would be tree knocks most of the times that I was outside. And I have some of those tree knocks too that I was able to record. Some of them are very close, very loud. I just ignore them and just note them, but ignore them. I wouldn't really react. And all of that, it was pretty active there for several weeks. But then what ended up happening was it started raining all the time. And then as soon as it stopped raining, raining to the point that we were getting flooding. And then once the rain kind of subsided, then it shot up to like 90 plus degrees here where it was unbearable to be outside. So I have not been outside much here at this house, unless I have to go out for filming or something. I haven't been out, honestly, very much at all the last few months. So I don't know if things are still going on. Nothing's come up that I know of and tapped on the windows. The kids haven't freaked out. So if something's still out there knocking on trees or whatever, and maybe they wouldn't knock on trees if nobody's out there. I mean, for all I know, they're knocking on trees because they're like, hey, somebody's out here. Just letting others know. Someone, human, don't walk this way. I don't know. So I don't know. I fully felt like, based on the weird things that were occurring here, that there must have been a juvenile just because of how curious and how bold it was getting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's almost like a toddler, right? They're gonna touch things and do all kinds of stuff because they're curious. And I mean, I feel like when you hear about the juvenile thing, it's the same thing, But then you hear sometimes where like people will mention something like, oh, the little one gets caught. It's almost like the parent. Whichever parent is there, it's almost like they're getting scolded because they got seen,
Yeah,
So I don't know if I would say that's hilarious per se, but it is at the same time. But I mean, it's because it's almost like, and this is just, back to the whole opinion thing. Like, I just don't know. Like, do we treat that like at that point in time, right, when we know that we're seeing the juvenile? And then, all of a sudden we know mommy or daddy or both of them are right nearby. Do we then start treating it like we would, like an actual predator, like a bear, right? Like once we see that bear cub, like all hell breaks loose, right, with the parents. So is it the same thing? I guess it all depends on who is telling the story at that point. And I'm just saying that because you hear stuff where it bluff charges them, it just kind of walked off, but it kind of gives you that face like, so I don't know. I mean, that's just my take is like, well, do we approach it like that? And then how do we approach it like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. See, this is why I'm like so conflicted about what Sasquatch might be, because when the most recent stuff was happening and it seemed as if there was a juvenile around here, obviously my brain is going flesh and blood. I'm catching it on audio. I'm hearing it walking. I'm hearing it touch things in a physical sense. So your brain goes to that. And then if it's a juvenile, then my brain as a mother went to, then there's a mom nearby. Therefore, I'm worried about my kids accidentally wandering upon a child, a juvenile, and scaring it. Like, some accident of some sort. Like if there's a little one, then there's a big one not far, and it's probably mom, and she's probably going to be protective. And if I didn't have kids of my own, that may not have been as big of a concern for me. But because I had children, I was like, I'm a little like, I don't want you guys outside unless I'm outside too. Like it was kind of a thing. Like, I know you guys like to explore. We're gonna curb it for a few weeks. Okay, you guys just stick closer to the house. Only go outside if I'm outside. I'll go outside all the time, but like I want to make sure that there's an adult out there with you, that kind of thing. And yeah, it was treating it more like as if there were a bear in the area. Like I've got to have eyes on you at all times.
Right. And so you brought up a point too that, again, I've heard different things about, which is the mom Sasquatch per se, which is, I wouldn't necessarily, again, this is from what I've heard, so I don't know. My opinion, again, I'm just going to say that again because, anyway, I don't want to talk about that point, but I think like you, Heather, should know what I'm trying to get at. But anyway, the mother, when, like you were just saying, the whole protectiveness, I really don't think it's the mother you would have to worry about. I think it's the father per se, because I think with the mother, I think the mother will understand, like, oh, it's just like a little human. I'm just going to say it like that because who knows what the hell they think about. And, again, that kind of falls into, well, they have a little one too. So when they see a little human, are they thinking the same thing in a way, like, oh, it's just a child, or however they look at it? But I almost think it's the male, because, again, we're, of course, going to be the fathers that are like, kind of. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it. But I feel like this is a good segment, real quick, to switch back over real quick, and we can kind of actually maybe combine the two again with this as well. But I want to go back real quick to the light, and then we can wrap it up with you, Heather, because I don't want to take too much longer of your time. But and please correct me on this part, but when it came to the Phantom Lights again, for the area of the Chestnut Ridge, because I think you also were doing the research with Ronald, but you guys started to talk about the mining company, I guess, for lack of wording here, around that area of Chestnut, which is again where these lights are showing up. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, going back to your property too, we can actually kind of use it like this, and I can use it with what I just learned with the Benetton Triangle too, which I will say real quick is, so I know I mentioned it, I think, for your upcoming documentary thing of the Benetton Triangle, where I was talking about how these hikers were hiking up Benetton Mountain. They saw these mysterious lights that looked like they were coming toward them, which freaked them out to the point where they ran down the mountain. And I think that's just because, like, as you were discussing, it almost looked like somebody with a headlamp or some type of flashlight or lantern walking down, and, you're supposed to think you're going to run into somebody, and then you don't. Maybe once they realized there was nobody holding the light, maybe that's what made them turn around and book it. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to what I had sent you earlier, Heather, but my friend's story, which I didn't know anything of until, I recorded that with her experience. But once again, she's another one that described the light as a flashlight. And I thought that's so interesting because, again, just like Ronald and I and everybody, once we start talking about it and see the similarities, you can't deny that. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, so, during the documentary, you guys are talking about, and again, I don't know if it was you or Ronald, maybe a little bit of both, but you guys started talking about the mining, maybe it was Tyler for all I know too, but the mining, which then leads into the whole mineral to how Ronald calls it the earthlight, which I find fascinating. And I can see why, because of the minerals, et cetera, and all the type of conductor, like flowing water, this and that. That could be a whole podcast. Anyway, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is, so after talking with Ronald, I did some digging myself, because I was curious, because I never thought of it as, and I literally looked up mines around Bennington. We have 7 mines around Bennington area, 7. And some of them are about an hour and a half away, but then you have some that are like right around Shaftesbury and Summit and Woodford, which is south of the mountain. And then you got like Old Bennington. I don't have my notes probably for that yet, but basically what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of mines on the left side, and then there's like one particular one on the right side of the mountain, and then another one on the south side. So I find that very interesting, that it's almost like there's mines almost surrounding this mountain. And then I started to think, well, if this is supposed to be the recipe for these lights per se, and I'm just saying that because I just really don't know, but if that's what it takes, is these minerals to form these energies, because something needs a conductor like this to draw energy from. So I guess I want to bring it back to your case, which is your property. Is there any mines around your area? Otherwise, like, what's your area like? I know you kind of said woods and stuff, but is there like water nearby? Is there like wild berries? Like something that would be able to live off?
Oh, yeah. We have, okay, so I just Googled right now to make sure I understood the mine thing. Yeah, we have mines in this county. I don't know how many. It just says we have a history of active and abandoned mines. We do have water here. We've got flowing water. There are natural springs on this property. Our water that we drink is from a spring just right across the road. So we've got the natural springs. We've got berries everywhere. There are some caves around. They're not huge, but there are some caves around. There are those kind of things. I can't think of a place directly near us. I don't know where the mine shafts are. There are strip mines everywhere. Actually, the Minerva Monster case from the 70s, that was right by a strip mine in Minerva. And that's not far away from here either, because my address literally is Minerva. It's just a few miles away where the Catons had their encounter or encounters. So we've got all of that going on right here. One thing. So it sounds like it's a good recipe then for this type of stuff. Then. Yeah. So when we did the Bigfoot project, it was one of the final episodes of the series. We actually brought Cliff from Finding Bigfoot out, and had him stay here for a little bit, and kind of get his opinion on it. And because of the way the farm is here, he was like, it was almost like something would have to be passing through. We have woods here and stuff, but not anything that would be, even on 300 acres, it's a mix of woods and fields, right? There's not like a dense forest for something to live for an extended period of time and remain hidden. So perhaps it's traversing between multiple farms. It's not like bedding down here or anything, whatever it may be. But I took him to where I grew up, which is in Carrollton. It's 10 miles away from here. It's not that far at all. And I took him to the woods behind the house that I grew up in. And he was like, now this is where they would be. And the difference was that there was what he called, like, there were deep ravines there. And he was like, this is similar to what I call a box canyon, or what is called a box canyon, where if something were to like run prey into an area, it's blocked off on 3 sides. You can be above and watch down. You can run them in. You can run them over the side and drop down in. And that's what is on that side of the county. We do have ravines here. We have a little, like a sort of, not much of one here, but there is a pretty decent hill. But the steep ravines are on the southern side of the county in Carroll County. And, I mean, they're very steep. And so if anything is traversing, I don't know what their home range is either, you know? Like, maybe it's completely feasible that something that's on the south side of the county is going to also walk up here to the north side of the county just on its regular routine, or depending on the season even. I don't know, because I doubt that they go miles and miles and miles, like hundreds of miles. Like, they're not going down to Florida every winter. That would be a little much, but you know, if they've got a decent sized home range, then yeah, maybe they're here in the spring, into the fall, and then in the winter, maybe they're closer to those ravines. I don't know. But another thing about those lights that because I had looked into stuff too. Ron's the one that mentioned the mines and the lights. Like, I've come across in my research one story relating to a light like in a mine, which I think is a whole separate thing altogether. But when I was looking into stuff like Ron was talking about, I came across a phenomenon that they know exists. It's called like earthquake lights, so apparently right before earthquakes, we've observed the lights. So the movement with those minerals and stuff together can cause lights to appear beforehand. And I find that very interesting as well. So I wonder if there's a preponderance of these lights around fault lines. And I don't know where all the fault lines are. I know we get earthquakes every once in a while. It's rare, but we do get them in Ohio. I don't know where all the fault lines are. It's nothing as huge as what you have in California, of course. But I wonder if that doesn't also play a little bit of a piece to the puzzle, that we're on some fault line in some way, and there's just a little bit of movement, just very ever so slightly, and then that causes these lights. I don't know. That's completely unscientific, uneducated guess, but
Well, I mean, that's what we all want, right? Is to get the scientists to start looking into it. I would hope, but I mean, again, I mean, I don't know. You don't really know. I mean, we can just go by hearsay that say what we research and hear, and you know, just witness ourselves. Yeah, really. So, but you know, Heather, I appreciate your time. I really don't want to take more. You've already taken used some time already that I feel like this would be a good way to just end for now. But I mean, it's a pleasure to have you, and I guess in your sake, like, is there any project that you are currently working on that we can look forward to see from you for Small Town Monsters?
Well, most recently, of course, there's the Monroe Monster that you mentioned earlier that just came out recently that Courtney and I got to direct. The Monster on Morris Mountain, which was our endeavor with Hellbent Holler, and they completely knocked it out of the park on that.
Totally.
Coming up this fall, actually, we have Lost Contact is coming out soon, finally. It was something that we wrapped up a while ago. Kickstarter backers have had it for months, but we're finally getting a release date in October. Ooh. And the same thing with Cursed Waters will be coming out in October as well.
Ooh, my birthday month.
Yeah, that's a good month. And maybe something else also on the horizon. And we've got another special coming that we haven't announced officially later this year. So that, and then of course YouTube is an unending stream of new stuff. So there'll be new Heartland Sasquatch that's coming. Courtney and I are we've so far included Michigan, Ohio, and Kentucky so far in the Heartland series, because we can't encompass the whole thing all at once, so we're slowly integrating states. Next up is Indiana, if all goes well. So we'll see.
Perfect. Well, Heather, again, thank you for your time, and I would love to talk to you again for when, you know, from beyond the oh my god, the High Strangest of the Benetton Triangle. Oh man, I probably butchered that title. But man, I feel like that's like one of the longest titles yet. So anyway, I would love to talk to you about that though. Once the backers get it, because kind of like with Lost Contact, who knows when the public will see it, but I mean, I'd love to hear more and everything else, because I'll just say this for, I guess, the teaser for maybe next time for people. But you guys talked about on your Monsteropolis podcast, which I didn't realize you guys had an episode for the Vermont edition, I think, as it was called. It was actually another friend of mine who pointed it out, because he was asking me about a question that you guys had said. And I said, oh, I'll have to listen to this and see like what you're talking about, because you were trying to describe it, but I was just like, I'll just listen and get back to you. So yeah, I will just leave it as that, because I think that would be a great way to also introduce that episode. So, and another reason why I'd love to talk to you again.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Well, for everybody else listening, you know the drill. Just keep your eyes open and your ears open, because you just never know what the hell you're going to find and hear out there in those woods. And then always report back, because we just want to hear it. And I guess I'm just going to start making this a new thing, which is because without you guys coming in and sharing, we cannot learn together. And if we are together, that's when we can learn. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Beyond Haunted Vermont this time, because this time we're going to go into a different state because, well, we have a paranormal researcher, investigator, and all things really paranormal. He can go into it more, but he's been doing this for exactly like 50 years now, since 1975, and here we are in 2025 doing this. But what caught my attention about this special guest today also is he wrote about the mysterious spook lights, phantom lights, fairy lights, ghost lights. It goes on and on. But anyway, let's get our guest on, Dale Kaczmarek. Dale, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You know, it's got to be lovely weather for all of us, I guess. We're heading into the winter months, but I mean, anyway, like you were just saying off the air real quick, yeah, I mean, summertime is always the best time to go out to do this type of thing anyway, unless, like, you know, as we get into it, maybe with your research, you would say differently. But Dale, so I guess I just want to start real quick, because I'm more curious too, and I bet the listener, if they have never heard of you, what really got you into this, you know, phenomenon that we call the supernatural anyway?
Well, basically, it was, believe it or not, my parents and grandparents telling me ghost stories when I was a youngster. And kind of sounds kind of corny, but that's basically what kind of started me off. My parents came from Poland. My dad was kind of the ghost hunter of the family, so to speak. And back in the late 1930s, there's a very famous ghost story in Chicago, Resurrection Mary, a hitchhiking ghost story. It goes back to the 1930s. And my dad had heard about this when he was growing up, obviously, and was younger. And while he was dating my mom back in the late 1930s and early 1940s, that's when the story really took off here in Chicago. So when my dad used to take my mom out to a dinner, a movie, a show, you know, whatever, And always on the way home on a Saturday night, he would run and drive around the cemetery in the middle of the night. My mom was absolutely terrified. She didn't want anything to do with this ghost. And it was later on that, in fact, that was my very first ghost story I was ever told as a youngster. And later on, as I grew older, I wanted to find out these were true stories, or they urban legends, old wives' tales, folklore. And that's what really got me started into kind of tracking down some of these stories I had heard earlier. And then, of course, later on, when I founded the group called the Ghost Trackers Club back in 1977, I worked as a research assistant for 5 years. And then later on, it became the Ghost Research Society in 1982. And I've been traveling all across the country, around the world. I've been to Scotland, England, Wales. Going back there again next year. I'll be taking in Ireland. And try to, just broaden my scope of what I can see and experience in my lifetime.
Very nice. Yeah. I'm not going to lie, Dale. When I found like your ghost research website and found your biography, I was just like, oh my God, because that's probably the longest biography I've seen, but it's awesome. I loved how you separated everything from all your appearances, books, everything. And Dale, as I may say, if you enjoyed chatting with me tonight, I just want to say I got to have you back on anyway, because you know what? One thing that caught my attention in your biography that I don't really think anybody else, again, talked about it anymore is the spirit photography. I feel like that has also shied away. And I used to love going into deeper dives into that, because that's another one that always has fascinated me. But I know we're here on Spook Light or Phantom Light. Which one do you prefer, so that way I can kind of stay with you on it?
I like to call them ghost lights, but ghost lights or spook lights are the two that most often come up. Sometimes they call them corpse candles. I mean, there's all different terminology, but I think for the most part, most spook lights are called either spook lights or ghost lights. And they're kind of interchangeable.
Right. Well, I mean, as I may say too, it all depends on who you're talking with too, because as you were saying with ghost lights, that's like somebody trying to say that souls of a deceased person trying to make contact or something like that. Forgive me too if I start forgetting certain things, but again, this is one of those ones where there's so much to discuss. And when I talk with somebody else about this, it's almost like a different sort of rabbit hole. And I don't know if you kind of found that while, you have looked into the subject maybe prior or maybe even during your research for your book, which is Illuminating the Darkness, by the way, the mystery of Spook Light. That's just for the listeners. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, a lot of these ghost lights that I've investigated and I've researched, I haven't been to every single one of those ghost lights in my book, but I've been to a vast majority of them when I was, especially here in the United States. And it seems like a lot of these, again, you could almost kind of say that this somewhat is urban legend in some cases. But there have been a lot of these stories that I came across that seem to be tied to a specific instance that may have started it. Give you a good example of the Mako light in North Carolina, sometimes known as Joe Baldwin's light. That actually took place where allegedly there was Joe Baldwin was an engineer, conductor in the train. He was back in the rear of the train. One of the cars in the train became detached. And there was another train coming on the same track, and he got off and he's waving his lantern, trying to ward off the other train. And unfortunately, it didn't happen, and it plowed into the other train. And allegedly, he was decapitated. And so the story began to go from there. That what people are seeing along the train tracks in Mako, North Carolina, is actually the lantern carried by a headless Joe Baldwin looking for his head, which is kind of interesting. If you have no head, how can you look for your head? But these are the kind of stories you often get from for possible explanations, and they're very steeply based sometimes in folklore tradition. The interesting thing about this particular light, though, it was actually seen by a president. It was seen by Grover Cleveland when he was he was stopping in Mako, and he was in the back of the train, and he kind of pointed out to one of his people that was with him, and then I guess one of the conductors overheard him say, "What's that strange light down the coming up behind us?" And he said, "Oh, don't worry, Mr. President, that's just Joe Baldwin's light." So he had actually seen that back in the 1880s or so. I think it's about the time period that he would have been president. And unfortunately, to this day, it hasn't been seen anymore. And the reason being is that I was there back in the 1980s, about 86 or 87, and the train tracks are completely removed. They're gone. Okay, so the environment has changed. And when you change something in the environment, sometimes it either does one of two things. It either irritates what might be there in the form of a spirit and is seen more often, or that it simply just goes away. But you could actually see, the area to the left and to the right as you get up there where these train tracks would have been. And I was able to find a couple of railroad spikes from that train tracks. So I have in my collection, part of my Joe Baldwin collection, so to speak. But we went back there again this year, or tried to get back there this year. And I had just planned way too many things, unfortunately, when I was in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, all in like a 5-day span. And we just didn't have the time to get there. And I had a friend with me from England wanted to see it, but I said, well, most likely you're not going to see it because it's never been seen since those train tracks have been removed.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to have to look into that too. But as you were talking, I thought you were like, I was almost getting confused because that almost reminds me of the headless brakeman story in Canada, who also was missing a head. And I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick of his little story, but I don't think I'm going to find it in time. But that's exactly what it reminded me of. And I think he fell, though, as I remember the story well enough, that this brakeman was trying to hurry up, and he tripped, and he basically ended up getting decapitated by the train that was coming. Let me see if I have it right here. Yeah, right here. The legend said that this headless ghost often with a glowing lantern roamed the railway track on rainy nights, possibly still searching for his head. In 1928, a brakeman was making repairs on a rail yard track near the Waterfront Station, Canada, when he slipped on a wet rail and was knocked unconscious. And a passenger train approached and ran him over, decapitating him. So that's interesting that North Carolina almost has something similar.
Yeah, there's others actually that I researched for my book. One called the Hookerman Ghost Light, which I believe is in New Jersey. I have not been out to that train track. In fact, I believe, if I remember correctly, my cover design for my book is actually the Hookerman train tracks. And it's the same idea that there was an accident where somebody was decapitated. And the interesting thing about ghost lights that I've come across is that they seem to be associated with either long, narrow slivers of train tracks, long like roadways, just very, 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 very rural roadways, cemeteries, or bodies of water. Those are the four things that most people will see spook lights at. I mean, there's been many reports of people seeing ghost lights or spook lights in cemeteries. A very famous one is the one in Silver Cliff, Colorado. I've not been out to that one, but that's been reporting that apparently is still going on of just these blue dancing lights that have been seen inside the cemetery after dark. And I could cite so many examples of cemeteries as well. that have this one Bachelor's Grove Cemetery in Chicago, very famous haunted cemetery, had for a number of years a kind of a bluish ghost light that was seen along inside the cemetery, and then even what looked like a red ghost light, kind of like going down the trail towards the cemetery. And in Chicago, there's a few dozen actually of different reports of spook lights, ghost lights. We have one near Maple Lake, which is a man-made body of water, and that's seen on the far shore of the lake. After dusk, it's a kind of like a red laser beam, kind of like intensity light that's been seen there. It doesn't show up, unfortunately, with any regularity. So people that go out there, chances are they probably are not going to see that, but there have been reports consistently back from the early 1970s right up through, well, almost present time, of people going out there. It's a forest preserve, so you're really not supposed to be out there after dusk. But people are out there, they're drinking, they're out there with their girlfriends, or they're just out there just sometimes even fishing late at night. And they'll look across the lake, and there's this red light, very pinpoint, a very, very bright light. And there's absolutely no way to get back there with your car at night. So people are not seeing car headlights, not seeing car taillights. And that's one of when people try to explain ghost lights, that comes up more often than anything else, that it's got to be car headlights or car taillights that people are seeing. The other one that seems to come off quite often is swamp gas. And if you're familiar with swamp gas, phosgene, I think it's called ignis fatuus, or anything that's kind of like a glowy, kind of like light that's given off by decaying wood. That can be seen in swamps, but that's a rare phenomenon. That's not something you would see every night for long periods of time. That would be something that would kind of like maybe glow a little bit and then suddenly just die out, kind of like an ethereal glow, so to speak. It's really kind of creepy if you've ever seen it. I've never seen it, but I have talked to people that have lived near swamps. And some of these people try to say, well, this is just swamp gas, but they don't realize that where these ghost lights are being seen, there's no swamps. So you can't have swamp gas.
Right, yeah. And Vermont, when you go south, like, I don't know how well you know Vermont, but if you go Vermont south toward like Massachusetts, you're going to be running toward like Arlington, Bennington, stuff like that. But from where like I am, you're going to see nothing but swamps and swamps. And then when you finally get to the borderish area, that's when there's more caves and mines. And that's where one of our old like ghost towns is, where it used to be like an old logging road. Then it got turned into like a casino. There is in fact still a cemetery there, but as far as like the railroad track, they aren't there, but they still have some of the old like railroad track nails, if that's the appropriate way to say that.
Spikes or something.
Yeah, the spikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess as far as you now just mentioning inside of the cemetery, I'm assuming that's also because, and again, this is just me speculating as well, but because, I'm kind of still getting into this Phantom Light thing, but I have heard stories. But would you say it's also maybe because maybe some cemeteries have water underneath? I know some cemeteries have water for whatever, maybe to clean, or maybe some cemeteries may allow like real flowers. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, for those that may not have water underneath them, would you say that maybe it's actually the gravestone themselves because of the mineral that they're created with?
There's several different possible explanations for why they would appear inside cemeteries. And one of them has been kind of bandied about back and forth, that is basically methane gas being given off by decomposing bodies. But unfortunately, a lot of these people that are buried there, especially in Bachelor's Grove, were buried back in the 1850s or early 1900s, and their bodies would long have been
Decayed, yeah,
disintegrated by that time. There's also that idea you mentioned about different minerals inside, certain stones, and that goes into what you might call like a piezoelectrical effect, which is actually caused by, giving a really good example, during when Mount St. Helens blew its top in Washington State. There was it's located along a fault line too. On top of that, so these tectonic plates moving that creates the earthquake. Rub against each other, and they create these little bluish dancing lights that are called piezoelectrical effect, and they're caused by in some cases the quartz that are in the stone and other minerals, and they were seen over Mount St. Helens before it blew its top. People were seeing dancing lights on the side of the hill. They had some minor quakes before the big one blew its top, days before. And some of those people that lived, there was a gentleman, I think, that lived right over there by Crater Lake, or maybe that's not the actual name of it, but there's a lake right by Mount St. Helens, and he refused to leave. And, he literally got disintegrated when the pyroclastic cloud came down that mountain and just literally just disintegrated him. But that is something that has been, again, a possible explanation for these spook lights. But because it is so rare for earthquakes and people to see this piezoelectrical effect, I mean, they even seen it in Brown Mountain, North Carolina, which is a very famous Brown Mountain lights, which I was out there back around '83, and I was out there all night on what was called the Route 181 overlook, which is the best vantage point. And I only saw one very brief ping of light out there the whole time I was out there, so I was a bit disappointed. And I've been back there a couple of times and haven't really seen anything. But those lights were actually seen way back before there were cars, automobiles, and even before some of the trains were later put on the train tracks that went through that area. So again, that idea that it's not car headlights and car taillights or train lights, there was a very, very good investigation done back in the 1920s by the Army Corps of Engineers that went out there. And this one gentleman, he was out there for several nights from different observation points, including the Route 181 overlook, Wiseman's View, Blowing Rock, and there was a hotel near Blowing Rock, which had a good vantage point of the Brown Mountains. And his conclusion later on at the end was that most of what he saw was explainable, but there was 2 to 3% that he could not determine what they were. So those could have been the actual spook lights that people have been seeing out there. But there were, at the time that he was doing it, there were, cars, there were trains going through there. So he said that some of what he was seeing was probably train lights kind of going through along the side of the hill and kind of being, going through the tree line and so forth and kind of flickering as it went by. And but he accounted for a certain percentage that he could not explain. And that's very interesting. And it's one of the more famous spook lights in the country. It's to get the Wiseman's View, which is an outstanding view, but it's a very dangerous little road to get up there. It's kind of washed out on the side. There is no guardrail, and you can barely fit a car and a half going up there. So it's scary during the day, but it's even scarier when you try to go up there at night because you're right on the edge of this couple of 100-foot drop.
Right. Yeah, that's what I heard. So, and there's, like you said, it's kind of like really hard to see, and that's what I've also heard. Going back to the lights real quick, did they mention that it? I mean, it acted like a motor vehicle, I guess, for lack of, or was it more bobbing up and down like a person with like a lantern or a headlamp?
Yeah, at the Brown Mountain,
Yeah.
or generally speaking, anywhere. But in Brown Mountain, it seemed to be at least the ones that I have the ones that were not car headlights, car tail lights, or trains or something like that. Some of these actually seem to be it really have been seen over the ridge. In other words, the mountain's here, and you see the light over the mountain, literally up in the sky. And it's not, it's not a plane or satellite or, Venus or something like that. It's literally something that seems to come up from the nearby town, which is Hickory, Lenore, and Morganton. They're all right in that area. And what I think in that case, there is an explanation for that possible again too. And part of it is due to what they call a temperature inversion layer. In other words, you have the city lights on the other side, but you really can't see when you're looking looking here. The city lights are below the horizon or below the mountain peak, so you really can't see them. But on certain conditions, when you have a temperature inversion layer, it can literally create a method that the lights from city lights can literally be refracted or reflected up through this inversion layer and be seen like they're floating over the mountaintop. That's something that was also discussed in several other locations that I was at. But because you have the mountain range right there, it tends to be something that a lot of people put a lot of credence in, because you have the difference in elevation, the difference in temperature. I mean, the cold air is supposed to be below the warm air. Sometimes it's the opposite, and that's when you have that mixing in the environment. And in those cases, sometimes they say that it's been explained that you can see something that's really not a ghost light. Is something just simply reflected light from another faraway point.
So almost like you would take like a light, let's just say for the example here that I'm trying to think of, and like you're shining it to, let's just say like a mirror or something to bounce off the light. It's kind of like that in a way.
Yeah, I mean, but even more so that, and this is kind of strange because you have a lot of city lights over there. I mean, you have street lights, you have cars going past, you have businesses that maybe not closed yet, and McDonald's or whatever, they're all open over there. But you only see maybe one or two lights, and you would think you would see a whole bunch of lights because you got all the city lights here, and if you got that inversion layer, you would think all of those would be reflected up, and you would see a bunch of pinpoints, and it's usually not more than one or two you see at a time. So, I mean, again, those are explanations that people have for these spook lights. Now, I'm not saying they're all 100% true, because some of them are very, very far-fetched, and also some are extremely rare. Now, ball lightning is something else that people say could be spook lights. Ball lightning is extremely rare. Lightning in the shape of a ball it's been produced in laboratory conditions. People can do it in laboratory conditions, and there's some really good videos if your viewers want to simply Google ball lightning laboratory test or something like that. You'll actually see a really nice video of them charging this area up, with a Tesla coil, and hundreds of thousands of volts of electricity, and all of a sudden you see this ping come off of there. It's like a ball and it floats away. It's really amazing. But that is so rare. I mean, again, you can produce that in laboratories, pretty often, I would think, maybe. But in the environment for that to be taking place outside of a laboratory condition is extremely rare. Now, it's not impossible. People have seen ball lightning. But when you talk about a ghost light, I mean, that's not the same thing. I mean, ball lightning would be something that would be caused by an electrical storm coming in, by instability in the atmosphere, and sometimes when people see these ghost lights, they're very clear nights, so it can't be ball lightning. But there was a gentleman that wrote a book, or at least a paper, about this very famous Joplin spook light in Joplin, Missouri, which is one I've been to about at least 10 times. And he insisted that what people were seeing was ball lightning. And I I tried to convince him it wasn't, but he wrote the book anyway. The Joplin spook light is something that is truly an amazing phenomenon, at least when it was seen. The last couple of times I was out there, we didn't see anything. That was kind of disappointing, and also, kind of make me scratch my head a little bit. Like, all these years I was going out there, and you would see this light literally appear just before dawn. It would still be light out. The sun would be going down over the ridge, and you kind of begin to see these lights appearing on the road, and then it would kind of appear literally all night. I mean, not all night, but in very, very long intervals. I mean, you might have 5 or 6 minutes of seeing something, and maybe 10 minutes of nothing, and then 5 or 6 more minutes, all night long until dawn. And what it looked like was simply a kind of a yellow orangey ball of light, and people say it was roughly the size of a soccer ball, roughly, that was seen along the road. When you look at the topography of the area for the Joplin spook light, you're looking at what's called E50, which is what they call Spook Light Road. And then you have, so E50 goes this way, and behind it is the state line. So basically, when you're looking at the light is actually appearing in Oklahoma and not Missouri, because it's actually in Oklahoma. You're standing in Missouri. If you walk over the state line road, then you're automatically in Oklahoma. So this light has been seen by me. I have videotape of this light. I have some great pictures that I took with time-lapse film out there, 35 millimeter. I also had a very, very strange incident one evening. I was out there with several other researchers, and we all had very high-powered binoculars, and we were just going down the road. At that time, it was kind of a gravel road, so it made a lot of noise and it stirred up a lot of dust, so you had to kind of go slow so you didn't destroy your field of vision. And we saw this light, and it wasn't on the road per se. It was off the road, which was unusual, and it was near a barn. And the light was so bright that at first I thought the barn was on fire. And that's how bright it was. So we were watching this light, and everybody, you stopped to get out of the car. I said, look at that. So we were all looking through the binoculars. And suddenly this light kind of went down behind the hill, or a little bit of a ridge right there. And when it went down, it left behind, the best way to explain it would be kind of a twinkling kind of phosphorescent effect. It left behind like a whole bunch of fireflies, but they weren't fireflies, twinkling for a few seconds and then dissipated. And they all went out at the same time. So, and I go, wow, that's pretty weird. And not only that, the light wasn't a ball of light like it had been described, but it was a diamond-shaped object that had a hollow center that you could see trees and bushes through this hollow center. Now, I saw this, and I didn't say, hey, and I didn't tell the other people what I had seen. I said, what are you guys seeing? And they told me the same thing that I was seeing, that it was a diamond-shaped object, hollow center, very bright. When I later on described this to a professional psychic I was working with for my ghost investigations. She said that she believed, in her psychic opinion, that we were in great danger because that could have been a doorway or portal to some other dimension. You know, you hear about vortexes and portals. I believe Joplin, Missouri is a portal haunting. But after it went down behind this hill, we're waiting for it to come back up. It doesn't. So we got in the car. We start creeping up the hill very, very slowly, maybe 5-6 miles an hour. And roughly in the middle of the road, this thing comes up behind a hill about 60 feet away from us. And it sits there and it's like pulsating, you know. And then it goes down behind the hill, again, leaves behind that twinkling effect. And we're waiting for it to come up. Got at the top of the hill maybe 15, 20 seconds later. And whatever it was about 2 miles down the road. It had gotten from here to there in an instant. And I don't know. I've never been able to explain this. I don't know what it is. I've never seen a light like this ever in any of my research or my field trips. And unfortunately, we didn't have back then. I think there was no night shot cameras when we went out there. This was Labor Day weekend of 1982. It was long before they had night shot cameras. We went back to, of course, later on when we had that capability, when we also had the capability of flare cameras and other types of devices under very low light conditions. And we were able to capture some video and some very good still pictures of this light. Now, this light apparently was actually caught by a professional photographer for the Joplin Globe newspaper. There was a reporter named Martha Churchwell who was out there in the 1980s, and you know it's a very common thing that people like to talk about around Halloween. It's a spooky place, you know, and people would go out there and sit there, and they would they'd have their lunch out there, they'd have dinner out there, they'd grab some burgers and some beers, and they'd watch this light all night on the road. She was out there with a professional photographer for an article. And she had set up a camera on a tripod, and she snapped the picture. And when they got the film back, it was amazing because you see the ball of light, and then you see something shooting off into the woods. So in reality, they probably missed it. Maybe it was so fast. This light, whatever it was, split off and shot into the woods. And I have that photograph. It's an amazing photograph. It's in my book on the spook light phenomena. I have never seen that happen before, at least to a photographer. I have heard about eyewitnesses seeing the light splitting off because I was out there one evening and there was a ton of people. They brought on their patio furniture. They were sitting along the road. They were looking at the light. It was a family thing. And it's hard for me to grasp the idea, but I mean, I believe that light was almost intelligent in some fashion because back then when people would turn their lights off and they'd creep up the hill, you'd hear the gravel crunching, and then this thing would just get like paranoid and just wink out or disappear. When I was there, it was really bright down the road. So I said, well, I've got to be pretty close to it. So as I'm creeping, and I'm walking up there actually, and there were some cars further back, and they had their lights off, and they're kind of creeping, and I get a better look. And the people that were sitting in the lounge chairs when I got up there told me that, because I lost track of it for a second, the road is like a series of little hills, you know, so you're at the bottom of the hill, you might not see it until you get near the top of that little hill. But they said that this light, or whatever it was, initially was rolling on the ground and kind of like spitting off pieces of itself, like this phosphorescent effect all over and up and down the road. And I wish I would have been able to see that myself, but I just missed it by maybe no more than about a few minutes. And then it suddenly rose up, they said, about 12 feet off the ground and shot in the woods in both directions and was gone.
Oh my God! Wow.
So this light, when this light is there and it's visible, it's probably, in my opinion, the best example of a ghost light and an observable ghost light that people can actually see, photograph, watch, videotape, so forth. But unfortunately, in the last few years, it's been kind of like hit or miss whether or not it's going to be out there or not. But it is an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so so Dale, I want to go back to a few things that you said just to kind of clarify too, just in case I did miss it. So going back to the barn, when you said it almost looked like it was on fire, so I'm assuming that was an orange light then.
It was kind of like an orangey, kind of yellowish light, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then from the barn to the hill, how far apart were them before it took off to, like you were saying, 2 miles away from that area?
Well, when we first saw it in this it's kind of like a little holler. You know, that we were at, and we were kind of looking up towards this barn area, and it was like in front of the barn, and like I said, you could see through it.
Oh, gotcha.
The barn. So then the barn was probably, I would say, maybe 100 feet off the road, something like that, give or take.
Right.
And so for it to travel from the barn to where we saw it coming up on the road, it wouldn't have been very far for it to suddenly appear in front of us.
Right. Okay. And then you were mentioning the photographs, which you captured, which you said you have it. I don't have the book, unfortunately, to see it for myself. So I guess the way I'm trying to ask this, just in case too, is like, so would this photograph that we captured, was it almost like a do I want to say like a beam of light, or like a oh God, I'm losing the train of thoughts here. Of like maybe like a ball of light falling from the sky or something, but it's like, shooting off kind of thing.
Well, throughout that weekend we were out there for 3 days, Memorial Day weekend, 1982, and we were out there every night from literally from dusk until dawn. We were getting back around 4 o'clock in the morning, getting back to our hotel and just getting some hours of sleep, and then going back out there again. And the pictures that I took, well, first of all, the video I took is it just looks like a kind of like a white light almost to me, kind of whitish, kind of maybe pale yellow. And I had my camera zoomed in to the maximum that I could, because otherwise you would have probably only seen like a little tiny pinpoint of light in the darkness. So I had to zoom in to the maximum. And unfortunately, it was a handheld video, because it just suddenly popped up, and I didn't even have the chance to get it on the tripod. So I'm trying to hold it as steady as I can, but I'm moving it a little bit. So the light's not doing all this. That's just me with the camera a little bit. But it was pretty amazing. And the way it disappeared was even crazier, because instead of just a light disappearing like that, it slowly faded out, and then it was gone. And it did this several times, where it looked like it was getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then it was just gone. And that happened several times, not only that weekend, but other times when we were out there to observe the light, even through binoculars. We had some really good binoculars. In fact, I even brought a 4-inch reflecting telescope out there one year, and I had purchased a camera mount, so I could take pictures through the telescope with my 35 millimeter camera. But unfortunately, it drizzled pretty much almost the whole weekend, and I couldn't bring the telescope out, because it would get water droplets on the mirror, and then it would be real a pain to try to get those washed off or whatever. So we couldn't use that, unfortunately, but we brought it out there as a possibility to do that. When I took the pictures, and I have some really, really good pictures, from the road, just using a 35 millimeter color film, and using kind of a long exposure, maybe a few seconds, because I was using 400 speed film, 400 ASA, which is pretty fast film, and you kind of see this orange ball, kind of a pale orange ball, just kind of sitting on the roadway, and you can see the silhouette of cars and the road and the trees very, very well, because it was a perfect exposure. It wasn't just a light and darkness. You could see around it. You could see the road. You could see the tree line. You could see the cars alongside the road and everything. And this light is just looks like it's just sitting on the road. And again, the light in that area. Now there is a highway that goes. You got Spook Light Road going this way, and you got another highway kind of going this direction, which is Route 40, which is an interstate. However, again, going to the topography of the area, which we checked out, we wanted the elevations for everything. You would not be able to see the cars from Route 40 because they would be below the horizon. Spook Light Road has a higher elevation than this. So there's no way you would have been able to see that unless you go by the theory that, again, temperature inversion layer somehow reflected them out there, but not every single night. This wouldn't have happened. And we tried so many experiments. We actually have a huge map that we put together, and it actually showed that this road, Spook Light Road, goes 2.5 miles from the Missouri-Oklahoma border, and then makes a sharp left angle turn, and then goes that direction. So what we were looking at here was looking like down 2.5 miles, and there were instances where we actually had seen cars, real cars, coming down, because you can go through binoculars and you can say, oh, there's two lights here. Oh, it's a car. And so you can see a car coming towards you. But as this car was coming towards us, above the car was the spook light. You could see this light above the car, quite different in configuration and brightness and hue. It was quite different.
Not to interrupt you, Dale, but
sure.
I just wanna ask too, because of this car thing, and I don't know if it was around that time yet. I kind of forget sometimes, but you know how like they have the portable spotlight that you can connect into your cigarette lighter or whatever, and you can like kind of mount them on your car. It wasn't something like that, right?
No. I mean, again, even if there would have been somebody coming down that road, you would think they'd probably have their headlights on anyway. I would think. I don't think I ever saw anybody ever during our investigations ever come down with a spotlight attached to their thing. Now, we actually brought a 2 million candle power spotlight ourselves to plug in the cigarette lighter, and I had one car go all the way to the end of the 2.5 mile road and shine it back towards us. And it looked a little similar, but it was simply white. And you could tell by looking at it that it was an incandescent light rather than whatever this light was made out of.
Okay, so that brings up another question then. So from what you were seeing of this spook light to this test that you were just doing, was it dimmer than the spook light then? I know you said
the spook light would have been a bit dimmer than than the 2 million candle power spotlight, because I mean that you can literally see that from about 5 miles away. That light is so. If you were to go on a long, uninterrupted view, a 5 mile view, and you turned it on 5 miles away, you would see that light. It's that bright. Wow. In fact, we actually used that light to debunk another spook light in Indiana, which I can talk about in a little bit, called the Moody light. And that we debunked that light as being car headlights and taillights.
Okay. Would that is that the one that would like a reflection?
Well, no, the Moody light is in Rensselaer, Indiana, and the story behind that is now again, could be probably folklore, but it was Farmer Moody. He had a farm, and there's several stories. Either his girls got lost at night, the Indians got the girls, or some bad people got the girls, or whatever, and they were kidnapped. And so Farmer Moody came out there with his lantern looking for his girls. He never found them, and the light you see is supposedly the light from Farmer Moody.
Looking for them, I'm assuming then.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
So basically, I mean, he would have passed now, okay, but he's still looking for his girls, and that light you can easily detect through when you first see it, as it diffuses quite nicely within binoculars into two lights. So you can say, well, okay, there you go. It's simply headlights, and that's all we were seeing pretty much the whole time we were there. Now, one of those stories behind the light is if you sit on that road, and it's supposed to be an old tree that used to was kind of the landmark, but now it's only a tree stump, and you kind of turn all your car headlights off, and then you flash your bright lights 3 times, and then it suddenly appears. Now, I actually did a segment for a company called Mystery, Magic, and Miracles, and it was actually Patrick McNee was actually the host of the show from the Avengers. And this James Romanovich, who was the producer, he was the producer of that show, but then he also did a show of the Moody light, and he did the same thing. He went out there, he flicked the lights 3 times, and then suddenly you see this light suddenly appear down the road. But if you again look at the topography of the area, you're looking down a road and you're having a road come at an angle. So eventually you'll see the light, and all of a sudden you won't see the light because it'll get out of your line of perspective. And you can watch that light. You can see those cars coming down that road all night and doing the same thing. So that one was pretty easily debunked. We went back there last year and the year before. We had multiple people. In fact, we had we saw it from just a very slightly different angle, actually, but it's the same angle. So basically, you're looking down the road, you see the cars come towards you, and then they turn off. So suddenly it looks like they disappear, but really all they did has turned off. Now, if you're looking, so we had one car at the observation point. I sent the other car across. You had to go. This is a big cornfield in front of us. So you have to go all the way around to get on the other side and come towards us. And I said, every so often we had 2-way radio. I said, flash your bright lights. And we could see it very clearly from where we were at. So I said, now put your bright lights on and keep them on, and then make the turn to your right. And sure enough, it did the same thing everybody was seeing. Comes towards you, really bright, turns and disappears. So that was pretty easily debunked. We also debunked another one in Watersmeet, Michigan, called the Paulding light.
Before we get into that one, Dale, I'll go back to the barn light one it was the same one. The one where it was the same one where it split into 2, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I guess my last question about that one, real quick, and then you can proceed on with this one because I'm curious about this one now. But anyway, so the one that split into 2, how can we say that it wasn't just one and then it split, or was it like we hear about like UFOs or whatever where sometimes multiple ones will kind of look like it's one and then split off. So yeah. How can we say it wasn't multiple, or was it just one, I guess?
Yeah, we really can't say. I mean, I really couldn't say it, to be totally honest with you. All I will know is that the photograph that the Joplin Gold photographer took from Martha Churchwell, you clearly see this big ball, okay, and then you suddenly see a streak coming from it, and at the end a smaller ball. Now, I mean, because she had it on a time lapse, so she basically had it on a tripod, and she kind of, snapped it and kept it open for, several seconds, because it's pitch dark out there. You wouldn't be able to overexpose the film pretty much, unless someone came over the hill and hit you with the bright lights, and then it'd be, toast. But I think she told me that when they were out there, they didn't actually see that light split, but they got it on the camera. And that's something that I've seen and I've experienced at other spook light locations where I didn't see the light, but yet I was able to photograph it. And that happened at multiple locations.
And you know what? Well, this will actually wrap this one up nice too, because you already mentioned you had a video of it and now photos of it. You also hear sometimes that it's very hard to capture this phenomenon, really, on anything. From what I hear, would you agree with that?
Yes and no, depending on which spook light you're looking at. If you're looking at the Joplin spook light back from like 1980s through maybe the mid 1990s, I mean, you would, if you were out there, it was out there, and you could, if you had a camera, you could probably capture it pretty easily. One thing we noticed though is when we were on the other side, we were in Missouri looking into Oklahoma. We were literally on the county line road, the state line road. Sometimes if you set up a camera or a video machine, tape machine on a tripod, you didn't always see the light, even though it was being seen. And that's kind of strange, because I think it's because of the topography of the area. If you got up too low, you couldn't see over the hill. You had to be up a little bit higher to see over the hill. So sometimes people were saying they were seeing, and I say, well, where? I'd have to go down like maybe 10, maybe a couple feet further down, and oh yeah, there it is. But I couldn't see it looking, standing straight up, erect, and looking down, the road there. And I mean, that light has been seen. Literally, there's a cow pasture right next to that intersection there. And there was a gentleman that used to run a museum called the Spook Light Museum. His name was Garland Middleton, but everybody called him Spooky Middleton. And he had pictures of the light. He had a little free museum. He would give away like soda pop for free. He had binoculars that he would give everybody a chance to look through it for 10 cents a peek, something like that. He wasn't trying to make money, but he had seen the light so many times. He had told me that there was one instance that this light was literally seen moving amongst the cattle in the in the cow pasture, and the cattle just kind of looked at it and didn't pay much attention to it, like it wasn't there at all. And I mean, it would get really close. It would be far away. It apparently travels at a pretty incredible speed when it wants to get away from somebody or some viewer or something. If you're getting too close, it's just like it's gone. Whether it's going in through just moving very, very quickly down the road, or if it's actually going into some sort of portal or interdimensional doorway and then popping up somewhere else down the road. Because of that, the sighting that I saw to this day, I can't explain. But it would be consistent to other stories I'd heard of other locations, and not just spook lights, but just haunted buildings, haunted locations, where there have been so-called portal hauntings.
Okay. So, man, you're opening up questioning for me now, stuff. So, man, so okay, I guess I should ask this just because now I'm curious. So, the last person I talked with about spook lights, his name was Ronald Murphy Jr. he was part of a documentary thing, and I don't know if you're familiar with Small Town Monsters, but they tried to do like a Phantom Light documentary. He was part of it. One of the guys that were part of this documentary, I guess, it wasn't on this documentary per se, as far as I'm aware. I don't think it was, but he did mention though how he had an experience where the spook light got so close to him that he was able to try to reach out with his hand. But once he did that, it like not just vanished, but it also erupted his retina. I don't know if you've heard any type of or have any stories regarding people getting harmed by these things because they were too close.
No, actually, I not that I've come across. I mean, the one that comes to mind is the one that was seen in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, first seen in 1971 by a Joliet man named Jack Hermansky. He said he saw this blue light, pulsating blue light in the cemetery. He was by himself, pretty brave. It's the middle of nowhere, and he's out there by himself. And he sees this pulsating thing, maybe about the size of a 16-inch soccer ball or softball or something like that. And he would go out and he would try to reach out to touch it, and it would just weak out. It would disappear. And so then he kind of looked around and he turned around, and it's like right behind him. It's like right behind him. So he turns around and he does the same thing. He tries to reach out to touch it, and it disappears. And he said he did this for several minutes, off and on, back and forth, was never able to get from maybe a couple of feet away before it would disappear, before he would reach his hand up. Now, a year later, there was a woman named Denise Travers who came out there in 1972. And she was with a group of friends, I assume. And she saw the same type of phenomenon, this blue, pulsating blue light, which hasn't been seen in many years, by the way. But she reached out to touch it, and she said her hand went right through this light. She was able to put her hand through the light. She said she felt no heat, no cold, no sensation at all. It was like putting her hand through nothing. Now, as soon as she did that, it kind of like dissipated, and and it was a one-time thing. As different with Jack Hermansky, he was chasing this thing all night. It was like almost that she had disrupted the integrity of this spook light, whatever it was made of. And now I assume that, first of all, it's light, obviously. It's a visible light. I also assume that there has to be an energy of some kind, and it's most likely electric or electromagnetic. We went out there.
Oh, sorry, Dale. I was just going to say, and that's one thing I wanted to actually bring up too, or because we kind of mentioned it before, which is, did any of these people mention, like, it almost felt like, as we mentioned before, they felt maybe electricity in the air, or was it nice and, like nice, calm weather, I guess. I guess I don't really know a good way to put it, like non-electrical feel. Right.
I mean, there have been some that have picked up kind of like a like when you go across the floor on a carpet and you touch something and you zap yourself. I mean, they have that kind of feeling, kind of like a charging on their arms, and maybe their hair will stand up on the back of their neck, and their hair will stand up on their arm. That's happened to me a few times at different locations. So that's usually caused by static electricity, which again is electricity nonetheless, and it's a measurable energy because we actually have a static field detector, a negative ion detector that we bring along that can actually pick up. And it's so sensitive that literally you can turn this device on, you can take a comb and comb hair a couple times, and it'll set it up just by the static electricity. So it's very, very
handy. Yeah.
Very handy. And also we bring out other gauge meters or EMF detectors, which pick up not only, will pick up more of electromagnetic energy, which is the combination of the two. And there are places along the Spook Light Road where we literally felt for lack of a better term, kind of a zone of fear. And I go back because if you remember John Keel with the Mothman prophecies in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the Mothman, I was there actually, and
Oh wow.
John Keel went out there in '67, and he went down past this old TNT factory where they saw these red glowing eyes, and supposedly this Mothman is there. And it was broad daylight, and he parked his car, and he was walking, and all of a sudden he walked into what he could describe as a zone of fear. It was like an anxiety attack. And the same thing happened to me along Spook Light Road in that holler I was talking about. The last time it didn't happen, but the time before that, it was the weirdest feeling. It was kind of a fight or flight fear. You wanted to just either fight or just run. And so I kind of backed out of it, and I was fine. I walked back into it. It happened again. And so that is an area. Now, I don't know how to explain that. I mean, is it something that the environment is charged, or is it caused by the spook light, or is it like a portal or something? I really don't know. I mean, as a scientist, I can't explain it. I'm not a I don't have enough expertise to explain what this could have been, but it did have physical sensations on your body. And I never got hurt, but I mean, I got an anxiety attack, and other people with me that evening also felt the same thing.
Right, and I can't think of the term right now, but I can. Maybe you can help me here if you know what I'm trying to get at. But we also hear this type of phenomenon with cryptid, especially with Bigfoot, where there's that weird field like you can step in and step out of. Wow, my brain is farting on what they call that, but yeah, that's exactly the same thing. They can step in and out, and they can feel like dread all over them, and then they can take a couple steps right back out, and they're fine.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the Joplin Road to me is a classic example of a portal haunting, because it's not just the spook light that people see, the physical sensations that they feel, but there have been there was a very rare magazine that I was able to pick up back in the 1980s. And it talks about other things that happened there, including UFO sightings, also some sort of cryptid or type of Bigfoot type creature, hairy creatures that were seen. And even people that lived very close to that road claimed that they had either hauntings and or poltergeist phenomenon going on at the same time. So this whole gamut of stuff happening in a very small area, and then all of a sudden it would happen for days or weeks, and then suddenly like the door closes and nothing happens. And there are so many examples. I gave a presentation on what I call portal hauntings that besides Bachelor's Grove and the Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and the Joplin, Missouri. I mean, there was just several of these areas that multiple things happen to eyewitnesses or residents in the area over a period of time, and they would call them, in UFO terminology, you would call it a flap, where they would have a huge amount of UFO activity suddenly, and then bam, it just flatlines and there's nothing there anymore. And that happens along some of these locations. So I often wonder if what we're also experiencing here isn't some sort of, for lack of a better term, almost a rip in the fabric of time and space.
Yeah.
Which is scary. It's
just
scary. But yet it's fascinating to experience, though. As long as you're not in any type of danger, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And going back to that documentary that I'm mentioning, which for your sake, just in case you've never heard of it, but yeah, it's by Small Town Monsters. They call it The Phantom Light. It's a documentary, like I said, on YouTube. It's free to watch. I can send you it afterward, Dale, if you would like.
Yeah.
And one other thing they mentioned too, besides this person getting hurt, but the main director of the documentary at some point started to feel ill, kind of like sickly, and he even felt unbalanced. So the fact that you're actually sharing these, saying like these people just were okay, it's interesting to hear that, because it doesn't seem like if these are intelligent life, which I do agree, some of these have to be intelligent for what they do, but it almost seems like maybe wherever you are, maybe region wide might be a better term for this, but it seems like they might have their own defense, I guess. Like maybe they're used to people, maybe they're not used to people, kind of thing. Kind of like with animals and humans, sometimes we got to build trust in order to, like I can give an example. Like Dale, you and I did it the first time we're talking to each other. I gotta gain your trust, just like you gotta gain my trust, type of thing. And if we feel off about it, then yeah, we're gonna part ways. Same with meeting animals. You're either going to get bit or you're not going to get bit. So I almost feel like deep light, depending on where you are, has its own relationship with the land, if that even makes sense.
And I think it may also have a lot to do with what's in the environment.
That too.
I mean, are there electric lines nearby? Are there high tension power lines that would feed into this effect? Is there a fault? Because there actually, believe it or not, there is a fault in Missouri called the New Madrid fault line, which we actually experienced a minor tremor in my area probably about 20 some years ago. Of course, I was asleep. I never felt a thing.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, that could be something too. It could be the frequency of what you're experiencing. I mean, maybe it's not as intense as it was in one that you're talking about where the guy had his eye problems. Maybe it wasn't as intense as it is here someplace else. I mean, there's so many different variables and factors involved in from place to place to place that, I mean, they're all similar type phenomena, but not always similar experiences.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Since you opened up the worm a few times, I guess I'm going to dive into it too, which is portals. So, I can go into this for like a little bit and then everything else. But so again, I call this another rabbit hole or, whatever you want to call it, portal hole, whatever you call, what was it? Portal haunting? Was that how you worded it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So going back to that story or the eyewitness that you were mentioning that saw these lights around cemeteries. Again, I'm just going to just open it up now, which is, so one interesting cryptid that has now also crossed my eyes. I've heard about it, but now I'm like really stepping foot more into the cryptid light kind of thing, which is Dogman. We hear sometimes the Dogmen are seen around cemeteries. Same with these lights. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is there maybe a connection there with these things? Did this person just see spook lights, nothing else? That would be amazing. And then we can also go into now you mentioning UFOs and stuff. I mean, I forget where it started. Maybe you can tell me, but people think somehow UFOs and Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them, are somehow even connected to UFOs. So I guess what I'm trying to ask you is, what is your opinion on these theories, I guess?
Well, I mean, I've been to places where there have been dog creatures, dogmen, and cryptids. One in Indiana, one probably the more famous one, the Beast of Bray Road in Wisconsin. We actually investigated that, and we actually caught something on a flare camera of a upright hairy thing that came out of the cornfield. And when we shined a spotlight back at it, it was still showing up on the FLIR. So it was apparently something in a different frequency. It wasn't on a visible visible frequency was something that, more like the body heat from the flare picked it up, nothing else. But I think that, some of these cryptids would kind of fit into that same avenue as kind of Bigfoot would be, or the Yeti, the Momo, the Missouri Monster, even in some cases, maybe even lake monsters kind of fit into all that, because they're all would be under the same term of cryptozoology. I think that it's entirely feasible that these things are interdimensional. A very good example of that being the guy who owns the Bray Road Farm, Lee Hampel, showed us pictures the first time we were there in the snow of tracks, and they appeared to be almost wolf-like in appearance, but they weren't on fours, they were on twos. They were walking upright.
Bipedal.
Walking, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of this field with snow, suddenly the footprints stop. They don't go to the left, they don't go to the right, they don't go back, they don't go forward. They just stop. Where did that thing disappear to? Did it disappear into a portal, into an interdimensional doorway? I can't explain that. I mean, I looked at the photographs. They're extremely convincing. I do have copies of those photographs, and they're very convincing. They just stop in the middle of the cornfield, and covered with snow. No way for that to leave without making more tracks.
Oh my God, Dale, I think you solved the mystery for me, because I've heard about this story, and I think this is the same one. So this was from Bray Road or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I forget.
Wisconsin.
So, because this is the example I keep bringing up to people, is the snow, because I remember the story being snow. So this must be what I'm thinking of every time I bring that example up. So I appreciate you for sharing that, because that just confirmed and now tells me where this story actually comes from. So I appreciate that. Yeah, that's why I've defined it, like it's I don't even know how to even begin with this. Like, if it is flesh and blood, then how come? And that's how I bring up the example is, then why do these footprints just disappear, especially in snow? And most of the time, from what I get told, is, well, maybe they're re-following the tracks back.
Yeah, but if you did that, you would see a double print more or less on there. And I mean, they're very, very, very clearly that they're just moving, and all of a sudden they stop. I mean, what, did a helicopter come over and pick it up and take it away? Was it a UFO? Was it a doorway? I mean, who knows what it was?
Right. Yeah.
But speaking of documentaries, I mean, the one documentary you should try to find is one called "A Light at the End of the Road," which was produced about the Joplin Spook light. And I was able to get a copy of that. I don't know if it's still available, but you can try to Google it. It's called "The Light at the End of the Road."
End of the road or end of the tunnel?
End of the road.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
I haven't looked it up in a long time. I bought this probably 20 years ago, maybe, so it may not still be there. But in fact, I even got it on VHS, so it shows you how long ago it was. It's a pretty old thing. I wanted to get it transferred to DVD eventually, because VHS tapes eventually they start to break down the media. The magnetic recording tape starts to lose its resonance, and it doesn't play very well afterwards.
Yeah, I'm finding this like 2009 drama one, which I don't think that's the one.
No, this goes back probably at least 20 years, if not more.
Yeah, I'll try to do some digging, because right now the only one that's being brought up is the 2009 one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to do some digging.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent one that I remember. It wasn't I won't say a real professional job, but it was a good job putting this stuff together about the spook light.
Yeah, I'll try to do my best, see what I can dig up.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So yeah, that kind of confirms that. I guess if you want to, if you still have time, Dale, because I don't know how much longer you would like to talk, but you wanted to bring up that one other spook light there from Michigan, was it?
Yeah, Upper Peninsula, Michigan. It's called the Paulding light.
Yes.
When I first heard about it, it was called the Waters Meet Ghost light. Again, certain towns wanted to claim the spook light for themselves. In the instance of the Joplin light, Joplin, Seneca, Hornet, and Neosha all want to claim it as their own. They're all 4 neighboring little towns. Well, not so big. Some are very tiny, like the Hornet and the Seneca, but the other 2 cities are pretty big. Here in for the Paulding light or this Watersmeet light, they're both fairly decent sized cities, and that light was first told to me by people that were in my group, and they said, "Well, I'll tell you right now, it's definitely car headlights and car taillights, but there's a lot of folklore and legend." And I said, "Well, that's okay. I still like to make a trip just to check it out for myself and to go into folklore and legend, which I love, because folklore and legends, they start from somewhere. Somebody starts a folklore, a legend, an old wives' tale, and then maybe they add on to it throughout the years and throughout the decades, and it becomes nothing like the original story." So anyway, this light has been seen coming down from a top of a hill, not too far away from a cemetery, believe it or not, and down Route 45. There's 45 and there's Old 45, and the Old 45 is just about maybe a couple hundred feet to the west of the 45, which is the main road. So the observation point is a location called Robbins Pond Road. And in fact, when we went there, we went to a restaurant and they had placemats. And the placemat said, "While in Watersmeet, visit this mystery light." And they gave directions how to get there. It showed a map where to park and so forth. And we already knew this, but I said, "Can I get a couple of these to take home, these placemats?" So I got a couple of these, and they're very hard to find. But anyway, you park there at Robbins Pond Road, and you see this light coming down the hill. And sometimes it changes from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Sometimes it changes from white to red, from red to white. And so we were there for a whole weekend, and we did everything from topographical maps and elevation. We talked to eyewitnesses. We talked to forest rangers. We located a guy named Bill Kingsley, who had sent me some interesting photographs he had taken out there to see where he was taking those photographs from. And we did our own experimentation. So we figured, because the people that had brought me up here said it was most likely car headlights and taillights. So we went by that assumption at first that it could be something natural. And so we did some stopwatch tests, cars coming down the hill and passing by the Robbins Pond Road over here, and how long it would take from when you first saw the lights until they went past you. So we did stopwatches for about a dozen cars to get an average amount of time from there to there at an average speed of 55 miles an hour. So we named it, it came down to so many seconds and blah, blah, blah. So almost any time we would see a light, we could say, okay, 50 seconds later it's going to pass. There it is. It just passed us right there. We were doing that all night. I said, okay, well, that might not be good enough proof for people. So I told my brother, take my car up the hill, way up the hill, and then turn around and then come down the hill, and every 5 seconds, flash your bright lights off and on. Flash, 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 flash. And I'm videotaping it down at the observation point, and sure enough, comes a car. All of a sudden, bright, dim, bright, dim, bright, dim, and it's the same path that all these lights were apparently being seen. So we debunked it as being car headlights and taillights. Now, people said, well, how can you explain the red and the blue shift? Well, okay, when you look at a long, narrow road that seems to go on for infinity, if you notice your perspective, the roads almost seem like they kind of merge way in the distance. So if you have a car that's going away from you up the hill with red tail lights in the right lane, and then the left lane, you have a car coming down with white headlights, the white car is going to be closer to you, so it's actually going to look like it changes from red to white. See what I'm saying? It goes right in front of it. And that's exactly what was taking place. And the idea that it went to 2s and 4s, well, that was with the naked eye. If you look at it with binoculars, you would see it was 2 headlights, 2 tail lights, or 2 cars, or 2 cars going one direction, 2 cars going the other direction. So we basically debunked it as simply car headlights and taillights, as we did with the Moody light. Now, there have been some others that we went to recently that I haven't had a chance to do much investigating with. We went to Georgia. We saw the Screven ghost light. That was in the middle of nowhere. I wish we would have had more time. We could have set up. We had cameras and everything to set up. It was very, very rural area out in the middle of cornfields. It was perfect observation. That is interesting because I had a camera set up and I took some photographs, and I didn't see anything. When I got back, one of my photographs shows a light in the middle of the railroad tracks.
Interesting.
Same kind of thing like when I was saying when you in Joplin and you look a certain way, you can see it, and you crouch down, you can't see it, or so forth. It's perspective. It's the topography of the area. So I have to look at that more carefully. I have that image. I have to put it into one of my software programs that I use to analyze ghost photographs and see if I can lighten it up and see if there's a car attached to that light, or if it's simply a disembodied light that's just floating up there. But
wow, well, that's crazy. And while you've been talking, I've been trying to do some digging again for this documentary. I found a few others, but I don't know. The one that you're speaking of, was it based on or around Missouri and Oklahoma, or
yeah, I would say so. I mean, I can look for you when we go off if you want, and I could go over and dig it out real fast for you.
Yeah, well, the reason why I'm asking is because I found one on Tubi. I just don't know what the year is, unfortunately, but this is called Into the Light, an exploration of the spook light phenomena. But down underneath for like the little, plot, it says researchers unpack the truth behind the mysterious lights observed between Missouri and Oklahoma that have baffled scientists for over a century. There's that one. And then I see another one where I don't really know the title of this, but it looks like it's from the Joplin Globe. And this one talking about a spook light spotlight. There's a documentary featuring the something involving the Hornet, and then I can't really see what else it says. But
yeah, that's another. Like I said, it's sometimes called the Hornet spook light. So that's another small town that's right there. They call it the Hornet, the Joplin, the Neosha, the Seneca. They sometimes even call it the Tri-State spook light. So there's all different names to it, but I've always just called it the Joplin spook light because it's the largest of the 4 cities.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's all I got for you, really, unfortunately, because, otherwise there's one from 2018, which that can't be right. That can't be as recent as you're saying, so.
No.
Yeah. Well, all right, Dale. Well, maybe we should just put a pause on our chat for now. That way, people can observe all this now, just like me. I need to go back and listen to this again because there's so much stuff here. But I figured I'd want to reach out to you because, like I said, when I saw your biography and saw how long you've been, doing this, I was just like, I have to see if you would be interested because you would know you've been doing this for so long that it would just be interesting to see or hear some of the similarities or differences. And from this conversation alone, I've already learned like there definitely seems to be something going on, whether it be in this region or this region, because if people are getting hurt by these things and some aren't, then yeah, what's going on with that? I guess I don't even have a good answer for that.
Yeah, the last thing I would probably say is that if we were able to measure some of these electromagnetic fields with some of our equipment. I don't know if in the case of the people that got hurt, if they had any type of meters like that would have indicated what had caused it or so forth. But usually, electromagnetic fields, unless they're extremely high, really extremely high, I mean, in the hundreds of milligauss, wouldn't probably explode your eyes. Because I've actually been into a location where one of my EMF meters had a 237 milligauss reading, but the only thing I got was a pounding headache, which is basically what you call EMF hypersensitivity, where you can actually get headaches, skin irritations, rashes, and even in some cases hallucinate at the extremely high fields. I mean, this is something that's been studied, and that's why some of these devices that people use for hunting ghosts and so forth really were meant to be used for the purpose of detecting high EMF fields in your home that might be dangerous, and then how then for you to fix that where you weren't in any danger. So like some of the early Gauss meters, the K2 meters, things of that nature. They weren't initially coming out to be ghost hunting gear. They were coming out to be simply to detect strong fields inside of a home, or microwave leakages from your microwave, or short circuits or arcs in some of your electrical wiring systems, stuff like that. So,
right. And do I want to also add, because of some of the things that you were talking about, would that be some form of like what would they call that, like a microwave radiation, or however that works? Maybe
it could be microwave. It could be, radio waves. I have a device. I have a tri-field natural EM meter that picks up electrical, magnetic, electromagnetic, radio, and microwave. And the microwave is the dangerous one, because that's the one that'll fry you a little bit. That's why those devices were meant to, in case you had a microwave oven and you could put it next to it and it showed that it was leaking, then you should get rid of that thing and buy a new one. But as far as light sources, obviously the UV light is the more dangerous than the infrared light, because the UVA and UVB, that's what causes blindness when you look into the sun. It's not the heat from the sun, it's not the light from the sun, it's the UV rays. We have UV detectors, we have UV flashlights, and we also have full spectrum cameras that work under the premise of full spectrum, infrared, visible, and UV. So.
Very nice, Dale. Well, Dale, before I let you go, you mentioned you have your Ghost Research Society, and I guess for everybody else that, like I said, that now know who you are, that may have not have known about you until this, where can people keep up to date with everything that you're doing? And you know what? Going back to you talking about videos and the photos that you have, are those all up on your website as well, or do you have like a YouTube channel, or how can people see that?
I have, first of all, they can get a hold of me through my website, ghostresearch.org. There's a mailbox icon in the bottom they can click on, or they email me at Dale at ghostresearch.org. I also have a YouTube channel, and I also have a Facebook page for my timeline for Ghost Research Society and for my ghost tours, excursions into the unknown. I have written 6 books on the subject, including the one on spook lights. Those books are available on the website. What was the other question you had? It was I forget.
No, I think that was it, actually. You kind of mentioned it because I was just asking you where people can keep up to date with you, where people can see your videos and photos, and yeah, I think that was it. If there was anything else, go for it.
Yeah, there's actually a section on the site. If you go to the left side of the page and look for, it's called GRS Investigations, which stands for Ghost Research Society Investigations. You click on that, it'll take you to a page. That's everything's alphabetical, so it's not chronological. It's alphabetical. So if you went down to see the Joplin spook light, or to see the Watersmead spook light, or to see the Moody light, or any of those lights that we investigated, they're all in there. And then, of course, the footage of the video of the Joplin light is in there, including some of those very cool photographs that we were able to take that evening.
Very nice, like the one with the tail, I guess, right?
Yes, that's definitely in there. Yep.
Very nice. All right, Dale. Well, it's been a pleasure, and I mean, maybe after this, if I can think of anything else regarding spook lights, I'll have to have you back on, and we can talk again to share some more awesome
Absolutely.
stuff. Yeah. And for everybody else listening, thank you so much for listening. And if you enjoyed it just like I did, re-listen to this and take notes, because I know I'm going to have to, because this was awesome. So once again, that's Dale from the Ghost Research Society, and check all his stuff out. And remember, people, keep your eyes open, because you just never know what is going to appear in front of you. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Beyond Haunted Vermont. And if you have a story that is inside the Green Mountains or beyond the Green Mountains, please contact us by visiting hauntedvermont.org, or you can email us at hauntedvermont802@gmail.com. Now, nonetheless, before I start spittering and sputtering and everything else, we have a very interesting special guest today who I will actually just bring on right now before I even butcher his last name again. Tom Mihok. Tom, thank you for joining us. You are basically a cryptozoologist. You're a paranormal investigator. You have formed the Pennsylvania Hills Bigfoot, I think. Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society. There it is. And then you're also part of the Fay West Paranormal. But you're also appearing, I think it's just the Phantom Light documentary that Small Town Monsters had did. And I forget if you're actually on the Sasquatch Unearthed the Ridge, which was technically the original series of it before Phantom Lights, I'm pretty sure is how that worked. But anyway, you can correct me with all this anyway. But Tom, welcome aboard.
Thanks very much for having me. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a field investigator with the Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society. Eric Altman is our director. I did form the Penn Hills Paranormal Group a while back when I used to focus a lot on hauntings and more strictly paranormal type cases. really now I focus mostly on the cryptozoology. I've been researching with Eric Altman, Stan Gordon here in Western Pennsylvania, focusing mostly on the Chestnut Ridge.
On the Chestnut Ridge, yeah,
Yeah,
which looked to be like a crazy hotspot for the mysterious whites, which I guess for the conversation, because I talked to Ronald Murphy, I talked to another guy recently by the name Dale Kaczmarek, and I noticed Ronald liked to call them Earthlights, Dale liked to call them Ghost Lights. So I guess for this conversation, for I can stick with how you like to look at them, what do you call them?
I mean, earth lights, orbs, spirit lights. I mean, I really don't have one particular name for them because we really don't know what they are. I'm good friends with Ron Murphy. I investigate with him as well. In fact, Ron was with us the night that I had my first of two experiences. But yeah, I mean, we really don't know what they are, so it's hard to really pin down a name for them. I mean, if somebody focuses their research on the UFOs or UAPs, they would tend to call them mini UFOs. Some people refer to them as earthlights, elementals, will-o'-the-wisp. It really just depends on what your background's in, I think. Because like I said, nobody really knows for sure exactly what they are.
Right, which when I was doing some digging even, I've also noticed that back in the day before it was noticed as, or dubbed the Will of the Wisp, they used to actually call them jack-o'-lantern, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Which I was just like, why would they call it jack-o'-lantern? And then when you kind of read the little term that they gave it, it was just because of like the weird jack-o'-lantern effect, I guess it gave, or something like that. I can't exactly remember, but I just either way, I just thought it was very interesting that before Will of the Wisp that they did in fact call them like jack-o'-lantern. So I guess for now we could always just call them UAPs of the forest, because I know that's another one too.
Yeah, there's a lot of names for them, and they're being cited and experienced more and more all across the country. I mean, they've been around for a long time. Stan Gordon, who is the premier Bigfoot UFO researcher in Pennsylvania, I mean, he's just incredibly well known and well respected throughout the country. He has a book called Silent Invasion, where he talks about a big flap of Bigfoot and UFO sightings back in 1973 here in Pennsylvania. And he has cases in that book that have Bigfoot sighted along with orbs of light, UFO activity. So, I mean, these things have been going on for years and years. They've been reported in the Chestnut Ridge for decades. Even prior to the one night that I had the particular experience that we'll end up talking about. I mean, I've been on the ridge with Eric Altman and other investigators, and we've seen them at other locations as well. The night that we're going to talk about, it was just much more close up and, a more personal encounter. But yeah, they've been all over the country. People are just now starting to talk about them. I think before, especially when it involved Bigfoot research, most people were of the theory that Bigfoot's just a flesh and blood animal. And that's really what I started out believing too. But as I got to know Stan and Eric, and I read a lot of Stan's casework, there's so many reports where there's paranormal aspects to Bigfoot sightings as well. These balls of light, Bigfoot disappearing in a flash of light, all kind of things. So I'm not going to say I know what Bigfoot or these lights are, but I'm much more open-minded to them being of a paranormal, interdimensional, spiritual, whatever label you want to give them. I don't think that they are strictly flesh and blood. I think it's more complicated than that, because there's too many cases that have all these elements intertwined together. it just doesn't make sense that it's strictly a flesh and blood creature.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And for those that are probably already listening, like, oh God, here we go. We're going to be diving into that aspect. I will do my best not to really touch on that weird woo side too much. But I mean, like Tom just said, and like I have said, you got to be open-minded and you got to look at each side differently because, I mean, I'll say it. I mean, I'm not an expert at this. I mean, Tom is definitely just not an expert at this. We're all trying to learn, but at the point in time, I don't feel like there. And you might agree with this, Tom. I mean, you could shine in on this if you would like, but to me personally, when it comes to like this weird field, I feel like you can't really call yourself an expert or a professional. You can call yourself an expert for some of it, but not all of it. Would you stand by that?
Oh yeah, I first of all, the way I look at it, if somebody's calling themselves an expert, then find somebody else to investigate with. Because one thing I've learned in the paranormal in general, whether it's hauntings, whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, whatever, excuse me, do not speak in absolutes. Because nobody has the answers. Nobody can say definitively what any of this means. We all have our theories and we all have, trends and things that we follow and we observe. But, until we get a Bigfoot on the examining table, we're not going to have the answers. And it's the same with any of the phenomenon, ghosts, orbs, UFOs. I've changed my view on a lot of these topics over the years, and it's because, you start off believing one thing because of maybe the stereotype that surrounds it. But if you investigate these cases and you go out, there's so many other elements that are involved in it. You just can't wrap them into one small little box.
Right. No, I will absolutely agree with that. So I guess before, moving on, Tom, so what's your background anyway when it comes to this, the so-called supernatural world that we, all kind of got into it, whether it be by mistake or some sort of experience? Like, what really got your foot through the door to really start looking at this world that we live in a different perspective?
Well, unlike most of the people you'll see on TV shows, I did not have some traumatic experience as a child to where I'm searching for answers. I've just always loved ghost stories and, weird things. And so back in the early 2000s, once Ghost Hunters came on and, kind of inspired me, just like a lot of people, to get a little bit of equipment and go out and, try this stuff for myself. So I started investigating hauntings, investigated a lot of public areas, or, Moundsville Prison, Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, all the big name places. But then I started to really focus on private investigations. I've investigated some private businesses, some private homes, things like that. When my twins were born, I decided it was a little too risky to fool around with the hauntings. I know people that have brought things home with them. And I just decided, that wasn't something I was going to risk. So I figure, if I get mauled by a Bigfoot or a dog man, I'm only hurting myself. I'm not involving the kids. So I'll take that chance. But I'm not gonna take a chance on bringing something spiritual home, because unlike people that watch the shows, when you've been out and you've investigated and you have experiences, this stuff is real. And unlike the TV shows that, 10 o'clock, you can't just turn it off. So it's a little bit too risky for me at this point. So I started focusing on the cryptozoology. I was fortunate enough to meet Stan Gordon, who, like I said, he's been the premier Bigfoot and UFO researcher in Pennsylvania. Well known all over the country, extremely well respected. And then I was fortunate fortunate again to meet his protege, Eric Altman, who's taken me under his wing as far as the cryptozoology. Eric's been investigating Bigfoot for, I believe, going on 30 to 35 years. So he's been doing it quite a long time, is quite knowledgeable. And the thing that I really like about being with Eric and Stan is they are the types of investigators, and this kind of ties into what you were talking about not wanting to go into the woo and things like that. I don't focus on that or any one area of a report or a case, but one thing Stan and Eric will tell you, you have to go where the facts lead you. You can't go into a case thinking, oh, this is going to be a Bigfoot. This is going to be a UFO, a ghost, whatever it is. You just have to follow the facts. And unfortunately, for those of us that always believed in just flesh and blood, those facts have now taken us a little farther abroad to where we have to, kind of consider some other factors in this mystery.
Right. Another thing that you mentioned, I forget if it was off the air or on the air. I think it was just now on the air, but just for the the clarification, I guess you were talking about like with this, like people are now starting to talk about it more, and funny enough is I have heard of some sort of mysterious light here in where I'm from, Vermont. I've heard like a couple things actually. We have one where it involved hikers down in the south end of Vermont, where it's around Bennington, or what people would know it as the Bennington Triangle aspect, where a lot of stuff happened back in the day. It's kind of quiet now per se, but anyway, another one that I just remembered right before we got together to talk, Tom, is somebody used to tell me about this weird light that would be almost behind a gravestone. Now, what's funny is when I used to think about that before the mysterious light, that maybe it's one of those like grave that this person maybe allowed the like those grave lights or whatever you want to call them. I figured it's always that, and I said that's probably that debunked, But then when you start to really think about this, it's like, this person never really did tell me if it was staying just behind it, if it was moving at all, did it move, That's the only thing. But when I tried to re-find this person again, I could not find them, which was odd enough. So now, because of these weird lights, however you want to look at them, which in this case, this was a cemetery. So would I want to call it a ghost light? Because, is it somebody from the graveyard that has passed on that is trying to make itself known? I'm trying to figure out what else it could maybe be, considering a cemetery and what is around this area. As far as I'm aware, this cemetery does not have like any sort of underground water lines, as far as my knowledge is. But I mean, this area is known for not great service, so you can take that as a grain of salt, basically. And I guess what I mean by that is like there's there's a lot of trees. I guess the service isn't great, so I'm assuming the power lines and the telephone service isn't that great. However, the hell that works. So, but yeah, this is the type of stuff that I'm started to think about, like, well, what in this case, what needs to be there in order for the light to generate? Well, if we look at like limestone and any type of other minerals that would almost act like a battery to generate the environment, the atmosphere, wherever we are, that would be the source of maybe it producing its own energy to then manifest in front of us. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here, Tom, is while your research between these lights or whatever in general, because you also mentioned Dogman, we also hear Dogman being around cemeteries with these lights as well. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really hear that much about Bigfoot being around cemeteries. So what have you found out with this?
Well, actually, here where I'm at in Pennsylvania on the western end, near Pittsburgh, we do our investigating in the Chestnut Ridge, and that goes. The Chestnut Ridge is, I know you talked about this with Ron in the past. The ridge is nearly 100 miles long, about 5 or 10 miles wide. It goes from Indiana County, Pennsylvania, all the way up until just shy of Morgantown, West Virginia. So we don't really get very many dogman sightings. In fact, I've never had a report personally. I know that Eric has only had 1 or 2 in quite a while. So, I mean, the majority of what we get are the Bigfoot reports, but I will tell you that Eric and Stan, from what I understand, from what they've told me, they have received quite a number of reports of Bigfoot near cemeteries, power lines, creeks. There always seems to be one of those sources connected to a case. I know that they've had at least a couple of sightings in cemeteries where the person had seen a Bigfoot walk into the cemetery and then just disappear. So yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about when I say, you just have to follow the facts. You have to follow what the person is reporting. You don't go into those cases thinking, oh, Bigfoot's a spirit or Bigfoot's a paranormal or interdimensional. But when the witness is telling you that he walked into a cemetery and just disappears, and the witness is nearly in tears talking about the experience, all you can go by is what the witness is telling you. Maybe the witness saw exactly what they said. Maybe they imagined it. There's really no way to know. But all you can do is really go by what the person is reporting. But there have been quite a few reports of cemeteries, water sources like creeks and rivers, power lines especially. And there have been a number of reports not in Pittsburgh, I'm sorry, but the Chestnut Ridge in our area that have not only had a Bigfoot, but have had a ball of light either at the same time, right before, right after the Bigfoot sighting, or in some cases, a Bigfoot sighting that coincides with a UFO sighting, or just before or after. So that's why I said, I went into this believing, or, I guess having my theories being UFOs are just extraterrestrials from outer space, Bigfoot's a flesh and blood. But then when you hear all these other reports that have come down the pipe over the years, they don't fit that mold. So that's why you have to consider other theories. Right.
So, okay, I want to go back to a few things, Tom, real quick, just for clarification.
Sure.
So, I'm glad that you actually brought up the Chestnut Ridge, because I don't think Ronald actually kind of explained that area when I talked to him, which is fine. But plus, for those that did listen to that, he was on a time restraint. So unfortunately, what we had time for, he could only do. But anyway, going back real quick. So is Chestnut Ridge part of the Appalachian Trail at all?
It's the farthest end of the Appalachian Mountains. It is. Okay. It's the farthest part of it, or just off of the Appalachian Mountains. And like I said, it's a pretty long and pretty wide ridge, and it has had, for the last 100 or more years, yearly reports of everything from Bigfoot, Black Panthers, UFOs, hauntings, sonic booms, underground, loud booming noises that nobody can explain, as if there's explosions underground, thunderbirds. At one point, several years back, Stan Gordon actually had a report. I think it was Stan, it could have been Eric. One of them had a report. Somebody reported actually seeing a dragon flying through the Chestnut Ridge. And by that, I mean something that looks dragon-like, like prehistoric, or,
What we would look at as the dragon, yeah.
Right. And this is, in fact, the one of the Philadelphia newspapers years back wrote a big article on the Chestnut Ridge and dubbed it Pennsylvania's Twilight Zone. So, yeah, it's really, really active year after year. Nobody knows why, but it's all different phenomena. It's not one thing.
Right. Okay, so where would I going with this next that you said? Because you just brought up a couple other things. Okay, well, crap. Maybe if you re-say the things again, I'll remember. But you just brought up these weird sonic booms that are like underground. Well, from what I recall from the documentary, they were talking about that area was known for like mining back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So even though you guys are saying we're not really sure about these sonic booms, but could we maybe say for some weird reason it might be some sort of residual haunting of the mining from when they maybe had to blow up the whatever when they were mining, I guess?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely possible. I mean, like I said, nobody really knows exactly what causes these phenomena. So, I mean, I certainly can't say it's not that. It could be anything, because just like, when people talk about noises in the woods, or like when they're out researching Bigfoot and they say they hear a tree knock, well, that must have been Bigfoot. Well, I didn't see what made the noise, so I can't say what it is. Right. It may be something that's associated with Bigfoot, but it could also be a hiker walking through the woods banging, an axe handle on a tree. So you just really don't know if you don't see what is actually causing it. But these booms, they've been reported year after year. Nobody knows what they are, but they're loud enough that people, it's not just one or two people hearing it. It's a whole town or a whole area of people that are hearing these noises. So what they are, we just don't know.
Right. Okay, now I'm actually remembering what I was going to also ask you too, because of what you brought up with the cemetery and stuff. Yeah. So you mentioned this one person that saw a Bigfoot walking into the cemetery. That's what it was, and then it disappeared. Yeah. Well, I don't know the full content here, but oh man, what do they say that they do now? The spider crawl, like they get down like a spider crawl. So did this person ever say like this Bigfoot may have noticed them, therefore they dropped down to almost, kind of like do like the spider crawl so they couldn't be seen? Or was it like the area was I don't know, wet enough, maybe muddy enough, maybe snow out of whatever, where it should have left like a imprint on the ground, therefore that's why they're saying it vanished?
Well, I didn't investigate that particular case. That I had heard from Stan and Eric. That's one of the cases they investigated. So I don't really know all the
details
specific details.
Okay.
But from what I remember, just generally speaking, the person that saw it walk into the cemetery, apparently it was a very wide open cemetery. And when the person stopped their car or turned their head back, there should have been no way that whatever it was could have gotten out of sight. It was too far to the wood line. It was, nowhere for it really to go. So, again, that wasn't my case, so I don't really have all the specifics. That would be something that Stan or Eric would have to really answer. But it's very similar with a lot of reports that come down to where, Bigfoot or whatever these creatures are spotted in a particular area, and then they just vanish. And the question is always, why don't we have a body? Well, again, I've always started from being flesh and blood only. But when you have people saying that they see a Bigfoot walking across the highway, and then before it gets 2 lanes over, it vanishes. If the person is being honest, if they really saw what they saw, that doesn't sound like flesh and blood. That sounds more to it. So again, you can only go by what the witness reports.
Yep.
But some of these cases lean more towards a paranormal or interdimensional explanation.
Right. So here we go again.
Yeah.
All right. I tried
it's
not
a rabbit hole.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. But I know for the listener, they're probably gonna beat me over the head if I don't ask this as a way of me being open-minded and stuff about and trying to, I guess we could say, look at every angle possible. So again, you brought up that they, in this case, these people said vanished. Okay, so what would from what you can recall, Tom, is when they mean vanish, like, is that the only word they could describe it versus like, it took, what did you say, like 2 or 3 steps, and then it was like gone basically, and then so, and I guess what I want to ask for this to try to solve it is, it's not like this Bigfoot that was crossing the street disappeared like in some wood line or whatever was on the other side. And therefore, as they drove by, they saw it. That sort of thing.
No, that what this particular case, and again, this was a case that Stan and I believe Eric also investigated. This was a creature that was walking across the 4-lane highway, and before it got to the middle of the highway, it just disappeared. It was nowhere near the woods. It was nowhere near, something that it could duck down behind. And, again, this is one of the reports that I say, I'm not saying that Bigfoot is any specific entity. I'm not saying it's, alien, interdimensional. I'm not saying what it is because I don't know. There are a lot of sightings that, seem very normal, flesh and blood, esque, that, you can explain, a number of sightings along the Chestnut Ridge, for example, have people jogging or walking, and they're going down a trail and they see 30 yards down from them, they see a Bigfoot go out of the woods, cross in front of them, walk into the other woods. There have been people along the Chestnut Ridge that have been jogging in the morning. Just one particular area, it's called Gray Station. It's active railroad tracks. A lady rounded a bend and said that she saw a Bigfoot carrying a deer over its shoulder, and it walked into the woods. So there's lots of reports that are like that seem very, normal, if you want to use that word for a Bigfoot sighting. But at the same time, there are other reports that just have a whole other set of characteristics.
Yeah.
And again, as researchers, you go out, you hear what the witness has to say, and you take the facts down, or at least what they're saying are the facts, and that's what you investigate. So I'm certainly not saying that Bigfoot is any specific thing. We really don't know, but we're just getting a lot of reports that are all over the spectrum.
Yeah, right. And I'm not trying to say they're elemental beings. Right. I'm just trying to clarify what you are recalling, because there are a lot of sightings that, like I said, are just very normal, but then there are those sightings like people that say that they vanished right in front of them. Right. If you read Stan's book, Silent Invasion, he has a case along the Chestnut Ridge where the lady came out and one was just feet in front of her. And according to the report, the person shot at it and it vanished in a flash of light. I've heard that again too.
Yeah.
And so, not to cut you off too, Dale, but I think this will help fit your narrative too. So if people go back and listen to the conversation that I had with Dale, Dale brought up an example that I've always used, but I could never remember where it came from. I just always remembered the example though, which is, and I'll say it to you, Tom. So it's about like, this the famous photo now that I know it, so I can add more details now. But yeah, it's about this famous photo from Wisconsin, from Brace Road, and it's snow on the ground, and it's these footprints that just stop. They just stop. And as Dale even put it, and as I have said it too, when I ask people, well, what are your thoughts? And I'll ask you, Tom, just before we go into your story too. But, which is, if this entity or whatever this was, we'll just say for the example here, because who knows what the hell it was. But if these tracks all of a sudden just stop, and it doesn't, go to the left, doesn't go to the right, doesn't continue on, and there's snow on the ground. So I just want to make mental note of this for everybody. Right. You got it, because people got to think about this again, I guess. So, and theoretically, as I brought up before, and I've been told this plenty of times, and I've heard this plenty of times, which to me makes no sense. If a Bigfoot were to go backward into the same tracks that he just made, you're going to get that double print. Right, Tom? Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. So how come then this famous photo from Bray Road in Wisconsin basically showed the footsteps that lead into this snowy field, open field, I should say, and all of a sudden that's it. It's like a portal opened up and this thing stepped through it. So I love bringing that example up. But what are your thoughts on this, about the whole idea of some people look at it as, well, they must be going backwards into the same track that they're going? I know I've kind of said double print, but I'd like to hear from you.
Well, I mean, I guess I can't say that that's impossible because, we don't know, but I wouldn't think that's very plausible. I mean, these animals or creatures or whatever they are, they're standing anywhere from 7 to 9 feet tall. They're, how many hundreds of pounds. I don't know that I could backtrack in my own footsteps, in the snow and be exact and not leave double prints. And, and you're talking about a creature that big. I just don't see that as happening. But, again, I'm not there, so I don't know. But again, Ron Murphy, if I'm not mistaken, he had that happen to him. He used to live right at the base of the Chestnut Ridge. And if I'm not mistaken, I may have him mixed up with somebody else. I could be mixing people up, but I think it was Ron that came out one morning and had footprints in his yard that went right to the middle of the yard and stopped. So again, and this is where I say, I'm not saying what Bigfoot is. I'm not saying that I have the answers. I'm certainly not speaking in absolutes. But as somebody who came from a theory or the side that strictly was flesh and blood, these are the types of things that make me stop and say, well, okay, you've got to at least consider other possibilities, because why don't we have a body? Why haven't we found a dead Bigfoot? Now, if the people that believe they're paranormal or interdimensional or spiritual or whatever the case, if they're right, then there's your answer. But like I said to another researcher one time when we were talking about this, I said, how do we know? We're trying to pin down Bigfoot as being just one or the other. We don't know that there aren't several type of creatures. There may be some creatures that are just flesh and blood. There may be some creatures that maybe are more than just flesh and blood. We really don't know. But again, when you look at all these reports, And then this is where we get into the, like the reports with the orbs or the balls of light, whatever you want to call them. It just doesn't make sense that there isn't more to it. We investigate an area, and I guess I'll go a little bit into, lead into the story of what happened to me. We've been investigating an area. We call it Area X, and it's probably been since around 2021 that we've been investigating there. It's a long story how we kind of stumbled across it, but this area is pretty remote. It's up in the ridge. It's about, I want to say, roughly 2 to 3 miles off the main road. Even if you have a 4-wheel drive vehicle, it's hard to get to. Now, it takes us about 10 minutes to drive off the main road and get to this particular clearing. And so we're miles and miles away from everything, but yet right up kind of a little path from this clearing is a cemetery. Now, there's no buildings, there's no houses, there's no roads going to this area that, it's not like I said, it's very difficult to get there, even in a 4-wheel vehicle. So we've been investigating this area now for several years. We've had Bigfoot activity. We've had paranormal activity. We've had everything from howls that we couldn't identify. We've had things bluff charging us through the bush that we can't see, something big making a sound like it's charging at you, then it all of a sudden stops. We've had experiences where we've heard disembodied voices, like mumbling. You can't make out what what sounds like two people having a conversation, but you can't make out what they're saying. We've had experiences where we've had this metallic, kind of like a clinking sound, almost like if you were at a wedding and somebody was tapping a fork on the end of the champagne
on the glass. Oh, yep.
And the Small Town Monsters episodes that I was in was the Sasquatch unearthed the ridge. In episode 2, which I believe is called Spectral Bigfoot, they were up with us at Area X, and we filmed an investigation there that night. That night, the metallic sound, the orbs of light, it was all there. The howls were there. There was all kind of activity going on. Seth and the Small Town Monsters crew, Heather and all those guys, they did a great job documenting and filming everything. They actually managed to get one of these orbs or earth lights, whatever they are. They got one of them clearly on film. And, I'll kind of go into, to what happened to me, I guess now. It's,
well, before you do, Tom,
sure.
Sorry. Before you go into that, the orb, I think you're right about the episode, but the orb, is that the one? I'm trying to remember. It's been a little bit. Is that the one that was like in front of them, like on the trail or the road per se? And is that the one where they were thinking like it was the other group, I guess, and then somebody would just like, it could have been Steph, I don't remember, but somebody would like, hey, let's go up towards it, and that's when it went out.
Well, yeah, they got the first one on film. It was a large white colored orb, and right as they started walking, it went out. And then it was probably about, I want to say maybe 10 minutes or so after that, I was with Heather and Ricky Chirby and some other investigators. We were actually in the clearing next to the cemetery, and our group was in the clearing, and then there's a road that connects up to another road, and that's where the other group was. So this long road was in between us. That's where the orb was seen.
Okay.
And about 10 minutes later, after it went out, we're all still talking about it, trying to figure out what was going on. And then 2 more lights appeared. One was about the size of a basketball. It was red. And the other one was about the size of a cantaloupe, maybe a little bigger. And it was like a amber color, maybe orange a little bit. And
I think that might be the one that Heather was talking to me about, where it would
it looked like a car that was parked.
That, and I think she was saying she could see it like reflecting in a puddle.
Right. Because and as we were seeing these lights, the curiosity got the best of me, so I started walking down the road to towards the lights to see how close I could get, to see if I could make out any other details or whatever the case. And I actually got to within about 5 feet of these lights. Now on this road and up in this area of the ridge, there is no ambient light. The road that I'm talking about is canopied by trees on either side. So when it gets dark, it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
And even as I was about 5 feet away from these lights, I'm just thinking it's got to be Seth, or it's got to be one of the camera people. I mean, I didn't know what equipment would have lights that big, but I thought, and I started to say, Seth, are you there? And as soon as I spoke, the lights went out. I had a flashlight in my hand that I turned on, and I was the only one on the road.
Wow.
So, I mean, there was nobody around. I wish I could tell you what they were. I've had some after effects of at least I'm assuming it's from the encounter. I really don't know, to be honest with you. About 3 days after that night, I started to get blurry vision in my right eye. So I ended up making an appointment. I went to an ophthalmologist who told me I had a hemorrhage. So I was then sent to a retinal specialist in Pittsburgh, and they ran about every kind of test you can run, scans, shot me up with dye, just anything they could do to figure out what it was, and they had no clue as to why my eye was bleeding. Now I am a diabetic, but my A1C has always been extremely controlled. I'm not on insulin. I've never had a diabetic episode per se. So my first question to the doctor was, well, could it be the diabetes? And he said, no, absolutely not. He said, your numbers are nowhere near an area to where it could cause any type of problem like that. So in that time, since that first bleed in the last several years, I've had close to 15 different hemorrhages in the eye. I've had 6 laser surgeries, 8 eye injections, and I had a vitrectomy where they actually drill into your eye and take the jelly out. Because when the bleeds would occur, they would pull in the jelly, and then I would be looking through a lava lamp for months on end.
Oh, wow.
So, so that's, I can't say that it's the orbs that did it. All I can tell you is I was 5 feet from them. They didn't disappear until I spoke, and then 3 or so days later, my eye was bleeding. It could very well be just a coincidence. But
right.
For the doctor to tell me they have no clue as to why my eye is bleeding, and I actually just had another eye bleed about 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, they're ongoing. And at this point, there's nothing they can do. I could actually send you a picture. I didn't think to send it to you before, but I can actually, in fact, I'll send it to you now. It's a picture that I took when I went in for my last follow-up. He pulled up my eye on the computer, an image of it, and It shows the scars from all the laser surgeries.
Oh my God.
This picture that I'm about to send you was taken right before my last laser surgery. And after this picture, I got an even 200 more zaps with a laser.
Oh my
So
God.
I just sent that to you.
So I just want to go back real quick, Tom,
Sure.
just to be on the safe side here.
Yeah.
So unless I missed it, so you went down to follow these lights. I guess first off, what made you? I know you said the curiosity took over you, but did you? I'm trying to think of the documentary because I know, like with Tyler, he started to talk. Or I think it was Tyler, but maybe it was Ronald. But somebody was talking about. It felt like there was electricity in the air. It felt like things were starting to become uneasy. Tyler actually started to feel sickly, stuff like that. Like, and you just mentioned voices, so it wasn't like the light was trying to draw you away from everybody, was it?
I mean, again, I don't know what the lights were, so I can't really say they were or weren't.
Mm-hmm.
When I was close to them, there was, a lot of people talk about, the static electricity effect or an odor. There was nothing. No sound, no smell. But they were illuminating from within themselves. There wasn't like, for example, if you would aim a flashlight and pan it across the road where you see that light trail. There was no light trail. There was no source for the lights. They were
light,
self-illuminating.
Basically. Yeah.
I don't know what they were. Again, this area is very secluded. It's deep in the mountain. There's no electricity. There's no. I don't know what the closest creek would be, but I mean nothing within eyesight.
Right.
When you go down, if you go over off that road and down into the valley, into the chasm there, I mean it goes down for miles. Okay. So I mean I just don't know,
Right.
It's baffling.
Right.
I wish I had an answer, but about 4 weeks after we filmed that and I had that experience, Eric, myself, his son Josh, Ricky Chirby, Connie and Chris Brinker, a bunch of our investigators, we were all up at that area again. And Eric had walked down that road right to those puddles, right where I had the experience. After a few minutes, I walked down and we were in total darkness. We were just talking. Not much had happened that night. And then he looked over my shoulder and said, "They're back." And then there was a red and an orange light about 20 yards away from us on the same road. Right at this time, his son Josh was walking up the road with a thermal FLIR panning from side to side. Josh couldn't see the lights.
Like physically or physically. Like on the... Okay.
No, physically, like on with the FLIR or without the FLIR. He was oblivious. He could not see them. Me and Eric watched them, and they were not hovering around Josh, but they were close to him. And then after several minutes, they just kind of faded out and disappeared. I just don't know. I don't know what they were.
Okay. No, that's fine. I wouldn't even know where to begin either, Tom, to be honest. So, okay. Geez, so I'm trying to figure out how to word this, Tom. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
So let's go back real quick. So you said you followed them down, you saw it, and then it went away. I may have missed it, or maybe I just didn't hear it or something, just because there was so much to take in here. But so when you went and you were by yourself with this light, and it vanished and etc. So how close were you from this light before? I heard you touched it. You reached your hand out and touched it. No,
I never touched it. I never reached out. I think Ron had said that when you were talking to him. And no, when I was literally within about 4 feet.
That's really close, though.
I probably could have reached out and touched it.
Oh, maybe that's what I.
Yeah, meant. but I didn't. I actually, when I got that close, I stopped and I stood for a few seconds, and then I thought, well, maybe somebody's there, and then I spoke. And as soon as I started to ask Seth, is
That's
that
when it went
you?
away.
They just vanished. They didn't
Okay.
fade out. They didn't like shoot off somewhere. They were just gone. It was almost like somebody turned a light switch off.
Switch on or off. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and it was the minute that I spoke that they disappeared.
Wow.
And that's why Ron had said to me, well, you know, what do you think would have happened if you touched them? And I don't know. You know.
Right. Interesting. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. So I guess real quick, when you were around it, were you feeling anything like coldness, hotness?
No.
Any sort of, you know, something seemed off about these lights, I guess, or like?
No, I mean,
it felt like a normal.
Yeah, I mean, they were just self-illuminating silent lights. The one was about the size of a basketball, and it was solid, like a brilliant red. The other one was, I'd say, a little bit bigger than a cantaloupe, and it was like a white, amberish color. And they were about 2 feet apart from each other. And, you know, I walked up and you know, you hear all these reports of them, and people talk about, you hear static electricity, you smell an odor, or you know, all these other things that are associated with them. And there was none of that. And I didn't feel, you know, threatened. I didn't feel like any dread or panic. I couldn't figure out what they were. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe it's somebody filming, maybe it's equipment that I'm not familiar with. And then that's when I started to ask if somebody was there, and poof, just gone. And the minute they vanished, I quickly turned my flashlight on, and I was in the middle of that road between our two groups, and there was nothing else, nobody on that road.
Interesting. Okay, so you're going to be the first person I bring this up to, because I when I talked to Dale, and again, I don't know if you listened to that conversation, Tom, before you and I here, but when I was talking to Dale about the story he had with this lady that was able to stick her hand through this orb thing and not feel anything or even get harmed, that was blue. So anyway, you're talking like an orange, red, and yellowish color. So let's open up the can of worms with you now, which would be, let's look at the orbs and the color spectrum of what they could mean in spirituality. So you said orange, red, and yellow. So let's go with that right now. So if we look at orange, according to the spiritual color meaning, orange would mean it's enlightenment, wisdom, purity, passion, creativity. Okay? Now, if we look at red has a lot going on here. So red could mean a few things. Non-threatening, I'm just going to say for the example, we're looking at power, passion, vitality, life force. Okay? That doesn't seem too bad. Otherwise, we can look at it in a completely different way, which is sacrifice, death, sin, and warning and danger aspect would be lastly protection, whatever that's supposed to mean, action, and transformation, which is interesting. Now, yellow gets interesting as well, which we could almost coincide yellow with maybe amber, at least to me anyway. That would sound right to me, which would be enlightenment, wisdom, joy, divinity, energy, harmony, prosperity, nobility. I think that's how you say that. Nobility. Otherwise, it could mean betrayal, deceit, mourning, and fleeting nature, which I find very interesting. So if we look at it as that, And the way you were just describing, it seemed you were fine until you started to speak. Maybe you spooked it, which is the pun, I guess. In this case, you could call it a pun. And that's why it, vanished. You and I were going to probably say the same thing. It switched off like a light switch. So if we look at any of those, though, in the color form of spirituality, does any of the examples that I gave you actually make sense?
Well, to be honest with you, and I know that I want to say this delicately and respectfully, because I'm sure there's a lot of your audience that may look at those color meanings, and I just don't believe in those because, first off, we don't even know what these lights are. So how can we say what colors mean what? So that's where I always go back to, everything with this is theory. Could it mean those things? Sure. It absolutely could. I'm not saying that I know it doesn't. I'm just saying I don't know that there's any particular meaning to those colors. I mean, a lot of the things that you mentioned in what you read off was very comforting or positive. The only thing I can tell you from my experience is I've had a lot of eye bleeds. So, and again, I don't even know that it was the lights. It could be a very big coincidence.
Right.
But, I don't know.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking when. What color was that again? Sorry, it was. I just want to make sure I say the right one. I think it was orange. No, it was. My God, where was it? Oh boy, where was it? Red. So yeah. I was thinking of the right color. Red, where it says sacrifice.
Right.
So if we let's just say for the example here, sacrifice would be your eye, right? So your eye just got a sacrifice, basically.
Right.
And from the picture I just sent too, which I want to bring up too in a minute again, because I know you mentioned it, but going back to what Dale was saying real quick, and this is why I was starting to think about yours and hers a little bit. Well, from what Dale was sharing, blue signified divine truth, wisdom, communication, peace, healing, introspection, protection, and stability, which is interesting. And then the fact that you're talking like a red and orange, which seems to have a lot going on with that.
Right. Yeah, I definitely didn't have the healing one there that night.
Oh, God, no. Unfortunately, Tom, no, you did not. But it's just, that's what I was starting to think about because, and then after I talked with Dale, I was like, well, what if everything, like we were kind of stating before, there's different species of Bigfoot, right? What if there's different phantom lights?
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, who's to say that some of these lights are not mini UFOs? Maybe some of these lights are elemental spirits from the Fae. Maybe some of them are demonic. Who knows? I mean, that's the whole thing. We really don't know. And again, I'm not saying that I have any of the answers. Maybe those colors mean exactly what was on what you read, and
or I don't know what we could start looking at them as, maybe. And that's why I was starting to think about when I heard your story, Tom. Like if we go by red, which is the sacrifice, well, like I kind of brought up, like your eye was the sacrifice, in my perspective, I guess, right?
Right, or I think if I heard you correctly, I think red could also signify death.
Yes.
So, if you want to, if the colors truly mean those things, then maybe had I not spoken and maybe had I come in contact with one of them physically, maybe I'd have been a lot worse off. Who knows?
Right.
I am a Christian, and I look at a lot of things from a spiritual or from a Christian point of view. I tend to lean towards the the direction that these things were spiritual in nature of some sort. I don't know. I'm not saying they were a demon. I'm not saying they were fairy. I don't know what they were, but I believe they were more of the spiritual realm. I don't, in my interpretation from what I experienced, I don't believe they were mini UFOs. I don't believe they were something like that. But again, I can't say what they were, so I'm just going by what I believe, or not even what I believe, but what they felt like or what I perceived them as. And I could be wrong. That's the worst and best thing about being in the paranormal. You can have all the theories you want, and damn it, you may be right, or you could be so far off that you just never know.
Yep.
And I don't know that we'll ever have the answers.
I think
maybe someday we will, but yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to me. I've been told I shouldn't go back up there. I've been told that, and I'll be honest, I don't think at this point, if I see lights, I don't think I'll walk towards them again.
Oh, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just better to be safe, but, yeah, it's fascinating because, these mysteries are just, it's what I've been, passionate about for years and years. And, I guess I'm both glad and sorry that I had the experience that I did, because, what else can you say? It's I guess part of the research, and that's why, like I said earlier when we first started talking, I don't do the hauntings anymore because of, what you can get mixed up with, or what you can bring home. That's
what can get attached to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if these lights are what caused my eye bleeds, then I'm a walking example that, the average person shouldn't be playing with these things. I've been to, like Moundsville and all these places where you get these teenagers coming in with Ouija boards and stuff because they want to, have an experience like they saw on TV. And I'm thinking, this really isn't a game.
No.
It really isn't. And, I've been around it enough now that, maybe in the beginning I didn't give it the respect I should have, but over the years, as I experienced things and I got connected with really, really good researchers, like I said, my perspectives have changed a lot.
Right.
My theories have changed a lot, and I think that's one of the things with the paranormal, regardless of which specific area you're talking about. It's almost an evolving topic.
An evolving door. Yeah, or that. Yeah.
The rabbit holes are just endless.
Oh my God, tell me about it, Tom. Well, one thing I just want to touch on, Tom, too, is, you may be right. You're right about one thing, which is what you just said, right? It's the force of nature, which, again, I'm just gonna go back to the colors real quick, and then I'll just end it. But to note that we can take away from what you just said about the whole light being nature, basically, well, red again is a life force. If we look at them as a life force, then by golly, I mean, you found a life force for sure. And if it were and if we go by yellow, for the lack of being like for ember, right? We got the fleeting nature. So it totally fled nature after you started to speak out. So, I mean, again, but though that had the word nature in it. So maybe we are dealing with something that involves nature for sure, at least where you guys are for the Chestnut Ridge. But you also have a history up there of mining, logging, right? Is it logging?
Yep.
And crap, what was the other thing? Or was that it?
Well, I mean, mining was a big industry in the area. Definitely logging. We have a lot of different industries, and it could have been anything.
Right.
Could it have been the disembodied spirit of a dead miner, or could it have been, a Bigfoot before he decided to, turn into, hairy creature form? Yeah, could have been that, or maybe it was something completely natural that we just don't have the answer for. Maybe it wasn't a spirit or demonic or something like that. Maybe it was just some type of natural occurrence that maybe we just don't know about yet. Could be.
Right.
I'm not one of those researchers that's going to tell you, I saw a light and it was a ghost, or I saw a light and it was a Bigfoot. No, I saw a light, and I can tell you that the light disappeared and I started having eye bleeds, but I can't tell you what the damn thing was. I wish I could.
Right.
Because, after going through 3 years of this issue with my eye, I'd really like to at least know what I came in contact with, but I'm probably never going to know. And it's not exactly something I can go in and tell my retinal specialist about. Say, yeah, well, I saw these ghost lights in the woods a couple days before my bleed. Do you think that's it? He'd probably send me over to Western Psych really, really quickly. So,
yeah. So real quick, Tom, I just want to go back to the image again, just to clarify too. So I see the image now. That's your eye, and I see the circle.
There's a little dot in that circle, and that's where the bleeds are coming from. But they can't laser in that area because it's a 50% chance I'll go blind.
Probably because of all the veins or whatever that are like really, really close.
I'm not sure exactly, but all those little silver spots are scars from the laser procedures, and that picture was taken right before my last laser. After that picture, I got an even 200 more zaps.
What the hell, man? Oh my God, I feel bad for you already. So how?
Yeah, hasn't been fun.
No, it does not sound like it, man. And I mean, I know you said it, and I just want to clarify for the listeners again. So even before all this happened, like your experience, you had no eye bleeds at all.
Nothing. I had perfect vision. Never had an eye injury. Never had an eye problem. Had this encounter with whatever it was, whatever these lights were. About 3 or 4 days later, my right eye vision was a little blurry. I waited a couple days and ended up seeing the doctor, and that's when they told me I had a hemorrhage, and then it was all downhill from there.
Oh my God, man. So, okay. And then, so we counted that one, and then obviously you said you had diabetes, but again, with what your doctors had said, your numbers are perfect. You should not be having these episodes.
No, so that was the first thing I asked them, because that's what I assumed it would be. Right. And he said no. He said, my A1C had always been between like 6.2 and 6.6. He said that's absolutely
normal, right?
Well, it's not normal. It's good. Well, it's good for a diabetic.
That's what I should say. Yeah.
Yeah. It's when you start getting over 8 that you start running into danger. So, yeah, he said I asked him, is there any possibility it could be the diabetes? He said, absolutely not. So that was my only theory going into it as to what I thought it could have been. And then that's, again, my only other, and I'm not even going to call it an explanation. I don't know that it was the lights that did this, but the only other thing was I had that encounter 3 or 4 days prior.
Right. Now, and then that's when it started to do it.
That's when it started.
I mean, I don't want to flat out say it's the lights either, Tom, but I mean, in your case, when you're starting to check out, those two things that I said, I can't even think of another example that I could give to try to say, like, well, could it be this? Because the next thing would be the light experience, and then that's when the stuff happened afterward. But if you've been good all the way up until here, I mean, what else could it beast, you know?
I mean, you know, maybe at some point down the road, maybe they'll come up with a theory and give me an explanation, but as of yet, they're stumped.
Yeah, I would be stumped too as a doctor, but wow, man. Well, Tom, I mean, I don't want to keep you much more, but I'm really glad that I was able to talk to you and hear your side of this because, again, like you just said, and I'll say it again too for the listener, it sounds like this is something we definitely don't want to, quote, play with. Right. And it's because we just don't know what could happen. And I'll just say this for the sake is if we do go by the color example of what they could possibly mean with the say for the sake here, I mean, if we go by what I mentioned about red, and I'm not going to read through all this again, but man, dude, like that's pretty bad. And if we look at anything that's red, usually of what that could mean, that's usually danger anyway. It should be red flag galore. But anyway, I mean, Tom, I'm glad that you're doing, I mean, I guess okay for the time being.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunately this is something I'm going to live with, you know, going forward. But you know, it's not fun, but it's not every day. So you know, you get through it. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. You know, you go out hunting for Bigfoot or whatever. You worry about. I could have been bit by a rattlesnake, a copperhead, whatever. You know, there's always risks when you go out and do this kind of stuff, and I'm not glad it happened, but you know, it's part of the risk, I guess. And I don't want to have another experience like that, but you know,
no, I wouldn't want you to either. But no, you kind of set the example though of these things might not be as quote friendly as we could think they are.
Right.
So either way, you're still a walking example of what can happen. So
I guess so.
Well, I mean, let's hope that people learn from, I don't want to say mistakes, but I mean, you didn't know what was going to happen for you.
Right.
And I mean, I couldn't have told you that. But
well, you know, being an investigator, you want to have the experience. You know, we don't go out there to run in the other direction. You know, you always like to think as a researcher that if you see something, you're going to go investigate it. And, you know, I did, and it is what it is. You know, if that's what caused it, then nobody to blame. You know, it is what it is. And if it wasn't, then hopefully someday I'll figure out what the hell caused it.
Dude, if you ever find out and get that answer, I'd love to hear what they can come up with for sure. So, but yeah, Tom, again, I want to thank you for your time and everything else, but like, you kind of answered it a little bit, I think, but I'll just to clarify too, but have you gone back to the Chestnut Ridge after?
Oh, yeah. We were up at Area X just a few weeks ago.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we're going to continue to go back. And if you don't mind me throwing out a quick shameless plug, if there is anybody out there listening and you have any type of sighting, you know, in the Pennsylvania area, West Virginia, Ohio, pabigfoot.com is our website for the Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society. We'd love to hear about any sightings or any experiences. We keep everything completely confidential. So if anyone's out there and has anything they want to share, we'd love to hear it.
Awesome, Tom. Well, you just answered what I was going to ask you if there was anything you would like to, you know, to share out there for the world to see. And if it's all right with you, Tom, I'll share this image on the the article for this episode so people can see it and understand what we were discussing as well.
Yeah.
So I'll have it up. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's it, Tom. And if you have anything else that you would like to share, maybe we can talk again for Bigfoot when it becomes National Sasquatch Day back in next year, October, since this one has already gone by. But yeah, would love to talk to you again if you have anything else that you would love to, share.
I appreciate you having me on. It was great. Anytime you want to talk, just reach out.
Sounds good, Tom. And for everybody out that is listening, if you've encountered these strange lights, we would like to hear from you too. So again, go to hauntedvermont.org and you can contact us there. In this episode, I will have everything that Tom has mentioned, especially the PABigfoot.com or .org. Sorry, yeah, .com. And I'll have all that in the episode description. And until next time, everybody. Welcome everybody to another episode of the Beyond Haunted Vermont, because we're definitely going to be going beyond in this one, but that's okay. We have a lovely lady here who has fantastic stories from, oh God, like 1990 to probably early 2000s and so on. But anyway, let's bring her on because she can talk about it more because it's her work anyway. But is Elisabeth Busch. Elisabeth, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Hello.
So, Elisabeth, before we get going on this, like, talk to us about yourself. Like, what kind of got you involved in this, the spooky, weird world of the unknown?
So, this has been like a paranormal or supernatural or whatever you want to call it. It's just been something I've been interested in since I was a small little kid. My mom was a librarian, and I used to hang out at the library every day. And there was a section in the library where she worked that was all just ghost books and stuff, and, Bigfoot, stuff like that. And so I read all of those books and got kind of obsessed with the subject. And I just maintained an interest in it. I would say my interest now as a old person is not as intense anymore, but I have maintained an interest in it. And I like folklore, like urban legends and stuff too. So these ghost lights sort of tie into that. They're very urban legendy the way that the stories go. So
Yeah, and we'll get into that. Is it safe to say then, because of you growing up and stuff, it feels like you kind of learn enough now, or maybe have I don't know if I should say seen enough or heard enough that you kind of have gotten to the conclusion where it's like, well, there's definitely something going on out there, but now I want to seek something that's more mysterious, I guess, and into the beyond, I guess. I can give you an example. Like when I got into this field, I didn't really was looking for it. It kind of just found me per se, just because of the weird experiences that I had when I was little. And, that of course kind of brought up my interest. And then of course we got the ghost hunter shows and stuff like that.
right.
But then it made me kind of go like, oh, well, maybe we should try debunking. And that's what I started to do when I was little with my friends and stuff. And, to this day, we jokingly say, like, I wish we could just travel back in time and ask our parents to get a video camera for some of the stuff that has happened. But the point to this, I guess, is like, now that I've gotten older and I have had, like, my own investigations into the unknown and stuff like that, I feel like I definitely feel comfortable enough to say, like, yes, there is something in the in the afterlife. Like there's something for sure going on here. Whereas now it's like, my peak interest is starting to be like Bigfoot, Dogman, all these weird cryptids, and now like even with these mysterious lights that can tie into these weird cryptids and fairy realms and everything else that are basically just gigantic rabbit holes. That's
Yeah.
where I want to be now, because it's just like, that's where my peak of interest has now become.
Yeah. So strangely enough, I have never actually seen anything weird. Well, not too weird. That couldn't be explained. I've been to hundreds of haunted sites and weird places and stuff like that, but I've never actually seen anything. Nothing weird enough that I would say it was definitely paranormal or whatever. But I still have an interest in it just from a folklore point of view and history. You learn a lot of history, right? Going to haunted sites. So it's just
Definitely.
interesting to me. I'd say I've gotten more skeptical as I've gotten older and seen nothing. So I'm kind of the opposite of you, I guess. But when I was little, like the idea of, some kind of afterlife or at least weird things really fascinated me. That's not so interesting to me anymore, but now I'm more into the folklore and history side of it, which is
Right.
why I actually wrote that Ghostlight book, because it was something more harder, like real, that I could grab onto and actually write about. It's hard to write about ghosts when you don't necessarily believe that they're dead people or whatever. But the ghost lights and other things like that are pretty interesting to me still.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And for those wondering, the book is called The True Ghost Stories Archive, Spook Lights, True Tales of Anomalous Light, that we're going to be talking about, for those wondering, probably. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It has multiple names, but I renamed it at some point, and so now it has 2 different names, which was stupid on my part, but I didn't know how to rename a book correctly. So now the listing, I think, says on Amazon says one thing, and the title on the cover says another, which isn't so great. But you're not actually supposed to do that, but I didn't know that at the time. That was some years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we all got to start somewhere.
The book just has so I wrote a summary and history of each of the ghost lights in the book, and then I put in there all of the stories that had been sent to me about the lights over the years, like eyewitness accounts and stuff like that. So it's a pretty decent information source if you're researching them. I really did a lot of research when I wrote the book and really tracked down, these sources and stuff, all these newspaper articles, and old pamphlets and stuff like that. So I did quite a lot of research at the time. So everything that's in there is correct.
Right. For at least like that time frame. Yeah. Or when it would go on per se, we'll probably get into. Yeah, so I guess, I know when we were talking even before this, like you just stated, like you haven't really had anything spark out, but I mean, have you ever thought about, like, I don't know, maybe one particular day, maybe you're seeing way too many daddy long legs showing up in your area or something? I mean, that could be a sign or something, maybe like one of your friends who might have passed away, like, I don't know if you ever looked into, like, maybe what their spirit animal was, and then all of a sudden you're starting to see so many different type of, or just like particular animal. Like, I can give an example of this. What I mean is, so like back in May of 2023, I lost my friend at my age at the time. He passed away in May of 2023. And when I looked up what his spirit animal would have been, because his birthday is in July, he would have been known as like a rabbit, basically. So when it came to his birth month, I started to just see so many rabbits, just like trying to cross the road, just, out of the corner of my eye where I work, So I kind of was just like, I see you, Glenn. Like, I'm okay. Go make sure you go check on your family or whatever. And then as soon as I said that, it was like my sightings of these rabbits kind of like died down. It was almost like he got the message. Like I understand that he was around watching over her, and then he acknowledged that I recognized it, and now he's watching over his family, kind of thing.
Yeah. I haven't had anything death related like that. The more bizarre things that have happened to me are more like physical phenomenon. Like one time there was like, I don't know if it was ball lightning or what it was, but in my room when I was a teenager, I saw so weird. Like this lightning sort of like sparks, like a sparkler, almost like a 4th of July sparkler, when like it traveled all the way around my window frame in my room, but just one time and then stopped. It was really weird. I don't know what it was. And yeah, so it's been like things like that. One time I went hiking when I was this was when I was an older teenager, probably like 17. And we had this small, what I now know is a small hill across the street from our house, but it was, it had a decent number of hiking trails and stuff on it. And I hiked to the bottom of the hill, which was totally normal, but I hiked in this place like I'd never seen before. And I'm like, where the hell am I? And then I managed to find my way back, but I never found that place again. Like I went and looked for it, and I could never find the trail again. So that was pretty weird. So most of the weird things that have happened have been things like that. Like, not really ghost related or anything like that, but just weird physical things.
Yeah. That is weird, especially now. I don't know what's going on with this universe, but there's been a couple podcasts I listen to when I'm working, and like these two have had people come on now and they're like, yeah, I remember stepping into this house and like filming inside of it or whatever they were doing, taking pictures inside this house, and then like 24 hours later, it's almost like the house either vanished or like the house was never there. So that last one you just shared kind of reminded me of that. Where
it was similar to that vanishing place phenomenon. Yeah, I used to get stories like that. Those were always the ones that fascinated me the most when I used to get all of these stories sent into my old website, because the ghost ones, maybe you saw something, maybe you didn't. There's no way to really prove that, right? You have no physical evidence or anything. But the more physical phenomenon really fascinated me. Like there was one, of course you don't know if these are true or not, right? Even though they're supposed to be true. The people who send them to you are saying they're true. But there was one really cool story somebody sent in that they were sleeping in this giant bed in this room, like a guest room of their friend's house. And when they woke up in the morning, the bed had been like turned completely around in the room. Like the bed was just backwards. And they were all facing like the wrong way in the bed. So you'd have to it was like this huge bed in this tiny room. So obviously if people are on it, you'd have to like completely disassemble the bed and put it back together again to turn it around. I just thought that was interesting. Those kinds of stories interested me, I guess, maybe more than even the ghost stories, even though that's originally how I started, was just publishing these ghost stories and stuff on my website.
So that almost sounds similar to the incident me and my friends had at his farmhouse. It was like a poltergeist activity thing that was going on. It was my friend Justin and I and his friend Ethan, and we were there for like a sleepover for his birthday party or something.
Mhm.
And when we went to bed that night, in his bed, Justin was at the window. And just to clarify for people that may already have known the story, but this is just for Elizabeth's sake here, is so the bed is totally up against the wall, Elizabeth, like facing the window, basically. Like
Okay.
you would be sleeping on the side, if that makes sense.
Right.
So there's no way Justin would be able to get up unless he walked over us, or he had to like army crawl down the bed from his
Right.
way, basically. All right. So now that that's out of the way, so he's at the window. Our friend Ethan, who was smaller than us, was in the middle, and I took the edge of the bed facing the floor. When we woke up the next morning, I was at the window. Justin, who was at the window, was not just out of the bed, but he was tucked underneath the bed, like on the floor. And our friend Ethan was where I was.
That's so weird. Yeah.
So yeah. So
Yeah,
I
those
totally
kinds of things are really interesting to me. Like, that's much more interesting to me than, I think I saw a ghost person, like, because I can easily talk myself into like reasons why your brain was tricking you with seeing
right. Like we could be
ghost
half
people
awake,
or
half
whatever.
asleep. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had so many stories of sleep paralysis that got sent into my website that were very obviously, it was just sleep paralysis. You're just having a bad dream, basically. And, these people, it's a convincing phenomenon, right? You think you're all the way awake, which you're not really. So you think you're seeing ghosts and witches and stuff like that, but in fact, no, that's just like a completely natural phenomenon. I actually have held back a lot of those stories from the volumes that I published on Amazon because I was planning to put them into like one book to try to find patterns in them and stuff. Which I haven't done yet, but maybe someday. But I have a bunch of those stories, a lot of them. So,
right.
You start after you read. I mean, I read thousands of ghost stories that people sent to me. After a while, you start to recognize like what could be like an interesting phenomenon and what is just like an ordinary thing that people are misinterpreting as paranormal,
Right.
After you read thousands of them, you see patterns.
Oh yeah. If you don't start seeing patterns, then I think that's what makes it more weirder. Like if it's because maybe somebody was pulling your leg, but if more people are almost saying the same thing, then is it a coincidence or not, kind of thing. So,
right.
And at that time frame when you were getting these stories, I mean, I would say internet back at that time frame, besides websites, would be like message boards and some sort of newsletters or something, but it's not like what it was today.
No, it was completely different. Obviously, that like you had to actually put forth some effort to communicate with another person. You had to email them or fill out their web form or whatever you were doing. So the literacy
times has changed.
Literacy was certainly better. Like some of the stories I got obviously were kind of illiterate, but but most of them, I would say maybe like 70% of them were at least readable and made sense. You always had like teenagers that thought they were clever that were sending you complete nonsense, but quite a lot of them were decent and usable at that time, just because it was harder to even be on the internet at that time. It wasn't, couldn't just turn on your computer, right, and automatically be wherever you wanted. It was just harder to do. There was kind of a barrier, especially until about maybe around the year 2000, when people started getting high-speed internet and the browsers became way more sophisticated, where you didn't need really an ISP anymore. You just needed a you just needed a like high-speed connection and and a browser.
Yeah.
So it became much easier to access the internet, and that's when the quality of those stories I received started really kind of declining sharply, and I started getting a lot of entries from bored teenagers, Ouija board stories, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, totally. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where we can begin. I know in your introduction you were talking about that you visited one of the areas and where you actually could actually tell why the spook lights at the time, where people were, thinking they were anyway, but they ended up just being car lights. We can, I guess, talk about that one. That was, you said, in Canada.
Yeah, that was near Toronto. It's a place called Scugog Island, although it's not really, I don't know that it's really an island. We just drove right onto it. So, but it was called, that particular site was called the Ghost Road. I know, not very creative, but that's what it's called. And it was one of the more well-known ghost lights that I used to get articles about, that people visited pretty often. And so in 2017, after I had met my husband, my current husband, we went to his friends, had a house in kind of way outside of Toronto, in a sort of rural place, and that Scugog Island place was very close to there. So we drove out there and found the site, the ghost light site. But at that point, the vegetation and the trees and the other stuff that made the area look sort of mysterious, I guess, had been cut back. And so tragic. Really clearly, there was another road that ran like exactly parallel to where we were standing. You could see it through the trees that had been cut way back. And so obviously, it's pretty obvious that the previous ghost light sightings were just like headlights refracting through the trees and stuff. The sightings did fall off after they cleared that road. So unfortunately, that one was really just headlights. Some of the ones that I've read about seem like they have more potential to be something that's not headlights, but a lot of them that I wrote about in this book, like the sightings have just completely fallen off since the areas became more developed. So, yeah, I think a lot of them are probably headlights, or even, maybe even the train lights, although because so many of them were located near railroads, either old railroads or ones where the tracks had been moved or whatever. But I would think you would notice like a train because they're loud. I used to live right next to a train, so but cars, you won't necessarily hear them from that far away, but you can see them, the lights.
Right. Yeah, they're super bright when they're coming down too.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say some of the stories that I received describe the lights very close to the people.
Oh, you mean like around the town? Or do you mean like the people
I mean,
that
in
were...
general, the ghost light
yeah.
stories, a lot of them involved driving your car to a site, right? And then waiting for the lights to show up on the road or the train tracks or whatever. Some of the stories, the light approaches the people and comes very close to them. So I don't know if you could really blame car headlights for that, but for the faraway ones, like the ones that I went to visit, like certainly you could see that it was just the lights through the trees from the other road. It was very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's sad about some of these too, is like when we think something might be like a real phenomenon for, you know, what people have described for these.
Yeah.
It can actually be something else if you don't look at it. Like in this case with this Ontario one, you know, maybe if the people realized there was another road right behind it, oh, maybe that's what we're seeing is the other car lights. Because like with Dale, he when he was talking to me when he went to I don't think it was the brown light. Oh God, I can't remember what light it was right at the top of my head right now. Oh man!
Right.
But anyway, he was talking about the experiment where he was using a car and he would have the car, you know, do the high beam like 3 seconds off, 3 seconds off, kind of thing, and that's how he was able to debunk it. Otherwise, he was basically creating. Well, in a way, it's like car headlights are creating these weird illusions that make it look like there is light up there, but it's actually how did he put it? Like reflecting, almost like you take a mirror and it's reflecting onto the mountain. So it is interesting to hear that like a car light could like, you know, illuminate like that, like almost bounce off something or like some sort of mountain. But then when you actually look into it, especially with the way Dale was describing it to me, that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. It's our brains want to see they want things to be touchable or real, right? So if you see these weird lights and you get freaked out or whatever, you're not really going to question your instincts that you're freaked out, right? And it would be pretty easy, I think, if you didn't know about the phenomenon, like to just get freaked out and leave. Like I would fucking run if I saw shit like that. But I mean, I think a lot of paranormal stuff in general, like a lot of the stories come from the fact that we think we see something really weird and unexplainable, and instead of sort of sticking around to investigate it, because why would you? You're scared and freaked out. You just leave, like because your instincts are telling you to leave from the weird thing, which makes sense. That's why, you know, we're alive as a species. But yeah, a lot of times there's an explanation. I remember, here's a story for you. When I was younger, when I was married to my first husband, we were driving down the road. It was at night, and I was very young at this time. Maybe I was like 21. And we were in the car driving, and and I thought I saw like this ghost lady, like just standing there by the side of the road, sort of hovering and floating. And I was getting like super freaked out because we were driving closer and closer to this ghost lady, right? But then as we got closer, because there was nowhere to go but straight, I realized it was just like a street sign. was like a street sign that the light was, because of the light and the trees and stuff, the light was just shining off it in a really weird fashion and like turning. So my mind was turning something normal into like ghost lady. But if we had turned, or if we had like onto another street, or if we had stopped and just gone a different direction or whatever, I would have totally believed I saw a ghost lady. But I had no choice. I was trapped in the car my husband was driving. So yeah, as we came across up to the sign, I saw it was just a street sign. But I was really freaked out. It really like freaked me out. And if I was driving the car, I probably would have turned around and just hightailed it the other direction.
Well, I think what you're describing is a perfect example of sometimes why having somebody who's, skeptical about this whole thing with you, if your fear or intuitions are that believable, like everything you want to see, you want to believe it as it's something supernatural. Whereas this guy or who maybe you're like a friend of a friend or whoever with you can kind of bring you back to earth and be like, well, it could just be this. And then you kind of look at him like, I don't want it to be, but yeah, you're right. Like in this case, it's the street sign.
Yeah, you always want it to be something, right? But I don't know. But that was just an incident that happened to me that
that
was scary. I was scared. I was young. I had just moved out there, so I didn't even know the streets or anything yet either. That was probably part of it.
I mean, that reminds me of an old friend of mine where they just like moved into my neck of the woods, and we were like driving one night into like these backwoods and stuff. And afterwards, he was just like, "Dude, I literally thought you were bringing me out to these backwoods to like murder me or something." I'm like, "No," no. I was trying to show you like it's not just this big city because you're used to like the woods and stuff. I'm trying to show you these backwoods, like if you feel like you want to feel like home again, these are the backwoods to go.
It's like cabin in the woods situation.
Yeah, pretty much. Or hitchhiker situation or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love those. I love those urban legends too. Those hitchhiker lady urban legends and stuff like that. And the ones where there's a dude in the back of the car like trying to kill the lady, trying to like stab the lady, so people are flashing their headlights and she's getting freaked out by the person flashing their headlights, but really he's just stopping the killer from murdering her. So
right.
Yeah, I love those stories.
Yeah, or what the one where like the car coming from the opposite side noticed somebody in your back seat, so now they're following you. Meanwhile, you're thinking like, oh my god, this crazy guy's coming to get me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like those urban legends. Like for a while, I was really into tracing urban legends and like all the different variations and stuff, which is kind of related to the ghost lights because a lot of them are urban legendy. I just like that stuff. I like the folklore part of it. It's interesting to me how this stuff gets spread. I guess now stuff gets spread way easier, right? Because of the internet. But back in the day when the internet wasn't so prevalent, not everybody was on the internet. It was much more of a word of mouth phenomenon, these stories, and people would send me all different versions and stuff, and it was really interesting.
Right. And not just that, but like back then we didn't have to worry about AI and stuff like that. And now it's like everything we see where you get all these pictures. Is it real now or is it fake?
No, you can't really. AI looks pretty darn good now. If it's good AI, you won't be able to tell.
Like I can like there's an example I can give like for the whole AI aspect for this. So a few days ago, there's now this post going around the internet, or quote photos, I should say, and they claim to be from my state in Vermont from 2009, from some sort of hiker camcorder or something. But it gets far more worse than this, where there's nobody knows who the original witnesses to this. Nobody can find them. Nobody even knows where the video really came from, or even where these images just came from, because they just quote appeared.
What does the video show? What is the video for?
So, well, that's the thing. There's no video. So, but
what?
The screenshots from this quote video show this bipedal black quote walker creature that's here in Smuggler's Knot. And if you look at it, it almost would fit, I think, what you would call a dog man per se. But when I tried to do some Google lensing and searching, I could find one video, and it's not even from the actual thing. It's more like AI, because if you look at these screenshots and look at this video I found, the screenshots show almost like it is walking on like a bipedal would. And then you find this video where it has all four legs, and the front legs are basically it makes it look like it's on all fours, and it's just like, okay, so I'm just gonna dub this as fake, and somebody's just trying to say that these are real.
Yeah. I used to get a lot of pictures. Of course, they were from film cameras, right? Because not everybody had well, at first, nobody had cell phones that could take pictures when I first had the website. So most of the pictures were from film cameras, and there were some digital ones, but that was kind of rare back then until maybe like the 2000s. I looked at so many pictures. People used to send them to me, wanting me to tell them what it was. So many orb pictures and stuff. So I've seen quite a few weird pictures. Never anything super convincing, but I used to like getting the pictures because it was something just I could put on the website and show people back when it took forever to even download a picture. Look at this. You went to a page with a lot of pictures on it. It would take so long to load. You're like, crap, why would you put this on your homepage?
Right. Oh man. God, I miss the old days sometimes. But digital cameras, I think they're a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Right.
So basically, I remember getting my first digital camera and stuff like that. I don't remember what year though, but it definitely had to have been after high school, because I took a digital art class, and they kind of tacked on. Yeah, in high school.
You're younger than me. Yeah, if you took a digital art class in high school, you're younger than me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm 38, so.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're just a young pup. Yeah, I grew up in the 80s, so we didn't have anything except for a Walkman. I guess I had a Walkman.
A Walkman. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember those.
The tape kind, the kind that you put cassette tapes in.
Oh no.
It wasn't even a Sony Walkman because we were poor. My family was poor. So I had this off-brand Emerson Walkman. Very sad.
Hey, we did a job.
Yeah, it worked. It was fine. But I was a kid. I mean, so of course I wanted a real one.
Oh yeah. You wanted to fit in with the crowd, like a lot of people would like to. Oh, right. My friend has bought this fancy new coat. Well, I guess we need to buy you a fancier coat.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember getting my first digital camera and going out and trying to, see what I could quote capture. And I remember getting these weird, like, weird dots and stuff. But then, as you get into this phenomenon and stuff, like more now as you grow up, per se, from when I was little, I should say, is, you start to really think about, like, well, what could these orbs or anything that you really capture that may look weird, what are they? Well, they could be a spider web. They could be a spider coming onto your web. And, well, you must have captured this bug that, like, just flying in the air, but at that exact moment you got it, and like all these other things, and then it kind of just takes that fun away from it. But then there's one where you snap them, and it literally looks like there's a person formed there, and then it's like, well, what do I do? Do I share it or do I not share it? So yeah, it's all weird. But I get the point to this. What I'm trying to say for this particular topic with these mysterious lights is, I remember one time we were at a cemetery, me and my buddy, and he took a few pictures and I took a few pictures. And one of the pictures he got looked like it was like lights, like these little balls of lights or something, like exploded in this image, like they were just all over. And when he took the next picture, like seconds after that one, there was like nothing in it. So it's just like, well, was that some sort of camera defect, or was that something legit? Like what was it? Like what happened at that moment, basically.
Yeah. I always thought the photos were interesting that I got. Most of them were easy to sort of debunk, but I still liked getting them and looking at them. Also, people mistakenly believed I was some sort of photography expert. I don't know why, which I really was not, but it was, I did learn a lot about film camera artifacts and stuff at that time because of just looking at these pictures and trying to figure out what they could be. It was a different time.
Oh, for sure.
I first put the stories up as actually an FTP site. I don't know if you know what that is, but
SCP site, yeah.
FTP is like, it's just a file transfer protocol, and you could like download stuff from, like download files, actual files from a site, not a website because those didn't exist yet, but from the FTP site. So the stories originally started out as an FTP site where I had put them all in a folder so people could download them and read them. I was archiving them there, and then when the web came out, like when web technology was available, I moved it to be a website in around 1994. So, yeah, old website. That's actually the oldest website, although right now it's currently down because I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, it's down at the moment, but I'll get to it eventually and move it to my current.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a fun little nice little thing to reincarnate, I guess, like bring them back.
That other site, the other web host that I use is really not the greatest. It's just a little small business, I think, and they frequently just don't update your shit, and then your website goes down. So there's no like automatic updating. Like they don't automatically update the versions of WordPress and the various software and stuff that you use behind the scenes. So like, I just have to move it. I just haven't done it yet. I've been busy doing other stuff. So
hey, that's always a good thing, though. So from your stories that you can recall, Elizabeth, that like, do you remember having anybody, I don't know, ever talk about like, they were trying to approach them or they disappeared, like, or I don't know, people talk about getting close up to them and then maybe something happens or whatever. What's another one that I hear?
Oh,
Sometimes. Oh, I was gonna just say real quick before I forget is like sometimes they talk about even like the temperature changing.
uh-huh. Temperature changes, I'd say not as much. I didn't get as that many stories about that, but a lot of stories I got talked about, like trying to approach the lights and the lights bouncing away from them, or the lights coming right up to them, like in their cars, like bouncing off the hoods of their cars and stuff like that. I would say those were, as far as close encounters, those were the most frequent, where the lights would like come right up to their cars or hover right in the road right in front of them. And then when they tried to like approach the lights, typically they would go away. They would leave. They would like skedaddle, so you couldn't actually ever touch them or anything. I mean, I did have some stories of people, of the cars, like the lights coming in to the cars, or going through the cars, like passing through the cars.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I had a few like that. Of course, you don't know. Unfortunately, there's no way to prove that these stories that were sent to me were even truthful, right? Like, people could be making them up, but like I did get stories like that. That was a frequent variation or whatever, where the lights would come right up to the cars.
That's interesting. I mean, I think we do hear about that in some cases, maybe with like UFO sightings. Maybe that could just be right before the abduction happens, I guess. I don't know.
Right. It's also, you also kind of see that stuff in UFO stories, but these were for the ghost light sites. So I think it's just a variation of the urban legend or whatever. I'm looking at this story right now where this person's saying they turned on their headlights and the lights showed up, then they flashed their headlights, the light disappeared again, and then they got scared and went away. So a lot of these stories sort of end anticlimactically. And the people getting scared, like, because it seems like they're having an effect on the lights, and they sort of run away. But but yeah, it's interesting.
Well, back in that day, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to even word this. Like our minds have definitely do I want to say evolved since like that time frame, but I mean at the same time it's like, I mean, everybody looked at these things differently. So I mean, and I do agree sometimes, like sometimes that whole fight or flight method, you sometimes gotta trust it. And because half the time, like even with these instances, if these are in fact real ghost lights, or maybe not, maybe they could be explained by a car headlight, somebody with a lantern or headlamp or something. But I mean, we can say, like, we don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, I would personally would think if I saw one of these things and it was coming into my car, and I would maybe want to focus on the environment also around me, because is it getting brighter? Is it getting darker? Like, what's going on? Because I think we can also, again, kind of, tie it to the abduction thing, where we hear about these people were surrounded by this engulfing pure white light, and then that's all they can remember. And then next thing you know, they lost like 3 to 4 hours of time. So.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting you bring that up, because it is somewhat similar to that, except in the ghost light stories, the people don't claim to be getting abducted, right? They just basically, the light just goes away and then they leave.
Right.
Either they run away or their light just goes out by itself. There's no like claims of missing time or anything like that in any of these stories for the most part. So it is similar, though. You're right. It's a similar story about the light coming to the car. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of to that really more is like, well, if we go into the rabbit hole of these are UAPs from UFOs or aliens or abductees, whatever you want to call them, right? If they're just circling around the car, coming in and out, maybe they're actually just observing you, and that's even more scary because that's like, well, are these things trying to see if I'm like a perfect, a target for them for what they're looking for, or not? And then as they go away, maybe we're just not the perfect target.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Some of the lights seem pretty dumb, like they don't interact at all or whatever. And some of them seem more intelligent, where they're showing up when you call them or whatever. But not all of them, but most of the accounts of ghost lights, specifically spook lights, right?
Mm-hmm.
That are in this book and that I focused on there was some sort of legend attached to them, and usually it was a legend of somebody getting killed, like a train signalman or whoever getting killed, and then the lights that like holding a lantern, now they're ghost is walking along the road like holding a lantern, and that's why the light is like moving around all weird and stuff, because it's essentially a ghost light from a ghost. Usually the person got decapitated or whatever. So anyway, they're all very similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you're almost like talking about I'm probably gonna butcher it, the Bingham's light from South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I think that involved the rail yard man.
Yeah, it did, but most of them do.
Yeah, yeah. There's another one in Canada. I mentioned it with Dale. Now, of course, I didn't bring it up again to remember exactly where it is. But yeah, have you heard of that one? The one in Canada?
Which one? There's a few different ones in Canada.
There's
a St. Louis light. There's
the water station one. I remember water station attached to it on Water Station Bay, maybe, or something from Canada.
No, I don't know. Is that like a
basically he was a rail yard guy that was trying to get back, and he slipped on the wet tracks, and he ended up getting his head decapitated. So
yeah, I mean that could be the St. Louis light, which is in Saskatchewan. Where is the one that you're thinking of? Do you know?
I will have to pull it up again. But yeah, while I do that, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. The St. Louis, is that kind of the similar one then?
They all have the same story, so it's hard to say, but that one does have the story about the guy losing his head. They all do, though. They're all similar.
Yeah, why are they always losing their heads?
Well, because that's exciting, right?
Yeah.
It's either somebody losing their head or somebody like getting lost in the woods and and like dying of exposure or whatever. And now they were holding a lantern while they were in the woods, so now that's what the ghost light is. All of the stories are very similar.
Vancouver, Canada.
Yeah, no, that must be a different one then. The St. Louis light is in Saskatchewan, and the one that I saw was in the Toronto area, so that's a different area of the country.
Yeah, probably is. I think this one, Vancouver. I wonder if that's the one that's near British Columbia. Then,
Oh, yeah, that's where Vancouver is. So, I have not heard of that one. Interesting. I imagine there's some that I haven't heard of, but they're all like that.
yeah,
very
there's
similar.
always something similar to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's on the record, but kind of like here in Vermont. So we used to have an area that was pretty active back in the day for like missing people and this and that. But one of the stories I do recall was like these hikers hiking up the mountain and seeing these mysterious lights coming toward them to the point where I think once they realized that there was nobody like attached to these lights, like making these lights, there wasn't like a person holding a lantern or a headlamp, they kind of bolted it down the mountain per se. But as we mentioned, I believe you did that way. It's like when you were talking with your intro was, the environment changing. So our environment there used to be, known for like the tree logging business, and then it got turned into like a casino. But they used the rails for like a trolley and stuff like that. But then after all that failed, after a year of trying, the railroad track or trolley track, whatever you want to call them, they pretty much took them out. The only thing that's still there is the visibility that you could tell like there once was like some sort of tracks there, and there is evidence of the railroad like spikes still around in the woods. So I guess it makes me wonder, does that like just taking the track themselves out and just leaving the spikes is just enough to make that sort of phenomena disappear? But then you also hear these lights kind of showing up even if there's like minerals around or caves or anything like that.
Yeah, there's all kinds of theories that people have put forth over the years for these lights. One of them is the minerals, like the piezoelectric theories, where the minerals are like somehow causing this electrical phenomenon right above the ground. There's also like swamp light gas being ignited, stuff like that. Interesting.
Yeah, is that the same again? I'm trying to remember now, but is that the same, the swamp gas thing, as like the rotting wood in the ground? Or
yes.
I mean the water, I mean.
Yeah. Because the things that are rotting, or it does produce heat. It produces gases. I mean, objectively, scientifically, rotting things produce gases and heat. And like there's a lot of rotting plant material and stuff in swamps, right? That's kind of their whole thing. They're swampy. So in England, in Great Britain, there's sort of this will-o'-the-wisp phenomenon in swampy areas that's very ghostlight-esque. But I did not concentrate on that in this particular book. I was more concentrating on the ones that I got stories, like discrete stories about that describe like the round, bouncy ghost lights along roads and in North America and in Canada. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, that makes sense. The only thing I'm just trying to figure out, like, from your book, because, like I said, when I kind of mentioned a little bit, like, off the air, is I kind of was doing my best to skim some of the book. Has any of these stories, or maybe you have one that wasn't really just, like, in the book per se, because as you said, there is some that you're still trying to look at to see if there's some sort of meat somewhere for something else. Did anybody ever mention like the size of these, like any time the different sizes?
Sure. If you look at the stories, the actual submissions from readers in the book, there's a lot of description, like physical descriptions of the lights, of what color they are, what size, and stuff like that. Most of the time, the lights are not described as that big in size. Usually, I would say like maybe basketball size. The lights, or smaller. Sometimes they split up into smaller lights. It's very rare that you look at these stories and they describe some huge light. Like, if the light is coming into your car, it's pretty small to get to the windows or whatever. And if you can get close enough to the light that it can sort of dance away, it's obviously not some huge, gigantic light. So I would say probably between softball size and basketball size, and maybe beach ball size is about the average size of the lights. They're usually not too big as described by people who've seen them.
Now, off of your memory, Elizabeth, I know it's been a while before you kind of delving into this, but would you be able to clarify or recall what would the common color that your story that people submitted had mention? Were they red, green? Do you remember?
Yes, I know the answer to this. The lights typically are just white or yellow. But there are all kinds of colors that people report. Mm-hmm. I'd say the most common colors, other than white and yellow, are blue and red, which makes sense because that's how your brain's going to interpret refracted light, depending on the environment. And there's some accounts of other colors, like orange, but I suppose you could just classify orange with the yellow, right? And sometimes people will mention that they sparkle sort of in rainbow light colors, but that's more like a white light phenomenon too. So the vast majority are just regular ass white light. But there are some other colors described. Pretty much any color you can think of, people have described, but the majority are white.
Mm-hmm.
Not a super majority, but most of them, more than 50%, let's say, are white or yellow. Which
right,
they are lights, so that makes sense. Blue and red, I'd say, are the second most popular colors. Rarely you hear about them being other colors. And usually when it's other colors, it's the lights are just changing to all different kinds of rainbow colors or whatever. But that's kind of rare. If you think about it, the ones that are located near roads or within viewing distance of roads, right? It makes sense for the lights to be white, yellow, or red because that's what color car headlights are. So that part makes sense. I would say the more interesting ones where they sparkle or come up close and they have different sort of rainbowy colors. Those are more interesting because obviously if the light's right in your face and it's all sparkly and stuff, then probably not a car headlight. I don't know. I've never seen one myself, so.
Right. Yeah, sparkly lights. That's a new one. almost like I guess would you almost say these sparkly lights are almost like those what are they called, sparklers for the fireworks kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what I get the impression from the descriptions. But I mean, that's kind of rare. That honestly, most of
For
them
sure.
just sounds like fuzzy white balls of light. Just regular looking
Just
balls of
regular.
light. Yeah, you know.
Oh
The
yeah,
lights,
I totally get it.
it's like if you actually look at the descriptions, just most of them are just white. People are freaked out enough, I think, when they see them that they're not going to remember some like slight shade of color to the light anyway.
Yeah, it happens, I guess. I mean, sometimes we hear about the like in cemeteries. Did anybody ever submit one about seeing one in a cemetery?
Yeah, a couple of the sites that I wrote about and a couple of the sites that I've read about have cemeteries in very close proximity. And they do describe like going to see the lights in the cemetery. In those cases, I would say the cemetery is more of an add-on feature. Like it's close, but not close enough that it's the main attraction. Like the main attraction for these ones that I researched was being on the actual road and like calling the lights with your headlight or whatever. But there are a few that have cemeteries sort of in proximity. Most of them don't. Most of the ones I wrote about don't, but a couple of them do. One of them has like a couple of them also have bridges, and the bridges in both cases have also stories attached to them about like people careening off the bridge into the creek or whatever and drowning. So they have their own sets of ghosts and ghost lights too on the bridges.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's like one of them, or maybe two of them, maybe two different ones, are called Crybaby Bridge because you can hear the poor deceased baby crying when you go onto the bridge. Those are pretty close to these ghost light sites because they're on roads, right? So there's bridges on some roads. So those are pretty interesting too. They have sort of attached side attractions like a little cemetery or the bridge, the Crybaby Bridge. It's just
I didn't
interesting.
even think about that. We actually have like a crybaby bridge here in Stowe. So
yeah, there's several. There's several of them, all in different parts of the country. It's not a unique thing. There's
no.
Yeah, that's not one of the ones I wrote about, but I know I can think of two, I think, that I wrote about that have the Crybaby Bridge attached. I guess it's just a popular story.
That just tied right into it.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
Going back to the colors real quick, have you ever, like when you were, I don't know, doing this, like research before the book or maybe even afterward, did you ever think about looking at like the color meanings and spirituality or anything like that? To maybe besides like, just besides like the car? No. Okay.
No, I would not ascribe any particular meaning to the colors. I think, they're just, people just interpret them as different colors because that's how light in your eyes work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The more colored ones, like I said, they're usually like red or yellow.
Right.
sometimes blue, which it's very easy to interpret white light as blue, right, under the right circumstances. But sometimes they're green or other colors. There's not that many colors that light can be, I guess. You're pretty much dealing with the rainbow. Like, you don't really hear about the lights being pink and stuff like that. It's usually like just the generic rainbow colors.
Yeah, your typical colors of the rainbow. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess, because I don't know how much longer you want to talk, Elizabeth, too, but is there any story that is in your book that you would say, like, what's your favorite to I don't know, to research, to find, like, these newspapers for, to maybe help, your fascination of what these could be? Like, was there any that really stuck out? Or a?
I would say the Brown Mountain lights stick out to me because those ones are a little different in nature than most of the other ghost lights I wrote about. The Scugog Island one is pretty interesting, just because there seems to be more historical lore attached to it, even though I don't think it's necessarily true, the lore, but it's more interesting. This lady wrote to me about the Scugog Island light, where she's doing genealogy research, and she found like a mention of weird lights on Scugog Island in the family Bibles or whatever she was looking at, whatever source material she was looking at. So that was pretty interesting. Just something different. There's also one called the Rich Mountain Light. It's in Arkansas, which was a little different because it was attached. It was hard to find information on, though, but it was attached to the ghost of a little girl, which was different than a lot of the stories, which are just the headless railroad worker dude.
Right.
And then there's one, I think it's in Ohio, the Oxford Light, I think. Well, and actually the Scugog Island light is like this too, where the light is supposed to be like some dude on a motorcycle who got beheaded, of course. They're all beheaded, but that was a motorcycle instead of just the train. So I guess the ones that stick out to me are just the stories that are a little different, and the ones that are more visible in valleys and stuff. That's why the Brown Mountain Light was interesting to me, because you can I think you can still see those. Can you? The Brown Mountain Lights? Can you still see those?
Last that I checked, you could.
No, I don't know. Anyway, some of these are completely like defunct. Like like the Hansel Road Light in Pennsylvania, which was really reliable for a long time, and lots of people sent me stories about it. They did some development in the area and they completely disappeared. And then obviously the Scugog Island one that I went to see, that disappeared. The Marfa lights in Texas are the most famous ones. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of the Marfa lights. Those are
I probably have.
There's like a tourist center and stuff, or there was there. Those are in Texas. Those are very famous and have actually been on like Unsolved Mysteries and stuff.
Oh, then yeah.
Yeah.
And I must have.
Yeah, the thing with these lights is, because the legends of the lights are so similar, and just the description of the light sites in general, like on a road where a railroad track used to be, are so similar, that before the internet, before you could track down sources and stuff, they have similar claims. Like, a lot of the lights, people would claim that they were on a TV show like Unsolved Mysteries or That's Incredible, which is like this 80s show, somewhat similar to Unsolved Mysteries. It was about like interesting stuff. And Or they would say they appeared in Life magazine or Reader's Digest, which Reader's Digest often used to do like features on weird stuff and paranormal phenomena and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times, if you track down, if you try to track down the articles and stuff, they just don't exist. Because a couple of the lights did have articles on them, which I was able to track down, and I think that that story of an article about the ghost light appearing in whatever magazine or TV show sort of got mixed up with other lights.
Yeah.
Like
maybe.
So these stories of the lights like being famous and appearing in publications and stuff were sort of misattributed from other lights. But the Marfa lights were really famous at one time, and they did appear in like TV shows and magazines and stuff like that. And I think the Paulding light also, it's in like Wisconsin or Minnesota or something. Oh, Michigan. I was wrong. It's Michigan. It's all the same to me. Oh no. See, the Paulding light, people thought that it appeared in magazines or on Unsolved Mysteries, but they were mixing it up with a different one because they did a story on a very similar ghost light in another state. I can't even remember why I started talking about this. What the hell was the question?
Well, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
No,
I do not remember what the original question was.
Oh, you're good. You're good. No, you were answering in a way that it was basically the question was basically like what were you interested in, which made you look up like the newspaper stuff to find them to try to help with it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the reason I tracked down all these articles and everything was because I wanted to verify them, because so many of them said they were in a certain publication, very specific too. Some of these legends, some of the urban legends, the stories mention very specific like books and articles and TV shows and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then you look and they just don't exist. Like it never happened. So I was able to track down some of them, like the Grudon light in Arkansas did have a article about it and a feature on Unsolved Mystery, and so did a couple of the other ones, but most of them really did not. So that's the reason I started tracking down in the first place, so I could include them as sources in the book. No,
that's perfect. Yeah. It definitely helped, and it helped, I guess you could say, keep the legends alive. And I know some probably have been debunked of what they were, like car headlights and stuff like that, and maybe like as you put it with your Ontario one, which is like, well, they combed off the area, so now you can see visibly clear that there's a road on the other side. So I mean, that's like you were saying too, like there's always some sort of logical explanation to what these things could be, but it's, I guess, what though, like with the Blue Mountain lights, we can say for the example is, yes, some of it can very well be proven to be actual human foot traffic or cars, but then there's the ones like where this team went out, I think it was in 2023, and they captured like these floating blue lights that looked like they changed from blue to white, but they were stationary in the air. They weren't like just above the trees. They were like literally in the air. But what I like about this particular video, which I actually sent it to you, is when they tried to do like an experiment to try to debunk some of it, they could debunk the ones that were in the tree, but they were really having that hard time trying to get the lights to stay stationary, like in the
Right.
sky.
Right. Well, I would say not all of them are debunkable, if that's a word. Some of this, some of the stories that I received, there's such direct interaction with the ghost lights or the spook lights, whatever you want to call them. Such close, direct interaction that those ones are, obviously it's not just a car headlight from far away. I don't know what it is. I don't know if these people are even telling the truth. But if you take the stories at face value, not all of them can be car headlights. I will say that. Maybe there's some other explanation, but if the car light is literally like entering your car and going through your car and going out the back window, I don't. That doesn't sound like a car headlight to me. That's something else.
Yeah.
I had some stories like that. So that was a pretty common story. The stories, you can just categorize them. There's some which is most of them, where the lights are kind of far away and they just sort of float around the forest or whatever. And then there's some where the light is on the road, but you can't really approach it. Which could also easily just be light refraction or something. And then there's the more up close ones, which is like the ones where the bounces off your hood and through your car and stuff like that. Those are more interesting to me because they're just more fun. like the it's more interesting if the light is like really close to you. If it's just far away thing, it's very easy to say it's just headlights or streetlights or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could very well be. I mean, we could. I mean, going back to like the cemetery bit for a second too. There's talk about like maybe some of these quote lights come from water underneath, not just by like the main road, but
right.
But like I remember a long time ago here in my area too, when I started this haunted Vermont thing in 2012, that like I remember getting told like, oh, there's mysterious light that's in one of the graves that shows up behind the cemetery, but I always debunked it as because I drove by several times at night, but when I realized just like one of those portable, maybe solar light that you could get or whatever, time light that come on at night, and that's what I thought they were. And so I debunked it basically because I was just like, oh, it's one of these lights that somebody manually put in just to kind of light up the grave at night, case closed. But then when you start getting to this is just weird. And what sucks is like I could never remember if the person actually said it stayed stationary or if it was moving around or anything like that. But when I tried to go back to look for this person, of course, with the internet, they're gone. So it's like,
right.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to take with it.
Yeah, I have at the end of the book, there's a list of sources that I used, but I don't know, best case scenario, the links were available 5 years ago. You could still get to them. I don't know about now. A lot of them, some of them I'm sure are not available anymore. Because I'm looking at them now and like some of them are like sort of defunct places, Earthlink. Gosh, yeah. But I did look through microfiche and shit on like online microfiche things and stuff like that, and and track down some pretty obscure sources. So
Yeah, I wonder if your sources could be found with the what the hell do they call it? The Wayback Machine.
Some of them might be available on the Wayback Machine. The ones that are for sort of more bigger sites, but the Wayback Machine isn't great on keeping the more ephemeral stuff that was on personal sites or whatever.
Right.
Like my own website is on the Wayback Machine, ghost.org. And it's pretty good for that because my website had been public since time immemorial, right? 1994 or whatever. But sometimes, like, I might have even used the Wayback Machine to find a few of these articles. I'm looking at them. Some of them are pretty obscure. One of them was like a government publication for the Brown Mountain Lights. Like I literally tracked down the PDF for this 1922 USGS report. And God knows where the government articles are. They've probably all been deleted by you know who. So I don't
it's hard to say for sure. Yeah.
I don't know how many of these actually still exist, but as of 5 years ago, they were accessible because I accessed them. So if people want to look there, I mean, some of them are pretty interesting.
Oh, totally.
The sources themselves are interesting. Some of them. Yeah, I have a source here. I have sources from the 20s and the 30s, a couple of them. So they were available somewhere. Apparently.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You can track down some of the sources if you want.
Yeah, I can take a look and see if some of them are still around and check it out from there.
Yeah, I just put, unfortunately, I know
URLs. Sometimes
I wish hey. That I had kept them like in files or whatever, but I don't think that I did.
Yeah.
If I was smart, I would have done that, but I'm not smart, so I did not.
Oh, we all have our hiccups at times.
Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't keep them if I was using them as sources, but I just put the URLs in the end here.
Well, most people do that anyway, they'll use the URLs. So, I mean, you technically did what most people do for sources.
Right. It was kind of stupid, though, to not keep the actual files or whatever. I don't know.
Lessons learned.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. I would like to write sometime. Wow, this is really off topic, but sometime I'd like to write something about like sort of cryptozoology stuff that is now sort of defunct. Like the legends have sort of faded away. It would be interesting to do that too. Like this lost folklore is interesting to me. A lot of these ghost lights are becoming lost folklore where people don't even remember them anymore. All these lights that I got, some of these lights that I got lots of stories about, now you can't even find anything on the internet about them. It's very difficult to find any information about some of these lights, even though people at the time in the 90s and the 2000s, right, were sending me tons of stories about them. Now they're like, you can barely find anything. It's weird.
Yeah, it's almost like it's getting pushed back into the unknown, of the internet, which is, I guess, the fun.
We're losing these stories. We're losing the old legends and stuff because you just can't find anything about them anymore. People forget about them once people stop. Once the word of mouth stops, it's unfortunate. Anyway, at least we have these that I wrote down. But
well, so far from the copy that you have given me for the PDF thing, I'm actually looking at the URLs, and some of these are still up and running.
Oh, that's
So
good.
that's good to, like
Yeah.
the St. Louis Ghost Train one, the Rowing Through the Night one for St. Louis Ghost Train. Yeah. So
Mhm.
there is some that are still up, thank God. But yeah, makes me wonder how many don't. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the St. Oh yeah, look at that St. Louis Ghost one. I wonder if that is the same one then. Oh
Well,
yeah, that is.
the St. Louis Ghost one is in Saskatchewan, not Vancouver. It's in a different province, but I don't remember anything about any Vancouver lights. That doesn't mean they don't exist. I just didn't get stories about them. I concentrated on the ones I had reader submissions for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's supposed to be related to that True Ghost Stories archive books that I released. So I concentrated on the ones that I had actual, like, personal sent in to me eyewitness stories for.
Right.
I'm sure there are ghost lights that are not in here. Like you have described a couple. And there's also lights in places like Australia, and England and stuff that people did send me stories about. But I didn't get enough stories that it gave me enough information to even look for sources and stuff. So I decided to just focus on the ones in North America, since those were much easier to find information on.
Right. Going off topic for just a second, it just makes me think. I wonder if there's anybody that has seen any strange lights around. What the hell do they call it? It's way up north in Maine. They call it like the ghost train something, but it's like all those abandoned trains.
Yeah, I have a vague recollection what you're talking about. I'm from New England. I'm from Massachusetts, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I grew up, I don't know if you know where it is, but I grew up by the coast, on the border of Mass and New Hampshire. So, yeah, so I know some Maine stuff. It's just New England stuff in general. But
nice.
I moved to Southern California. I lived in Southern California in my 20s. And then I moved back to Massachusetts, Western Mass. Close maybe to you. I don't know which part of Vermont you're in, but and then
Rutland.
Oh, okay. And then I moved to Las Vegas about 11 years ago. So.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, now you know my whole life story. So I've recently well, if you want to call the last 11 years recently, that's what happens when you get old. I've been sort of more focused on visiting ghost towns and haunted places in Nevada and California and stuff. But
very nice.
Yeah, so I have all these pictures. At some point I thought I want to put on the website, which is currently unavailable, but at some point I would like to offload all these pictures I have of ghost towns and haunted places around here onto the website, but I just never do it because I'm always have some other projects going.
Well, you do write a different do I want to call it a series? I know you do that. So
well, I write the true. I released those True Ghost Stories archive books on Amazon. I released those from 2019 to I want to say maybe 2022 or 2023. I released a bunch of those. I still have more stories that I could go through and maybe make a couple more of those, but that would be the limit. I could only probably eke out maybe 2 more books of those without like the stories becoming really lame, because some of them are not that great. I also write like a sci-fi serial, and I've written a baby name book. Just random shit. I have a lot of random interests.
Well, I'm trying to figure out a way of how to present my experiences in like a little small book form, just to have something, I guess. Because I keep getting asked if I want to do events, and I'm like, I have nothing to sell. So unfortunately,
Yeah. Well, that would be cool. You could still go do events, though. Just like,
yeah, I mean, I could, but I mean, $75 is $75 for
right.
So,
right, you want to make some of it back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you decide to write your book, I'll help you format it or whatever. God knows.
That.
God knows I know how to format documents. That was my actual professional job for like 20 years. So I can format easily. I'll help you if you want to do that. You should write them all down, though, before you forget details, because I tell you what, there's a few stories of the various weird things that happened to me when I was younger that I wrote down for my website. And fortunately, I have all of those stories from the old website saved, because I look at these stories now and I don't remember these details that I wrote when I was 22 or whatever. Like, I just don't remember them. I'm like, is that what happened? Okay, if you say so. So write them down while you still remember anything about them, because seriously, I wrote down these experiences and I would not remember the details now.
Oh boy.
Yeah so
no.
You're 38. You better get writing, dude. Like,
I've actually been writing all my weird stuff down, and I've been trying to. I don't even know a good word for this, but basically, like after I'm done telling what happened, I basically then put on, I guess you could say, my detective glasses or whatever, and I'm basically trying to make logic sense out of it. Like, oh well, it could be this or whatever. But there's a few where I'm just like, I don't know I wouldn't know where to begin to say this is logic,
Right.
Like I started to share this weird story of mine, and then I guess for time and stuff, I don't want to keep you any longer with this, but I did have fun listening to you with your stories. But yeah, one of the younger memories I can recall of something weird happening, which is actually great to share this, because I actually learned a little bit more recently from my mother, especially from the last time I appeared on a podcast to share this with the questions that Shannon LeGros asked me. But anyway, so the story basically goes, when I was little, in a kid's bedroom, you should remember your old bedroom. Even now, like, you should know, like, your bedroom. Like, the layout of it, where each door is, where the windows is and all that. So anyway, this one particular night, it was dark out and could not see even the hand in front of my face. And I should also mention that it was dark out, even like there was no light coming through my window. And my window is like on the side of the house where it's kind of like blocked by the neighbor's area, and my street only had like 2 street lamps, so again, visibility even wasn't that great for even lights. Anyway, I could not find my door. I could not find even the doorknob or anything like that. Like, I was reaching, feeling around, like what I thought was where the door would be, going up and down, feeling left and right. Could not find the doorknob. I was at one point got to the was freaking out so bad that I was like basically calling for my parents. And God only knows how long that went on for before my mother opened up the door.
Right.
And was just like, what the hell are you banging on the door for at this time frame and this and that? And I'm like, I couldn't find the damn door. And again, it's just like, what the hell happened right there? But
that's
my
so
door
funny.
and my door to my bedroom was basically like right near my closet. So I know it wasn't my closet door because I found
You found the closet.
Well, I found the closet because it was like if you're facing my front door, yeah, which you're facing like the front. I guess I'll just say the front door of my bedroom, and let's just go by like you're staring at it inside of my old bedroom. So right where your right shoulder should be, that's where the closet door is, and then without moving, that should be like where the door is for the bedroom because that's how close they were. Even with the
and you still couldn't find the door.
And I still couldn't find the damn thing. Yeah.
That's a cool story.
So I asked my mother about this recently. I was like, "Do you recall this?" And she vaguely remembers it, but she swore it was probably because of a power outage. And I was just like, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, we do remember stuff. Our memories are not
as great as they were.
Not as great as we think they are either. Everybody wants to think everything they remember was reality, but yeah, brains are tricky. They tell you things that are wrong. So, but that's a really cool story. Those are the kinds of stories that I liked when I was running the website actively. I really liked those kinds of stories. Like, it's more interesting to me than just I saw a ghost or whatever. Not that the ghost stories aren't interesting. Obviously, I liked those, or I wouldn't have started collecting them in the first place. But as people sent me different kinds of stories, I kind of got more interested in stuff like that.
That's like me with this, like that's why I reached out to you, even though I know you don't technically investigate itself, but you're still looking for the stories. But what I like about it is that when you share these stories that people have submitted to you, you can almost point out the similarities, some of them anyway.
Yeah.
And then other times when you look at them and they are getting debunked, well, now we know what to look for and to debunk them, like that's basically like what Unsolved Mysteries was trying to do anyway, in a way, in a sense, besides just solving
the old Unsolved Mysteries was awesome. The original one. It was great. I know they rebooted it for Netflix or whatever it's on, but it was not good. I don't like the new one. Like, the format of the old one was much better because they just had like 4 or 5 little things about each thing. Like, they had the 4 or 5 little segments about each thing. That was much better. Because if you're not interested in one of the things that they're talking about, you can wait 5 minutes. There'll be something interesting. I loved that show when I was a kid.
Then you must have loved like listening to like whatever season it was when they did the one on Lake Champlain for Champ and stuff like that. So
yeah. I'm a big fan of those shows from the 80s that were like about weird stuff and paranormal stuff. There were several of those shows, and it was just fun to watch them. It
definitely
fueled my obsession.
Of course, and it gave you something to look forward to. Like, I can't wait for the next person to submit this crazy story that happened or whatever, just to share with you.
The stories that I got over the years some of them were really interesting and cool. I mean, some of them, like, even now, once in a while, I get like an email or a message or whatever from someone who remembers this old story that was on a website like 30 freaking years ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, I loved your website. I remember this story," and they'll like talk about some certain story that they really like. So it's interesting.
That's a good compliment right there. That you
Yeah.
did good work.
Yeah, unfortunately, now we're all old, so
Oh, stop.
well, I don't get so many of those once in a while. Once in a while I get
I think it's because it's getting too
messages.
popular, in my own opinion. I think it's just because it's too popular now.
What's too popular, the internet?
Yeah, well, creepypastas definitely don't help.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole different thing. Right? I guess
Or,
like these people who grew up with like the creepypastas and stuff are sort of looking at the whole scene, the whole paranormal scene through a completely different lens.
Oh yeah, and what's the newer one now? Like SCPs, I think. SCPs, yeah.
What is SCP? I don't even know.
Just look up SCPs. It's easier that way.
Great.
They're basically like creepypastas, but like they're more. I don't even know a good like if you want to. Like SAP kind of go by like a specific monster now. So like SAP, like let's just say 246 would mean you've encountered this specific entity and what to look out for. And
what is it? What does it stand for?
Oh man,
it's okay if you don't know. I just wondered.
Standard humanoid containment.
Oh, what?
Yeah, standard humanoid containment.
I can't even imagine what the hell that is. Okay. that illuminated me. Not anything whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, why I said to just look it up.
Yeah, I guess I just better look it up. That's weird. That's funny.
Yeah, like I think the best place to start would be like they call it the SCP Foundation. Just go there and that will answer everybody's questions for those that may not know what SCP is. Oh man.
Have you is that like UFO stuff or
it's like it's basically like creepypasta stuff. Like it's basically internet made type things. And now SCPs are getting so popular that they're turning into like games and stuff. It's almost like similar to what do they call the new one now? Backrooms, where it's like backroom horror and this and
right.
that. Yeah,
yeah. I know that. I never heard of the
SCP one.
APs or whatever. I never heard of that. That's interesting. I'm too like there's too much stuff now.
There really is.
You can't know everything anymore.
Nope.
When the internet first started, there was sort of a limited number of websites and stuff, and that's how mine got so popular, just because it was the first one. So just like by default, it got popular. But like now, it's like throwing, it's like throwing a drop of water into like the ocean, trying to get people to see your stuff.
Yeah, that. How did my friend put it? It's like a vast ocean that you're trying to swim and not drown with everything else around you.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's very, 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 very different from when, like, the web
when we were younger.
Yeah, when we were young.
I mean, my first ever website built was from GeoCities.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's hilarious. And those GeoCities sites were pretty fun. I remember,
oh my god, I made the most crappiest sites from GeoCities, but hey, you know what? They did it. They did it justice, I guess. And then I started to learn how to do HTML on my own, like code it my own. Like I was one of those guys that pulled up like Notepad, which I don't even think computers even have anymore. they have Notepad. But yeah, I would pull out Notepad and just start coding HTML myself. I didn't need a program. It was so bad.
Well, at first there were no programs. Like when I made my website, you had to know HTML. There was no other way to make a website. You had to write it yourself. You had to code it yourself. But now I don't. I don't write my own HTML anymore. Why? Why should I? There's like all these visual editors and stuff that are much, honestly, better than anything I'd imagine myself anyway. So.
I wish I remembered some of the HTML though, and I know audience were going off a whole different pocket.
Yeah,
but I'm saying like in general, there's some stuff I remember, and then there's some stuff that I don't. But I wish I did.
Oh, I mean, I remember I could code a shitty website right now, but why it would be shitty? Like my knowledge is not advanced enough to code like super fancy, awesome, responsive. W3 compliant, like a really good looking website, so why bother?
Yeah, exactly. That's why we got WordPress and GoDaddy and all these other sites.
Yeah, it's much easier now to make a website that looks good and doesn't blow your eyes out with animated GIFs and stuff.
Yeah.
Your visitor number 195327.
Oh my god, the moon phase counter and everything else.
And the web rings.
Oh man. Like I said, the good old days are gone and I just miss it. Sometimes I miss the easier days than what we are having nowadays.
Yeah. It was interesting. Remember when Blair Witch came out? You might not remember. You're younger than me, but
Blair Witch Project movie?
The Blair Witch Project movie. They were pretty much the first movie to use the internet as marketing. Like they marketed that shit like all over the internet. They actually sent me, because this was again in days of yore, they actually sent me like marketing materials.
Oh wow.
And we're like, hey, can you put a banner on your website? Like
that's
that
awesome.
to our movie website, and like they sent me all this crap, which I don't have anymore. But it was like, I think there was like a T-shirt and like some bumper stickers or whatever. I don't remember what was in there. Anyway, so I put like a little banner on my website that was like, go see this new movie. Such a long time ago. Yeah. That's interesting.
That's awesome.
And people legitimately thought that the Blair Witch was like a real thing. I actually had to put up a page on my website that explained that it was like a fake movie and there was no actual like Blair Witch urban legend. Because so many people asked me.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah.
See, that's how you do a good marketing right there.
Yeah, it was very good marketing because everybody freaking thought it was real. It was crazy. Yep. It was pretty crazy.
I actually still enjoy the Blair Witch Project to this day. It's one of my favorites just because of how they pulled it off and their marketing.
So. Yeah, well, from a historical perspective, it's a really interesting movie.
Yeah.
And people are just used to that type of movie now, right? That found footage style of movie.
Oh, yeah.
But at the time, it was quite revolutionary. So if you watch it now, you're like, so what? But like at the time, it was scary.
Oh, yeah. At the time, it was perfect.
Yeah.
But okay, Elizabeth. Well, I don't want to take any more time, but it was an honor to talk with you about your articles and the stories that were submitted to you, and your I guess opinions on the light from doing your research, and I guess we could say visiting and stuff like that.
Yeah, anytime. We can do another one sometime if you want about the actual ghost stories, which I have probably some good ones I could share or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd love to hear some of these other ghost stories that you have. It would be interesting to travel back in time to
I'm sure that I have
when things were actually creepy.
Right. When people used red words on pages instead of only watched YouTube videos.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's fair. When you actually had to force yourself to read versus putting in an earbud to hear it. Yeah.
Right.
No, man.
Right.
But before you go, Elizabeth, if you want to, is there anything you would like to plug for people to stay up to date with your work?
Well, I suppose for this purposes of this podcast, you can go on Amazon and look up the True Ghost Stories Archive, and you'll find me on there. There's the books, they still sell. I still sell a couple of them a week, maybe not very many, but a few. And you can find those volumes of True Ghost Stories have, as this title indicates, a bunch of true ghost stories that were sent into my old website. And you can also find the Ghost Lights book on there. I do have a website, ghosts, GHOSTS.org. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's down because I never went into the provider and updated the WordPress or whatever. I don't know exactly what's wrong with it. Maybe there's even a database error.
Oh no.
They were running like old versions of stuff, which would occasionally break. But yeah, but I'll get that website up soonish, probably at the beginning of 2026 or something. Maybe I'll work on it. Right now, have other projects going that I really need to get my ass moving on.
Well, we got too many holidays coming up too that you need to enjoy first.
Yeah, everybody's birthdays also in my family are in this time period too. It's just bad. It's a bad time of year to get anything done.
No.
Yeah. It's like busy. But yep, you can find me on Amazon for now, the ghost stuff. It's all on Amazon. You can look under my author name, which is Elisabeth Busch, or you can look under True Ghost Stories Archives. It's all on there. And it's pretty cheap. It's not expensive. It's also on KU, Kindle Unlimited, which is that Amazon. If you're subscribed to that, you can read them for free, basically. So
that's awesome. That's nice.
Yep. That's my plug. I'm done.
All right. Well, Elizabeth, again, thank you for your time. It was nice to chat with you. And for everybody out that have made it, well, give yourself a pat on the back. I hope you enjoyed Nonetheless. And for all the ways, keep your eyes open because you just never know what is going to appear in front of you. Have a good night, everybody.